Hello, everyone. Welcome to the International Computer Club, a fellowship which will reach across borders and oceans and allow folks from all around the globe to share their passion and joy for classic computers, consoles, and retro gaming. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this, the 12th gathering, the Dirty Dozen of the International Computer Club. My name is Amigo Aaron, humbly yours. I will be your master of ceremonies this evening as I try to wrangle and match wits with the smartest, most handsome men on God's green earth. Bask your eyes at the beautiful folks in front of you. We will be presenting you with 10 big presentations, maybe more, in what is absolutely the most jam-packed International Computer Club we've ever had. We're not going to screw around with my usual 15-minute dialogue. We're going to get right into it and go around the room and meet some of these fine fellows real quick. We're going to start right at the corner with our good buddy Josh Malone, a.k.a. 48K RAM. What's going on, Josh?
What is going on?
It's good to see you, man. You're looking good.
Good to see you, too.
Thank you, man. This guy, by the way, I want to put him over. He saves my bacon every year at BoFest, so I'm always indebted to you, my friend. I appreciate that. Very good. Next in the docket, a man of many talents and many great shows, and he's also becoming a master filmer. Please give it up for Adam from Computer Chronicles. What's going on, Adam?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
You look great there, man. I've been enjoying your shows. Adam's gonna get a full presentation. Hopefully, you can get some of your shows over. Tell us what you've been doing the last couple months. Good stuff all around from Adam. So hopefully you will check him out. Next on the docket, I think this is the first time appearance for a good buddy in the all white room up here. It's Double A Arcade Agents. What's up, Double A?
Nothing much, guys. Excited to be here. Long-time watcher, first-time appearance.
I love it. And we're glad to have you in, man. I'm looking forward to what you got to offer tonight. Next, right down the line here, I think a man who's probably been at every single one of these things. It's the mysterious stranger from out in the desert. It's David Z. What's up, Dave?
Not much. How you doing, folks? Hope all's well.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad to see you are back at it, Dave. Dave, how's the menagerie doing?
It's getting. We're up to about 100 this week, so things are warming up. The dogs are loving it. They love to go out and lay in the sun. But it's summer here in Arizona.
The dogs are crazy people. I couldn't handle that. Summer in Arizona, and it's not even May. It just turned May. How hot do you figure it's going to get this year?
Usually pretty hot. We had it pretty hot a couple weeks ago. It's actually pretty cool today. So I think we're only going to hit 90 or so.
Oh, God.
So but it'll get back up there. Normally May 1st is the day, and we're on the 2nd. So
it's a dry heat, right? Get that out of here.
Yeah.
Good to see
Correct.
you, Dave. Now, from an undisclosed location in the dark, a mysterious stranger we like to call Edvin Helen. What's going on, Edvin?
Nothing much. I'm at the cabin, so I haven't got any old computers to show off today.
Oh, that's okay, man. Listen, you can.
And I'm sitting here on my phone with candlelight.
I love it. You need to at least put an abacus or something up in there. That way you can do a presentation.
Yeah, I didn't find any.
Are you by yourself up there in the cabin?
No, I've got the whole gang with me.
Well, good. Make sure you sit them down in front of the monitor. They're going to enjoy this. Thanks for joining us from so far out, man. Appreciate that. Speaking of far out, up in the Great White North of Canada, it's our good buddy Jason Warrens. What's up, Jason?
Hey, guys. Yeah, no, it's not so great white, at least in my part of Canada right now. All the snow's finally melted out, and we're finally seeing some green grass starting to pop up. So, yeah. I'm happy that I was able to make it today. I'm looking forward to seeing all the presentations and stuff.
This is a special time of the year in Canada when the snow finally subsides and you can see where you dropped that 6-pack of Molson in December and dig that up out of
Yeah,
the snow.
presuming the bear hasn't run away with it or something like that.
Look who's here. Now, this guy snuck in on me. Holy smokes. It's our good friend we haven't seen for a while. It's Kitt, one of the
What's up, Pete?
one of the upstanding presenters at the Retro Asylum. How's it going, Kitt?
Good. How's it going, Aaron?
Man, just looking behind you makes me want to hit you over the head with a blackjack and pull up a moving van. You can,
Right. You
We're
might
glad
need to.
We're glad to have you in here, man. I appreciate you stopping in, dude.
Yeah, happy to be here.
On down the line, this is a fine fellow. He's a longtime friend of ours. Give it up for Lobsterminator. What's up, Lobby?
Hi, all good.
How you been doing, man?
Doing great. A bit tired. It's
Yeah.
late here. So
My goal here is just to keep you talking for as long as possible, and as you start to slowly fall asleep, we just watch what happens. That's sort of what I want to see happen. So we'll get to that
that's
later.
Edwin's job.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's a good point. Down right beside Lobby, our longtime partner in crime, it's Pajako. What's up, Pajako?
Everyone, yeah, all good, thank you. I'm all set up. I've got the drinks, I've got some show and tell for later, so yeah, good stuff.
You know, I was watching an old, every time I do one of these, I forget how to do it, so I've got to go watch old ones to try to figure out what the hell I did. And one of the ones I watched, you were dancing at the beginning of the show. I mean, but you weren't. You said you were on a Stairmaster or something, but I think we all know you were feeling the groove.
That exercise bike there, if you can see it, that's the one I'm on. So say hi to the wife.
If
the wife.
She's a star, man. Listen, feel free to get your exercise in at your convenience, man. Beside him, oh boy, beside him, a man who is probably, yes, definitely in the garage tonight, as usual. Host of the Petzel Tuesday Night Discussion Club. It's Petzel. What's going on, man?
Oh, just thought I'd join International Computer Club. Greetings from Indiana, USA.
Turn your head sideways so we can see your Tron headphones. Show them. There they are. Oh, the light's not on. What the hell, man? There we go. That's more like it. I love it.
I didn't want to distract or draw attention to myself.
Another person that just snuck in the door. Let's see if he's on mic. It's our good pal, Happy Coding. What's up, Happy?
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you, man.
Yep. Good. How's everyone?
Real good. Are you on your phone, Happy?
No, I'm on my computer. Why?
Oh, I see. Because your little symbol has a phone on it. That's what tipped me off. I didn't know what that meant.
Oh.
It's good to have you, Happy.
Dressed to kill tonight, Aaron, I see.
Listen, only the best for you fine folks. You know that. I break out the good stuff. Thanks for coming in, Happy. I'm looking forward to your gimmick later.
Yeah, my pleasure. Hey, everyone. Say, hey, Paul. Thanks again for the look what. Let me show you. Look what Paul sent me.
Hang on, I can't see your video. Might just be me, but.
Oh.
I think he sent you a blue wall.
Yeah, just a second.
Well, we'll get back to you. I'm going to grab hold of the last guy in the room here. I'm saving the best for last.
I need to turn on my camera, do I?
Yeah, turn that thing on.
Yep.
Say hi to everybody.
This.
Hey, oh, there he is.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Show us what you got.
Yeah, look, I got it. Look, Paul, I got it. Thank you.
What is that?
That's the Mr. Multisystem, man.
Oh, Paul, you sent him that? What a champion.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you just sent him that sticker that was on it. That would have been a lot funny.
No. Well, he sold it to me for a very good price and sent it to my mom, and then she came to visit and she brought it.
Beautiful. Well done. That's international commerce at its finest.
I'm in the FPGA gang now, you know?
Yeah.
Welcome aboard.
Did you find the special package inside, though? The powder? Yeah.
It's heroin, Happy. Let's not beat around the bush here.
I just thought it was dandruff, you know?
Speaking of heroin,
it's not a problem I have, of course. Not a problem many of us here have, dandruff. But yeah. Anyway, sorry. Go on.
That's okay. ROMM, at least say something. He's thinking. No, it's hard. He's still learning how to use his mic. He'll figure it out. He's probably trying to hook up to that Bodega Bay. He still hasn't got that thing working after all these years.
I heard him.
No,
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So,
only you can't hear Amigo Aaron there.
maybe I've got him.
Yeah,
You know,
I
I
heard
may have him muted. Why would I do that? I do have OROM muted.
Yeah.
What?
Uh-huh.
The mute list. Let's see.
You know, that's not the worst idea. I could just badmouth him and then I'm scot free. Sorry about that, OROM. How you doing?
It's not good. Doing good.
Very good.
Been
Very
on
good.
a buying spree lately with Amiga stuff, so that's
Well, that's all. I think welcome to the club. So,
Yeah.
we are going to kick this thing off because we have a long, long way to go tonight with some excellent stuff. I'm really looking forward to this. You know, one thing I did before the show started, I got here early and I made sure to get everyone to list when they wanted to go on, and then I deleted the list. So I'm going to bring the list back up. Here it comes. Now, leading the dance tonight is our good buddy who's up late. Please, everyone, a warm welcome for the Lob Man, Lobsterminator. What do you got for us tonight, Lobby?
Yeah, I'd like to bring the mood down right away and do a little summary of the AI coding workshop I had with the Discord people. I think Pachaco and Petzel were in my previous session. It was 2.5 hours, but I'll try to connect it to like 20 minutes. So cut the slack off. Let's see if I can.
Uh-oh, I hear a thing. So you got to pop up here. Let me get it. I got it. Carry on.
So yeah, basically a couple of disclaimers and background. I think I'm a cynical enthusiast when it comes to AI, and like if the AI bubble bursts, I think it will kill companies, but the tech will live on and it won't die. So I don't want to like ignore it. And I meant to delete that. Society will most likely collapse.
Great.
But like originally, I had a IRL session for my friends who are like non-technical. Basically, most of them had never written a line of code ever, and they are mainly designers and creatives. So I wanted to like open up to them what the code side is currently. And by the end of my first session, my non-technical designer friends were able to make all kinds of games, which was fun to see. And yeah, AI code is so far basically the most successful use for AI, because code is built on set patterns and structures. There's a huge amount of training material on GitHub and all over the place. And the goal is to make clean code, not creative, obscure hacks, which makes it easier than, like, say, for example, writing a novel. There are also several ways to ensure functionality, automated tests, checking the syntax, add logging when something is buggy. And the big change really happened last year, like January 25. Most people were like dabbling a bit with new tools, and now many companies are basically spewing all their code with AI. I won't say if it's a good idea or not, but it can be with AI. And the basic terms, I'm sure everyone has heard of vibe coding. It's basically when a non-technical person has AI write everything and the person doesn't understand what happens. And even then, you can do like some simple proof of concept things, but it's very risky. And usually they have a ton of security holes and similar issues. And then there's AI-assisted coding, where AI writes the code mainly, but the human asks specifically what to do and keeps reins on the process. So it's more like a senior dev, junior dev relationship. Yeah, and a few of the tools around currently. Lovable is the most beginner friendly, and it's mainly for websites and simple programs. I think Lovable is the fastest growing company in the history of the world. And Cursor is the first big success. It's a VS Code based editor that you can use as like writing code traditionally, but also it has the AI functionalities. And then there's the command line tools, Claude Code, Codex, and also Google Anti-Gravity is also a VS Code based editor. And yeah, how it works. Spoiler, yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, everything the AI does is built on tokens. Tokens are a bit vague. They are somewhere between a character, a syllable, and a word. Like all text is split into tokens. Like unbelievable might end up with 3 tokens. Unbelievable that splits the concept of the word in pieces. And I like to say that LLMs see words more like shapes, not letters, which is why it's a common trick to ask an AI count the letters in this word, and it often fails because it sees tokens, not letters.
Oh, that's why. I was curious about that because I always saw the test to be like, how many B's are there in the word blueberry? And it was always failing on it.
Yeah, it's a strange and interesting thing, the tokens.
Yeah.
Yeah, and context is the memory that's in the single chat. It's also counted in tokens. Most services use around 250K. Now you have newer 1 million token tools also. And when the context gets full, it can lead to context rot. So if you have ever experienced a really long chat in ChatGPT or somewhere, you see that it starts to freak out and go slow, and because it can't hold everything in the memory at once.
Yeah, it starts to forget the earlier stuff, right?
Yeah. So yeah, because of this small context, it's always best to have really simple and plain material. And these modern tools, in quotations, are thinking, which means that the basic old AI tools, you wrote a prompt, you got an answer, and that's that. But modern tools work more in a loop. So you ask the tool to do something, it first forms the task in its own language for itself. Then it makes an attempt. Then it sees, did it work? Is there something wrong? Then it tries again and again until it achieves the tasks. So they usually fix most simple issues by themselves before they give you the output. And they can also, during this process, use tools like automated testing and similar things. And in regards to prompting, I like to keep prompts clear and professional. Like, I know some people use swear words and go get angry at the AI when it doesn't work, but I think it's not from me.
I swore at my Google machine the other day and it got mad at me. It yelled at me.
And yeah, the more these tools improve, the less tricks you need. Like when you go back a year or two with the first big image generator models, you had like huge long prompts with all kinds of trick buzzwords in them. But now you can go to like Google Nano Banana and just write in plain language what you want, and it gives it to you without any trickery. And one important thing I like to always do is when I ask the AI to do something, I ask it to ask clarifying questions because they are often quite insightful. Yeah, and the more details you add, the more unique the result. The tools are pretty good at figuring out what you need at minimum when you don't specify it, but especially in visual things, they go for like the most blunt result. And AI purple is a thing because for some reason these models seem to really like purple. I think it's partly based on some defaults that some popular libraries use and such. But if you've seen the homepage of many AI companies, there's always the dark background and purple highlights. So,
what? That's bizarre. Why? Is there no one knows why that is exactly?
Yeah, not exactly, but yeah, I think it's there. There are a few like really popular styling libraries that have had some defaults that polluted the whole scene. And purple is, purple is
it's
also
the color of the Roman emperor as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's also somewhat neutral. Like purple has, I think, less like emotional connotations than like red or blue or green. So it's and yeah, safety is a big issue. The tools do quite well stay in their own lanes. Like if you open a project, it works in that directory, but there's no like real sandboxing, so they can do stuff outside. So if the tools ask to run some commands, it's good to look at what it is, especially if it starts with ROMM, so they don't delete your whole system. And also the AI can misunderstand stuff. Like when you ask it to fix a broken button on a website, it takes the button away. Problem solved.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's a couple of examples about prompting. Like, the more detailed you go, the more you get exactly what you want. But even like this tends to give you something sensible. Yeah, and for anything bigger than a simple test, it's good to write and or ask AI to write a project plan and save it in the folder. So then you have the context for the project even when you start a new session, and proceed step by step And with the project plan, you can mix and match tools, and they all know what you're working on. Yeah. What's the... Yeah,
that was my pickup line in high school. Not that successful. I'm not gonna lie to you.
1 star.
Yeah, because there's a bit of waiting involved. Let's do 3 things at once. Let's make a website for an unnamed restaurant called Thai Fusion in West Virginia. Using lovable.
Hypothetically.
Yes. And while that's brewing, let's make a 3D browser game. I'll use OpenAI Codex for this. And this is most likely to fail because I usually have my setup on my Linux computer, and now I'm on my Mac laptop, and this is a different assemble for C64, but we'll see.
The coding part, for the coding part, do you find certain models work better for certain languages?
Not really like that. It's basically with JavaScript and Python are like the overall best with every model because they are so popular and they have so much material online. And the more niche you go, the more you have to provide documentation for them to understand.
Oh, okay.
So I was trying to get Claude to do something for me couple of weeks ago, and it just kept bombing out, running out of tokens, and it was just like a simple 8-bit game, and I let it crawl the web for information, and I've just given up because it just kept coming back saying I'm building some stuff, and I'm like, where's your work? And it's like, I haven't got it yet. Okay. Like a really
but I'm
bad
using your tokens, trust me.
yeah it's there, it's nearly there, man, it's coming.
Yeah, with Claude, the Opus model is really expensive and token hungry, so it's better to use Sonnet for most things.
Yeah.
If you don't have.
Yeah, I mean, we were mucking around with after your session.
Okay.
I kind of took my
website is done.
Yeah.
How much does a token cost?
It's vague because if you have the monthly plans, they actually subsidize them quite a bit. So,
Aaron, I think we're doing an ad for Thai Fusion Hub.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Yeah.
Oh, so you just created that web page? Is that what I'm seeing?
That's what you're seeing.
Well, how do I get to see that stuff? I can only see your face.
Look, watch the stream. It's on the stream.
Oh, you mean what, like on Twitch?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, it made a pretty nice base for the website, and like previously.
So how? I guess I missed a part. How did you give it the prices and the menu? Where did all that come from?
It made them up.
Oh,
so basically,
okay.
I just specified that it had a menu section, and then it made a menu. So basically, if this were your real restaurant, you'd have to edit this.
I guess if they already had a website, you could scrape it, right? You could just tell it to scrape it, right?
What I was thinking more along the lines was like have an Excel sheet. Use this Excel sheet for my menu.
Yeah, you could provide it. Yeah.
In this case, I'd imagine
I'm so old. We
because-
used to use Excel. I don't know what the new thing is.
In this case, I would imagine because you told it was called the Thai Fusion, that it probably knew from that context to like grab some typical Thai menu items and to sample a menu out.
Yep.
I guess if you had like a Google Doc, right, then you could link it, and then someone on the front end, like in the restaurant, if the prices changed, they could just change to that, and the website would update, right? Something like this.
Well, you'd have to rerun the thing to regenerate the HTML, right? You'd have to update the Excel sheet, right, on the Google Doc, and then once the Excel sheet was done, unless they were pulling those prices dynamically from the sheet, right? It all depends upon how you create the web page.
Yeah, it could do that, couldn't it? Then you could just do it dynamically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you could use it like a database. I guess it can do like MySQL and stuff like this, right? Can it? I don't know.
I would imagine it would, whatever the prompt would be, is like you would have to feed it the details on your database connections or your Google Sheets authentication pieces, and then it would be able to kind of pin all that together.
Or tell it dynamically get the menu from
I think it can even design the database. You know, you say, "Oh, I'm doing a restaurant," and it'd say, "Oh yeah, this is a good database structure. There you go." Because I know about 10 dozen other restaurant databases, and here yours would be similar, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew a guy who did a website for a little football club, and then because he did it, he went to all the other little football clubs and said, "Look at this," and they really liked it, and he ended up doing so many of them. He made a lot of money from it. All he did was change the colors for the teams, you know, and the logos and everything, and yeah. Anyway.
That was awesome.
I'll try to quickly get this working. Oh, I don't even have it up here. Yeah. Well, the live demo, I won't waste more time with this to debug these. That's the risk with live demos. But yeah.
That's cool.
That was basically my
Did you
content.
see that free
final
ice
note.
cream with Amiga membership? Did you see that? That was awesome.
Yep, yeah.
I love that. I'm going to suggest that to Boat immediately.
Yeah, but also like AI code is a pretty good teaching tool. Also, if you want to learn programming, like you can ask the AI to make some simple thing, like a box that I can control with WASD keys, and then look at the code and try to understand it. And you can have Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask, could you go so far as asking the AI to put together a simple course for you?
Why not? Yeah. And it's also quite good at commenting existing code. So you can have like some...
Earlier you talked about using tokens to do this. How much does a token cost?
It depends. Like with the monthly... Let's see how...
How much did it cost to make that website? Is that a token? A full token?
No, basically, for this Lovable, I just have the free version, and it has credits per day. So I think they have 4 credits for free, and I think this used 0.70 credits, this website. So I could still do some amount of tweaking for that for free. And like Pachaco that mentioned that he often runs out with the cloud tokens because the Opus uses so much tokens. But there's
and
not.
It's very interesting because what is the value of a token worth? If a token, right? I guess 40K RAM says it's $20 a month for so many. So let's say $20 for 5 tokens. I mean, what is that 5 tokens? Is that 4 CPU processing time per hour, or what does that token equate to in CPU power?
The billing when you have API usage, like which many companies use, it's usually billed by dollars per a million tokens.
Yeah.
So let's look at.
Sounds like a interesting presentation.
I always wondered about that. I mean, you're bringing a good point there. The value of this stuff and what they mean. It is. I mean, to a layperson, it's quite baffling.
What if they say you used to get 4 ticks, but now you get 2 ticks? I don't know.
Well, it's like the Uber model, right? It's just like, demolish the entire market, kill all of your competitors by making it cheap, so you hemorrhage money and hope you can live long enough that you're the last man standing.
And I think now it's becoming clear that there won't be a single winner because Google and Claude and OpenAI are like quite equal competitors. So now it's getting that's like the part of the AI bubble because they are losing so much money because they are subsidizing the costs in the hopes of growing. So we'll see what happens.
What about that Claude code leak? Can't anybody run Claude now? Did you guys hear? I think Claude got leaked a couple weeks ago. Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah.
The actual
the guy posted all the source code. Yeah.
But it's basically they only leaked the harness, like the command line program. But so much of the magic happens in the server, so it's still not a serious leak in that sense. But I think it was probably quite interesting for the competing companies to see.
And they could probably tell their AI to look at that leak and derive the rest of the code from that.
Can you self-host? Can I run it in a Docker?
You can. There are open models. If you have a beefy GPU with lots of VRAM, you can run your own models. They are getting better. I think the recent ones, they are still not quite the same level as these commercial ones, but I think in a year or two they might be really viable.
Yeah, I hear some of these Chinese models are really good on relatively low end systems, right, compared to the US ones.
Yeah, I mean, funny enough, after your course or your lecture, this one, when we did it before, I took my findings back to the guys at work, and then we were all mucking around. In fact, just in ChatGPT, knocking up prototypes for game concepts, just playing around with it, So it was quite fun for that. But again, those things are meant to be disposable. They're not meant to be, production ready. So it's good for stuff like that, I feel. But yeah, there is some scary use cases where people we'll just do some massive healthcare systems. Maybe not that. So
and the big risk is because companies are really, they love productivity and efficiency. So you can spew out so much code that no humans can review it properly.
Yep.
So you can just do so much crap fast that it's. I think we'll see some major problems in the coming years.
Yeah, like Pajaco, the other part that has been happening recently is with the release of Mythos and I think OpenAI's Crypto or Crypta or something like that is essentially vulnerability looking for vulnerability exploits. and that's frightening.
Yeah. And that's going to be the big problem, is it? Because it's like, well, how do you fix this? Like, well, we don't know. We don't know how it works. We just made the code work, and that's it. So yeah, it is kind of it's a very double-edged sword, sadly. So hopefully we'll come out the other end of it, but with a better understanding. But yeah, it's I both love it and hate it at the same time.
Yeah,
I think it's...
and also like in many cases, the decisions of how to use AI is not done by the coders or technical people. It's like the CEOs.
I find it super handy to help distill a bunch of information and summarize it, because it can do that way faster than I can read through it all. So I find it super handy in that regard.
Yeah, I mean,
especially if you get like a two-page email, right? And you just give it to ChatGPT and say, "Okay, tell me what this is about," and then let me see if it's worth reading it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I used it literally this week to scrape like 125 game design documents on Confluence, finding specific bits of strings that we use in our game strings, because it's like it was that, or I opened 125 Confluence pages by hand and cut and paste everything out, and that would have taken weeks. So yeah, it's it was it was a few hours, but yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Aaron, I see you got the whole Blofeld thing going on there, huh?
a little bit. Listen, I'm going to tell you, Lobby, I find this whole topic quite fascinating because being the dullard that I am, I'm only coming to grips with how this thing works. So I like that being spelt out like that, because, I mean, I've got a layperson's knowledge, but it's, there's a lot there. It's almost like techno magic to an outsider who doesn't fully comprehend what you've got there. But I think there are some quality applications for AI, and I think programming is not. It gives someone like myself, a schlub, we may be able to have a fighting chance to at least pretend that we can sort of do something one of these days. So I find that an interesting part of it.
Yeah, definitely. And it's especially good, like, just if you have some random little idea, you can make it happen. You might not make a full program suite, but you can do like proof of concept stuff, which is nice.
Absolutely. Any final questions for Lobby? Lobby, you got anything else, my friend?
No, I don't think I'll waste any more time.
Oh no, that was good. I mean, trust me, that's what I need. That's dandy with me. I like that. Anybody got any questions for Lobby before we move along? All right. Excellent stuff.
Thanks, man. That was really good. Yeah.
Hey, Double A, if you can indulge me, because I was just talking to Happy. His subject sort of dovetails in this. So would you mind if I move him up and move you behind him? Are you okay with that?
That's no problem. That's
absolutely, Danny. Well,
Thanks,
Happy,
man.
We're going to move you right in since you said you've got something along these lines. What do you got for us, Hap?
So, yeah, it's interesting because you were just talking there about how the most common uses for people who can't code, like artistic people maybe, to be able to code, right? And what I've been doing is, myself as a coder, mostly finding ways that I can use it to be more creative and be more artistic, right? So this kind of started because I normally work with a couple of guys who do artwork when I publish games, and I've got two different presentations actually, so I'll try and do them like 10-15 minutes each. I'll be real quick if I
Very good.
So the first one is that I'm working. I don't know if you guys, if you're in the UK, you'd probably know of the game called Football Manager, right? Which is a really important game by a guy called Kevin Toms, who I got quite friendly with last year in a Crash, and we've been talking about doing a sort of remaster, remake, and a sort of history of the game and this kind of thing. And I got thinking about, how you see things like the Beatles Get Back, and I think Peter Jackson did something with, they were restoring old materials and bringing them up to sort of modern, high quality and different things like this, right? So I got to thinking this is kind of an interesting thing because a lot of that early stuff in the UK gaming history, probably the same in the US, you know, there isn't a lot of high quality photos of the people who are involved or the sort of development materials and things like this. So I started talking to Kevin about this, and we came up with this idea of creating this match day program, which shows a little bit of the history of football games, soccer games, if you prefer, and how the game was started. And he also sent me some really old photos and different things like this. And I was using AI to basically enhance them and bring them in, you know, into a state that people can enjoy as a kind of collective piece of, as I said, like a documentary in a way, in the form of a football program. So I'm going to show you just a few bits of that. This is only a short presentation, but to give you an idea of some of the things that you can do. But I should say that this is not just like ask the AI and it does it, right? It's kind of like I spent a lot of hours working with the AI and understanding how to have a conversation with it and how to coax the results. And then you get 5, 6, 7, sometimes even a dozen results. And then you have to use something like Photoshop to sort of piece them together to create something that hopefully at the end doesn't look like AI, right? That's the objective, is you want to make it look like how you see it in your head, right? So yeah, I'll start with this. We'll go through this pretty quick, but I'll just explain a few of these. I just have to go to share, right? So for the cover, yeah, just give me 1 second. So for the cover of we took the original screen, which was a painting, and because football programs usually have a photo, right? So we changed the painting into a photo, right? So you'll see the painting a bit later, but this is the cover of the magazine, and this is a photo, right? But this isn't a real photo. This is based on the painting of the cover of the original game, which you'll see the cover as we go through. So we thought that was kind of fun. Then, I mean, I'll go through this quickly because this is going to be released as a physical item with the game and in a box set. So I don't want to, you know, spoil too much. But we have here. You can see a few images of games which predate video games that are based on soccer and football. The interesting thing about these are all restored by the AI. Would you believe, just from photos of old boxes of the game from eBay, right? So I just found someone who's selling an old box, put that into the AI and said, okay, show me, then I would basically manipulate it so that it was a rectangle and then say, okay, can you restore that? And it restores the quality of it to the point where it looks, you know, pretty much, this isn't super high res, right? But you can see that essentially it's able to restore. These are just, as I said, from eBay, and some of the boxes were really tatty and had like corners missing and everything. But you're basically able to fully and completely restore these boxes in order to present them as a kind of.
You wouldn't happen to have any before and after photos, would you?
I don't have them handy, but I am planning. I might do a video at some point to show, because some of these you wouldn't believe the difference, right? You really wouldn't. And when it comes to restoring some old photos as well. But yeah, you can imagine these were really, a lot of these were real kind of tatty and messy, and some of them I have had to build. You know, it's a combination of Photoshop skills and AI. So the AI would get to a certain point, like this picture, for example. I got this box, it was restored, and then I asked, but it didn't do the text very well. So I asked the AI to remove the text, and then I found a font that matched it, and then I recreated that text, and then I put that back onto the image where it had the text removed. And that's how you get, you know, the quality of that. And so some of this stuff, the images, it does really well, and then other times you ask it to remove things, and then you add them back in yourself, and because you can create layers of different things like that, right? So that's a few of those. I did the same thing with these comics, right? So found some of these comics online, and in this case, slightly differently, I had reasonably high quality versions of these covers, but in this case, I got the AI to make them look like original comics that are on a table. You see, right? So, and these football badges were also on sale on eBay, and I again got rendered and then added shadows and did various things. So it gives the overall presentation. It's a nice style, but they look like actual real comics. They've got a little bit of wear and tear, which the AI also was able to add, right? So it's interesting because you start with restoring it and getting it to perfect quality, and then in this instance, you're then making it look like it's a little bit older. So that was another technique that we used. And then this is probably the biggest project. I created a whole comic, which is the story of Kevin when he was born, and like he's at home doing his football pools when he was a kid and playing Subbuteo. And again, these are AI generated, but usually 4 or 5 AI images, and then you pick the best bits and you take the elements and you extract them, and then you sort of piece them together. So, you know, he wasn't sitting with a can of Tizer and some jammy Dodgers, and, you know, there wasn't like a McVitie's home wheat biscuits in the corner here, right? So I was like adding little Easter eggs into the game, right? Into the images to make them to humanize them a bit more and make them look a bit less AI, right? So, and again, just, you know, a few little things. You can be creative. Like it was my idea to add this dog, you know, and I think it adds some nice personality because when it shows him kind of coaching the team, you know, the dog is also being coached, and you know, and Kevin's really tall, which is why this is kind of cool. It's difficult when you're doing this with the AI to consistently get the same character looking right in the images from one frame to the next. So sometimes what you're doing is like feeding it a lot of reference images, like okay, make him look, see this guy in this previous picture, I want him in this picture, and so on, right? So like this image here, if you look at him with his parents are kind of pretty generic, but then he is actually like, he looks a bit like Kevin. He kind of evolves, he gets older, so as he goes along, and then he gets his little beard. The beard was a really interesting one, right? Because I wanted a goatee beard, like a thin beard. And every time I did it, it just gave me like this big bushy beard, and it just wouldn't do it. But then I realized, I said, okay, take the beard away completely. And then he was bare chinned. And then I overlaid the bushy beard. And then I used Photoshop and I just shaved it. I just shaved the beard myself with Photoshop because there was 2 layers, right? So you could just take away the bits, you know, make all of this clean and just have it like pencil thin. So yeah, that beard was originally a lot bushier, but by overlaying 2 images, yeah. And I mean, all of the story and the script and all of the text, that's all done by me, right? So yeah, and then eventually, yeah, you've got him kind of working and developing the game, and eventually meeting the big shop that agrees to take the game and sell it, right? So. And it was quite a tricky thing to do because you're trying to tell a story, but you're trying to include, there's a lot of stuff in the story. So just as a simple example, right? When Kevin made the game, there was a TRS-80 version and there was a ZX81 version, right? The TRS-80 version sold like 2 copies and the ZX81 sold like 200, like immediately. So, and I didn't want to say that. It's difficult to say that in the comic. So, but what you can see there is just in the background, there's just a little image, and it says, it tells you the story, right? So immediately. Yeah, and this one, that's interesting because, again, I'll go really quickly here, but some of these images are, if you take a look at, just remember this image here at the bottom left, and remember this middle one in his office, right? So, because then we did some photos and made these look like Polaroids from the time, restored them, but then made them look like, you know, the kind of color wash you get from Polaroids. And you can see that was a picture of Kevin working on the machine. And there you can see that's him, that's a comic version there. And there is his office, right? That's his actual real office. and it calls back there. You can see that's him in his actual real office as well, right? So using these images as references. And then some of these pictures came from, this isn't the final one. I got a couple more pictures here, but yeah. Anyway, moving on. I'll just skip this part. This is the original artwork. This is an interesting project. Again, I restored this. I was sent the original painting as a scan, and it was, someone had left it in a garage. It got rained on. There was like smears. It was, you know, there was paint drips, and it was terrible. But I was able to remove most of those, and then using the original, using one of the cassette scans, you know, I was able to fill in a few of the gaps, and then eventually I was able to get this really high quality version of the painting. So, which, you know, is up to 4K, and that's, you know, really good. Use the AI as well. And then very quickly, so these were, I managed to contact the original artist who did that painting. He's in his 70s now, and he was really happy to hear from me. And I asked him, he said, oh, I might still have some original sketches. He had a look, and sadly he didn't have them. I said, oh, well, you wouldn't mind, would you mind just maybe drawing me a few from memory? And he said, sure, I'll do it. 40 years ago. Anyway, he drew these from memory, sent them to me, and then I used the AI to put them on these little scraps of paper, right? So it looks like little pieces. So that's something similar. Then this is just a bit of fun I was having with Kevin's face.
Hey, I gotta ask you a question, Happy, because I like what you did there. You contacted the original artist. What did he think about? Yeah. Was he down with you using AI to like include his artwork in your project?
Oh, he was really happy because he was so happy to see the artwork, which he hadn't seen for 40 years.
I mean, the reason I bring it up is I think that's the. I don't think anyone can get uppity about that. I mean, you talked to the original guy; he was down with the clown. You're using his stuff. I mean, I think that's the ultimate merging of the AI assistants with the actual artist. I think that's dandy.
Absolutely, and it's all part of the giving it that legitimacy, right? So that you know, you can see here. Look, so here the original sketches that were made have been lost to time. Very kindly agreed to recreate some of them by hand. And there you can see them, right? So you can't get much closer than not having the original than having the original guy redraw them for you, right?
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Love that.
And then these are some of the original adverts, again, you know, restored with AI, really high quality. And again, what normally happens, you get a few artifacts, it gets a few things wrong. Little details like, you know, like the logo for Boots or Men's. Sometimes it doesn't get those, but then you can source those on the internet and add them, right? So you're reconstructing and restoring something back to it as it would have looked in 1982, right? Which, you know, there are no images that exist today that look like that. So you recreate it from multiple sources. In the same way that, as I said, Peter Jackson did that with the Beatles video, you know, that kind of stuff. We also had these sticker collections when we were kids. Maybe you guys in the US had something similar.
Oh yeah.
So I built these from hand, and then I had the AI add like little sticker effects. And another interesting thing is that, you know, you get these photos online, and they're kind of questionable as to whether you can really use them. So just to be on the safe side, what I did is the guys who were smiling, I made them frown, and the guys who were frowning, I made them smile. So it's these pictures are all AI generated as well, and they're not the same as the ones used in the sticker book because they have different facial expressions, right? So and you kind of change the backgrounds, and so the pictures are not really fully traceable, right? Because they're changed effectively. So that was another thing I did. I mean, I learned so much doing this. It was a lot of fun. Anyway, very quickly, just a couple more things. Some newspaper clippings. Restored this picture. This was from a black and white picture of a girl, and this is an interesting one. So this is Kevin at the Computer Video Game Awards, and he sent me a picture of this award here on the right. It was completely battered. It had been left in a box somewhere. You know, it was rusty on here. One of the screws was missing. So fully restored it with AI, and then there was a picture in a computer magazine fairly low quality with that kind of moire effect with him and two other guys, and there he was with his image. So I fully restored that with AI. It didn't look like Kevin until I fed it. Fortunately, with Kevin, he's had a lot of his pictures over the years, right, on his game, so I could get a lot of his photos, feed them into the AI, and then slowly managed to make it look more or less like him. And then at the very end, I just added eyes from a different photo of him that made it look to the point where he was happy with it, right?
So I gotta jump in here again. I hate to do this, but I gotta ask. So you're telling me he dug this award up? It was beat to hell, right?
Yeah.
And he what, sent you a copy of the award or a picture of the award?
No, he sent me a picture of it all beat up, and I restored it with the AI.
You know, me and Brent and Boat cover a lot of old stuff, and so this is the first time I've ever seen the much talked about Golden Joystick Award. I've read about these for years, and so that's what it looks like. He's holding the Golden Joystick Award right there.
That was the inaugural Golden Joystick Award. Yeah, that was the first year, and it was done by Computer and Video Games. So,
that's outstanding. That right there is great because I've always wondered what they looked like. So that's neat.
Well,
carry on.
And so, the two guys he was standing next to, I removed and enhanced his picture and just put him there posing. Similar things like this, and I mean, there's a few more. I recreated these cassettes using the covers. Asked the AI to turn the covers into cassettes. Sorry, little cat, get away. So there's all these different kinds of uses, and I also did this "You Are the Referee" comic as well, which is getting Kevin's face into this was really hard work, but eventually, because you had the side profile and the forward profile, and and then I also created this, which is like a grid of all the different computers that you could play it on. So it's like a game, which computers can you name, sort of thing. Anyway, that's that. Just wanted to, that was my first presentation. I don't know how long that took, but
I think that was dandy. Really interesting.
How long did it take you to do all the work, right? That looks like a lot of stuff.
Yeah. It was a fair amount of time. Yeah, it was 2 or 3 hours
week,
a day.
A month, a year?
No. It was about, well, let's say I was working on it for about 6 to 8 weeks, a couple of hours a day. So I don't know, maybe 40, 50 hours, maybe something like that. I don't know, but it was a lot of work. But
great job.
The way that I looked at it was, if I did it now, it'd take me half the time that it took me to do this, because I learned so much from doing it, right? About how to get the results and how to produce. I mean, I'm doing some more artwork now for another project, which is, I can't talk about just yet, but maybe at the next computer club, who knows? But I'm doing some artwork for that, and I'm finding I can work so much quicker because I know how to. I've learned all of the, I learned about producing a magazine and how to produce the artwork and various bits. So it's a good, I would always say it's a good rule of thumb, I mean, if you think, it might seem like it's going to take a long time, but if you know that you're going to learn a lot from it and pick up a lot of skills, and you have a bit of time, then it's worth it, right? And it's worth going for it. So that's what I did.
I think that's good stuff.
I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting, right? But one thing that's, almost scary is, right, you're recreating stuff, right? What if other people are recreating historic documents like that? That's interesting.
They almost certainly are, right? Among other things. Yeah. I mean, there's a dark side and a light side to it,
Yeah. Well, I wanted people to see things as they're real. Those things really happened. Kevin really was in that room with that award, right?
Yeah.
But there is no photo of him. So if we take the original source, we have a very low quality photo, and we managed to restore it up to a high quality photo, then yes, it's fake, but it's kind of the best kind of fake, I suppose, right?
Yes, I think that I didn't.
And as you can see here at the bottom, I very clearly said, some images have been restored, recreated, or modified for illustrative purposes. So yeah, there's no claim that any of these are real. It's a fairly light-hearted thing. but it tells the story really well.
Your friend Kevin, if I'm not mistaken, someone here may know the story. Me and Boat were reviewing this game, the original, and I believe as I was bad-mouthing the game, he showed up in the chat, and everyone else knew.
Yeah.
And
So he's pretty active. He's pretty active. Yeah.
So, whoops. But I mean, I actually like the game, and to get that kind of game over with an American is no easy feat. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Carry on, Happy. I'm sorry.
All right, so that's that, right? And that's something that I'm going to be doing quite a lot more of as a publisher. Working with some of these original artists who, send me photos, different bits of information, and I'm going to collate it together, restore it, make it into something that's a little more presentable, even perhaps, even commercial, so that people can get a feel of some of those things, right? So one of the ways to go would be to have these very low quality black and white images, and that's cool, that's the real thing. But for this one in particular, I thought it'd be fun to take the kind of Peter Jackson approach to the Beatles thing, because I loved watching that Beatles.
Yeah,
film.
that thing was great. It's an all-timer. I love that myself.
And it was like you just felt like you'd gone into 1969 and 70, and you were like there. It was just amazing, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So hopefully, I managed to recreate a little bit of that to give people the feeling that they were how things were actually seen at the time. Okay, so I have time for another very quick one. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick.
All right, I'll go quick. Right. So, well, how many of you guys know this game, Attic Attack? Of course, you, Aaron and Pajaka, right? The rest of you guys don't know it, right?
No, I know it. I've heard of it.
Yeah, we would.
You know it, yeah.
Yeah, the guys you're doing Wizard's Quest on Coco show that, right? Aaron, I think it's Wizard's Quest, and that's literally a rip-off of Attic Attack. So I was just playing that this week. So, yeah.
I think what reminds me about this game all the time is that Boat calls it a tick attack.
That's what Josh just said in the chat.
Some people do, yeah. Right, just a second. I'm not sharing the right thing. Okay, so I'll go as quick as I can. Right, we'll very simply, right. Attic Attack, which is spelt with one T, so that's probably the reason why people sometimes pronounce it a tick attack. This is like tic tacs, right? It looks like tic tacs, right? Do I have it open? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to show you the game itself very quickly. It's a maze game. It's set in a mansion. You have to run around. The object of the game is to escape. You have to, it's top down, a little bit like Gauntlet, I suppose. And the object of the game is to explore the mansion, find the keys that will unlock certain doors, and then ultimately you find 3 pieces of a large key which you bring back to the main entrance, and you can escape, right? So if I just I don't have the sound here, right? But if I just start quickly, you get the idea, right? So there's a crucifix that'll protect you from a Dracula. Let's try in here. Oh, there's a green key. That's always useful, right? So we can go through the green door. That's a good one as well. The mummy. That'll help us with the mummy. The red leaf is a tanner leaf. Aaron, you know your classic Universal monsters, right? You know that the mummy doesn't like the tanner leaf.
Right.
So, vaguely remember that, do you?
Vaguely. The mummy was not my favorite.
Well, no, I mean, outside of the big 3, you know. So anyway, that's this game, right? And on the face of it, people could probably describe this game as, you know, a pretty straightforward maze game, but it actually has some really interesting elements that I think raise it above, you know, your typical maze game. First of all, there are 3 different character types. You can see there's the mummy, right? And I've got the tanner leaf. So when I take this key, hopefully the mummy won't chase me because I've got a tanner leaf, right? There you go, yeah. So oh no, he's after me. Oh well, so much for that plan. Oh, I think what I have to do is leave the Tanner leaf in the room and he's attracted to it. That's probably what that is. Let's see if that works. Hang on a second. Let's try and leave that over there. Yeah, he's gone and taken that Tanner leaf, you see? But now he's after me. I think I'll get out. Anyway, what makes this game interesting? I'll pause it there. What kind of makes this game stand out a little bit more than the usual? And I think there are 4 kind of key mechanics, right, within the game. First of all, there's a time pressure because you have food and you're always running out of food all the time. So it's like a survival game for a start, right? You have to, so when you're running around, you're always thinking about where's my next piece of food? How can I survive and keep going, right? So that's one element, the time pressure. The keys are pseudo-random, so there are 4 or 5 different combinations. So in some ways, I like a Rubik's Cube, right? So there's a certain random combination which are limited but still vary the gameplay. There are 3 different characters, and they're pretty much the same, but they each have different shortcuts in the game that they can use. So one of them could go through clocks, one can go through barrels, and so depending on which character you choose, you'll have a different route to get through the castle. And then obviously you have the limited inventory, and I mean, just generally, it's a good example of a game which gives you constraints that really add to the overall gameplay, right? So you have got a time constraint, you've got an inventory constraint, but they don't. They create tension, and they don't become annoying usually, right? So, and secondly, the design of the castle is also really well thought out, and I'll show you that really quick. Just a minute. Okay. So all of this will give you the background into what I'm leading into. But okay, so can you guys see that? Yeah.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll zoom in, right? So there are 5 levels, and each of them is slightly different, and that's another thing that adds to the element of the game, right? So this is the first floor here, and it's a really good example of great game design because you start off with sort of 9, 10 rooms that are fairly open that you can access. So that's the first floor. I'm looking. This is the opening level. Yeah, you remember this screen I was at. So it gives you, maybe 10 rooms, 10 or 15 rooms that you can explore straight away. Usually there'll be objects in here, and it immediately gives you an introduction to the game, right? You can actually see there was the cross that I found. There was the key, and a few other little pieces, right? So you immediately familiarize yourself in a fairly safe space. So that's the first really nice design element. The ground floor, however, has in fact got 2 side wings, so it really does look like a castle. But you'll see these are locked out initially, so you can't get into these wings from the get-go. And there's also a long corridor here, which again is gated, locked out by keys. But once you've opened it, it allows you to move from one part of the mansion to another really quickly. And so as the time is ticking, and you're running out of food, and it becomes a little more difficult, you learn all of these shortcuts, and you can get from one part of the mansion to another really quickly once you've learned those tricks and once you've unlocked it, right? So that's the ground floor. The first floor is over here, and this floor is more compact, similar to the ground floor. It's a little trickier because there's more locks, and there are also more trapdoors that can cause you to fall into them, and some of them are right next to doors. You can fall into them, and you end up back on the ground floor, right? So it's a little trickier. It's like a level up from the ground floor, right? Then the next floor, it's actually really interesting. This is the basement, and the basement is designed so that it's split into 2 sections, and at the very center of that is a room which you cannot access unless you go through a trapdoor, right? Because the key is inside the room, and the room is locked with the same key. You see it's a yellow key there. The yellow key inside locked yellow doors. But this rug on the floor tells you that you can land there from above. And that's a really interesting point in the game, because that's the point where the rest of the map starts to open up. And it also teaches you as a player that trapdoors aren't just traps. They're also pathways to other areas. Because initially, if you're a sort of early player, you won't go in the trapdoor, because you know when you go through the trapdoor, you don't know where you're going first, and secondly, you can't go back, right? So with a door, you can go through, and if you don't like what you see, you can run away, right? But with a trapdoor, you're going to land somewhere, you don't know where, and it's a risk. But as you get a little bit better at the game, then you understand that that's a risk that you have to take in order to get to certain parts of the mansion and access keys and so on, right? So that unlocks the yellow key, which is the most important key probably. It unlocks a lot of the basement. It allows you access to both these sections, and it allows you access to the top floor, which is the attic, and I'll show you the attic here. And the attic is the simplest of the rooms. It's right at the top. As you imagine, this is a little bit smaller, but it's quite convoluted and it's quite maze-like, and there's quite a few locked doors, and it takes a little bit of time to figure it out. But it's kind of like I suppose it's almost like a little safe that you have to crack at the end of the game because it's usually the final piece of the key that you'll find in the attic. And then finally, you have underneath the basement, you have this cavern system, right? And as you can see, the cavern system is a lot more complicated. It's a lot more spread out. And this is the real kind of, it's kind of catacombs, right? So you can fall, and quite often when you fall through a trapdoor, this is where you'll end up. And you'll be in the catacombs. Things are spread out. There isn't much food. And there's various bosses in the catacombs as well. Like there's a Dracula, there's like a demon, there's Frankenstein. So it's a much more dangerous area. And again, that's also really nice game design, because usually at the start of the game, if you fall through a trapdoor, you end up in the catacombs. You just think, I need to get out of here. I need to get back to the castle because it's too dangerous, and I'm going to run out of food and I'm going to die, right? But obviously, once you know your way around and you feel more confident, then you can explore the catacombs with a little bit more safety and learn how to do it, right? So all of those elements, the different characters, the different levels, make what would be an ordinarily quite a basic maze game into something that's quite strategic. And what's interesting is that when you first play it, you won't get that far, but fairly soon after that, once you learn the mansion, you can complete the game in something like 10 or 15 minutes. And then if you get really good, you can get below 10 minutes. And the best players in the world can do it within 3 minutes, right?
Jeez.
So that brings me back to that kind of Rubik's Cube thing, right? Where look, I have one right here, yeah? So, I mean, I can't do a Rubik's. Some people can do it in 10, 15 seconds, right? I can do it in a few minutes with a little bit of help maybe, but it's that same thing, right? It's easy to learn. You know how that you can see how everything works, but as you get to know it, you get better and you get faster. And then it becomes a really fun game in terms of the speed run, because it is, as you saw, it's not like Manic Miner. It's not like right? You can run around that mansion, like a blue-butted fly, as we say in English. So yeah, that's the game, right? Now I'm pretty good at this game. I haven't gone below 5 minutes, I don't think, but I've done it in about 6, and I know the code really well. And so I got to thinking, this is something I wanted to do for a long time. I was thinking, wouldn't it be interesting to use AI to create multiple mansions, right? So you could have like an infinite number of different combinations of mansion that you could play. Now, to do that in Z80 would be pretty tricky. But with the advent of AI, especially recently, I got to thinking, hang on a minute, maybe I can use the AI to create these mansions, right? So that's what I've been doing in the last couple of weeks in my spare time. And incidentally, what I tend to do, this is my little AI tip for you, right? Another AI tip. Obviously, I'm using Claude to do this, right? And you get, I don't know, you get about 10, 15 minutes on it before it says, oh, no, you're not allowed any more free. You have to wait 4 or 5 hours, right? So what I tend to do, there's two things. One is that because I have a different login with for my school and for me, so I have 2 different logins. So that doubles my time. And you can kind of you can ask it to create a save document, and then you can transfer that save document to another instance of the AI, and you can carry on, right? So you can kind of double your usage by doing that. And then the other thing I do is I just have 2 or 3 other projects that I work on, right? And when I run out of credits on, so for example, when I run out of credits on Claude doing Attic Attack, I'll go over to do some artwork on Google Gemini, right? And for another project, or I'll just go and clean the house, or do some real world stuff, go for a walk, ride my bike, whatever it might be. I should say I do work. I'm a teacher as well, but currently I'm on paternity leave, so I'm not actually as busy as I. Well, I mean, obviously I'm busy with the boy, but I have a bit more time on my hands at the moment, catching up. Especially now because my wife and my son are at the mother-in-law's at the moment, so I have a bit of time. So anyway, yeah, I fed this data. This is online from a guy who did some analysis of Attic Attack. It gives a bit of an overview about the different rooms and how they work and how the doors work. And so I gave that to Claude, and Claude said, "Oh yeah, I understand that. Yeah, that's cool, right?" And I said, "Right, okay, can you generate a random map?" And Claude, and this is probably the most annoying thing about AI, is it says, "Yeah, I can do that," and then it doesn't do it, right? Or it says, "Yeah, that's brilliant," and he goes, "Oh, you're right. Oh yeah," he's super positive, comes back and says, "Oh, I fixed it now," and then you look and it's like whack-a-mole. There's another problem. There's another problem.
Yes.
It's artificial ignorance as much as it is artificial intelligence. Anyway, I said, "Okay, let's do a random map." Fine, So it did it, and this is the first one that it came up with. Yeah. And as you can see, this isn't going to work, right? Because you've more or less got 5 levels of just a maze, right? And it doesn't have any real character. It doesn't really. I mean, it's all in a grid, isn't it? Right? So it doesn't make a lot of sense. And immediately, once I saw that, I thought, hang on a minute, this isn't just some maze game, right? This is quite in depth in terms of how you make it work. Now, the interesting thing about this game is that if those of you who are familiar with game coding, a lot of the time with a game, what you'll have is a map, right? And it will be, each room will have an ID, and there'll be some kind of an array, and the levels will have connections, and it'll tell you this room connects to this room, right? But Attic Attack doesn't work like that. So what Attic Attack does is it does have a whole series of rooms, but it has entrance and exit pairs, right? What that means is that any room in the mansion can be connected to any other room, provided you define the door at either end, right? So if you want a secret passage from the cavern up to the attic, then you can define that and just say, yeah, there's a door here in the north wall, and it goes to the east wall of the attic, and you can define it that way. So on the one hand, that's super flexible, but on the other, it's quite difficult to get it to work correctly for a number of reasons, right? Especially in terms of visually and how you structure it. Because, like, just as an example, stairwells have doors which are smaller at the bottom and bigger at the top. And, there's a whole range of different issues like this. But anyway, we started like this, and then I said, okay, let's have a look at let's go floor by floor and try and make it a little bit better, right? So this is like more or less like the next iteration. I asked it to split the first floor. I don't know if I can zoom that in a little bit. Maybe can I? Yeah. Split the first floor into sections, right? Give me a central part, and then give me 2 bits at the side and a corridor. It tried to do it, but it didn't. I mean, it's a little bit random. It doesn't really feel. Remember when I did that callback about making it the first level that you play, it should be fairly easy to understand. So then this is the next sort of stage that it got to, where I had a little bit of a central point here and wings here and here, and then a corridor, and it starts to go a little bit more like the original game, right? And I was doing something similar with the first floor over here, as you can see. So after that, I said, okay, let's instead of doing that, let's make the first floor very similar to the original game, because then when you play it, you know kind of where you're at the start. But the door connections and the ways that the rooms work together doesn't have to be exactly the same, right? Stairwells don't have to be the same. So there are random elements, but not enough that it would feel too unfamiliar. So this is kind of what happened then. Was that let's start with a grid of 9 rooms and put the start within that grid, and then connect to the wings and add a corridor and put a couple of random rooms on the sides, and then you kind of match that here with the first floor, right? So that's what we got with that. And then I added the additional shortcuts here to that, and that matches up to here. And then eventually we got to the point, I think the last one, yeah. So then, and then that's pretty much, whoops. Okay, this one is pretty much the design for the first floor. And that's how that worked. And the ground floor. Sorry, I live in Kazakhstan, and here ground floor is first floor. So I always mix it up. I'm in, you know, I'm like a sort of in some kind of quantum realm where I exist on the ground floor and the first floor at the same time, you know. So anyway. So yeah, the attic didn't need any changes, just randomize the doors, right? And then remember, you've also got the shortcuts, you've also got the keys, the colored keys, and you've got the colored doors, right? So all of those things can also be randomized. So even though this layout is similar, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not still relatively randomized. And hopefully, I don't know if I have one here. If I don't, then too bad. But it's also possible. Yeah, I don't have an example of that, but it's also. I'll try quickly and get one hopefully without causing too many delays. I realize I'm on the clock, but let me try that one. Yeah, there you go. So there you can see this is an example. It's a different orientation, right? So the room is this way, and now you have to move south to get to the corridor, and the wings are on the east and west, right? So there are 4 different orientations as well. So that's another random element. So with all of that in mind, I thought it's actually okay if the first floor and the ground floor have similar layouts each time, because there are enough random elements there with the orientation and the keys and everything else to make it sufficiently random. And plus, there are other areas of the game which are suitably randomized as well, right? So as you can see, with the base, this is the basement, and again, I've split the basement. You start with a core central. You want that same idea with that core locked room with the 4 keys. So I wanted to keep that in there, and then you build the basement around it, right? Because the other thing you have to do when it's random is you've got to kind of make sure that the whole thing feels like a building, right? And when you go down, you want to feel your sense of direction. You feel when you're in the north of the mansion, but if you fall down a trapdoor, you'll be in the north of the basement, right? So that was the idea there. And then if you look at the caverns, this is quite tricky, right? So I'm asking Core to generate the caverns, but it kept creating these kind of squares, like just blobs with lots of doors, but it didn't feel like a cavern. So I said, okay, well, how about we start with a central sort of central cavern, right? A central Manic Miner joke there. A central sort of cavern with 4 or 5 rooms, and then try and branch out with some tentacles that give it these kind of passages. So it attempted. It attempted to do that, but it still didn't feel like very cavernous. And then it was starting to create things like this, which just are too random and are disconnected and don't really work, right? So eventually, the solution to that, which is a room, something like this, right, which has these little areas of which are kind of solid rock, right, but potentially have good potential to add shortcuts to them and things like that. So the way that works is I told it start with a core, have a grid of like 4 by 4, something like that. Add in the connections to the other floors first, and from then, within the center, I told it to blacklist certain squares, right? And so it meant that randomly there would be certain squares that it wasn't allowed to generate on. And so that's how you end up with these kind of pockets, right? But all the time you also tell it, but make sure everything is interconnected, yeah? So, yeah, obviously this is more or less as far as I've got now. I'm having a lot of trouble with the AI and the staircases. It just really struggles to line up the staircases with the doors so that you, for example, if you imagine the staircases don't physically exist, right? So what I mean is there isn't a room on the map which is a staircase, because you can have a staircase which is like a layer in between. So let's say a staircase between the ground floor and the first floor. It's like a room in between those 2 floors, right? But it still needs an entrance and an exit. And if you have a room which already has a door on the north wall and you want to add a stairwell, you have to kind of offset one room and add a second door, right? At least that was my solution. But then when I added these extra doors, it looked great. But then the doors, only a few of the doors were opening and closing, right? There's another game mechanic where the doors randomly open and close. Because the code in the game doesn't allow you to have more than 4 doors in a room. So anyway, that's where I got with that. This is not a finished presentation because I haven't finished the code. I just thought you guys might be interested to see where I got to. Yeah. But I do have code which runs, and I can show you a randomly generated map, which I think is this one that you're looking at now. Let me just, yeah. It's a really good question, and I've already been considering that, and yes, the AI is going to be able to do that, and hopefully once this is done, I will have a level editor. But for me personally, what I really wanted, and eventually, once I've figured all this out, it may well be possible for the AI to convert it. And once it understands all the algorithms, it may be able to convert it back into Z80 with various lookup tables and things like this. And then that can be stored in one of the banks on the 128K, so that when you play it, I mean, ultimately, that was what I'd like to be able to do, is basically when you play it, you could choose to have a random castle, or you can choose to have a particular seed and play a particular castle that you like, right? But I mean, yes, it would be interesting to do a level editor, but that's going to involve a lot of time for people to work on, and it wouldn't generate nearly so many mazes, right? And
the
randomness frankly, I just wouldn't have learned as much, and it wouldn't have been as fun, right?
I understand. He brought that up, and I thought it was a neat question. Yeah.
It is, and I actually asked the AI. I said, "Do you think you could create a level editor?" And it said, "Yes, of course I could." But then that's what it always says, right? So
yeah,
I don't know. It's just another rabbit hole, right?
As you were describing the randomness, the first thing that popped into my head is it sounds a little like roguelike in how those dungeons get created just randomly. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the working title is Attic Attack Rogue. In fact. You know?
There we go.
The idea is to bring a kind of like a roguelike element, because it's a little bit like Gauntlet and it's a little bit like Rogue, but it's also quite compact as a little puzzle that you have to solve, right? So, and it's very fast. So that's why I think it's really suitable to this kind of procedural generation, because it will, you know, once it works, you have a kind of infinite number of castles, and every time you play it, you've got a brand new puzzle to solve, right? So, but there's a hell of a lot more to do. You know, even once they get the mazes generated and working, then you have to place the keys, and you have to, you know, place the bosses. You have to work out the food distribution system and all kinds of things. But I mean, none of these are hurdles that can't be overcome. But yeah.
That's cool.
But it's been fun, you know? And again, it's educational. It's kind of, let me see if I can just show you. There is, yeah, so this one is random, and it's slightly buggy. It doesn't 100% work, but here you can see the kind of thing. So if you remember the previous one, there was a door up there. There's no longer a door there, right? And all the rooms are different now. And just by the way, incidentally, you'll see there that room you got different room types, so that kind of complicates it. And so the AI has to determine, oh, there's a door on the east and the west, but none on the north and south. Okay, I'll make that into a corridor. But if you do that, you then have to remember to place the doors in the right places. And you can see here, like, the food is being placed in the wrong place there, because it's in the original game, this would have been a bigger room. So there's quite a few sort of elements like that. Yeah.
Very
good. But anyway,
very interesting.
I'll show that, and then I'll say, you know, if anyone, if you have got any questions, you guys, or in the chat, if you want to ask away. I mean, eventually I'll make this available to my Patreon supporters, and they can have a play of it, and then ultimately perhaps we'll make it something for everybody, right?
Very clever, very interesting project, I think. I'll be honest,
yeah,
I can't even come close to beating the real game, so I have a feeling the advanced happy levels are going to be. I'm not
give it a bit of time and learn the map, and it's
too dumb.
Very rewarding. It's a very rewarding, fun game, because you can finish it in 10 or 15 minutes, and that's a great kind of pick up and play thing. You know?
I played the they released the next version of this that was quite good. And far I've sucked at everyone I've tried. I've been no good, but it is a fun exploration game. You can see how a game like this could get popular just because of the sheer magnitude of the map, you know, and what's on offer. So I think the idea of a map editor is pretty slick.
Oh look, there's the big piece of it. There's the key.
Anybody have any questions about how this was done, or anything you want to ask? Hey, I've got another one here. You know, people were suddenly baffled to find out that you have a child, Happy. I don't think you've mentioned that until just now. So the heck with the Attic Attack. Break the big announcement right now.
Yeah, my wife and I had a baby boy in December, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cute as a bug.
Indeed, yeah. No, we're just, I mean, obviously, you know, in the run-up, we're pretty private. My wife especially, you know, we're very private people, so we don't normally talk about that kind of stuff on social media or anything like that. I mean, most of my closest friends and family, of course, everybody was well aware of it, but yeah, it's not. I don't post any pictures of him online or anything, just for his own privacy in a way, you know. That's just the way I feel about it. So
not the worst idea, but you outed the kid tonight, so you had to say something. You can tell your wife, "Whoops." We won't tell nobody, Happy. It's just me, you, and everyone that's watching the ICC knows.
Yeah, everybody knows now. Yeah, sure. Well, it's not a secret. Well, look, how, I mean, I don't know. This is my first kid, right? And the first few months, it's pretty hectic and pretty sort of, well, it's as I said to you earlier, it's dystopian, quite frankly. You just don't know who you are, where you are, when you are, right? I mean, everything is gone, and you have no life, and there's no social life, and you're entirely enslaved to your responsibilities, and it takes a bit of getting used to, and obviously you want to make sure. Well, in Kazakhstan especially, in the tradition you don't have visitors or anything until after 40 days. So it's just something to do with, I guess, some tradition that probably connects to contagious diseases or other things like this. I don't know exactly.
Well, I think it's dandy, and also I'm pleased that you waited even longer to have a kid than I did. So I feel pretty good about things, all things considered. So I feel like a young man.
Yeah, I'm 56. Yeah. Although my dad had a kid when he was like 62, so
you're a virile genetic line right there. Sometimes things can't be stopped; it just happens. I love it, and it's a cute kid. That's great, and I'm sure the kid's gonna be smarter than a brain pie.
He's doing great. He's great.
Very good.
He's great, but I have to admit, I'm also really enjoying having a short break because
I can imagine.
I haven't slept so much in years, really. So.
Well, but don't get used to it, pal.
No, I know.
That's great.
Life. Happy to be, though. Yeah.
Very good. Anybody have any questions for Happy before we move down the line? That's some good stuff, Happy. Keep us in the loop on that.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
And again,
I'm just trying to get as much done as I can, before the responsibility completely takes over.
I understand. Again, of course, this is a long end, but congratulations to you and your wife. I think that's dandy.
Thank you. Yeah.
Very good.
Appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you, Happy. I really enjoyed that. That's good stuff. And I long for the day where you can.
Too long. I don't know how long.
No, you're fine. I long for the day where you make maps that are so simple that I can have a go at adding attack without repeatedly getting slaughtered. That's my goal in life. So next time you
build that in. I'll ask AI to make an Aaron-friendly version.
Yeah,
with all
get AI to make a dummy version. That's what I need. Very good. All right.
Like 9 rooms or something with all of the original.
Just tell them to put all the keys in the first room. That's what I need.
Yeah. Okay.
Very good.
All right.
Very good. Thank you,
I'll stick around for a while, guys. But
okay,
I'm in
man.
a different time zone. It's 3 a.m. here, so if I don't see any of you guys, thank you and take care. But I'll listen in for a little while.
Beautiful. Thank you, man. So we're going to move right down the line here to a first-time presenter. No pressure at all. But anything short of a triumph will be ridiculed and mocked. Let's give it up for Arcade Ages. What do you got for us, Double A?
Thanks, guys. Well, let me just caveat this whole presentation with the fact that I, too, am also an old dad. And so that's kind of why I've locked myself up in here in the loft to, no kids are going to come into this chat, I think. Yeah.
I wish I had a loft. I'm looking at the balcony that we have, a little balcony here, and I'm thinking, could I convert this into a little room for myself?
Yeah, I bet you are.
It's worth it. If you're an old dad, you need a spot, and I
tell me about it.
They like to bring their toys up here, but no, this is.
I know, and especially if you're a little bit like most of us, a little bit neurodivergent. It's just constant interruptions, just really hard to handle. But I'm enjoying it even so.
Well, so we'll get started. So a bit of background about me. I've been watching the show for a long time. This is my first time coming on, and I'm a very new Amiga user. So I didn't get my first Amiga until fall 2022.
Oh.
And I didn't get it working until early 2023. The only time I saw an Amiga twice as a kid. So I'm from Canada. I'm here in Ontario. One of my friends had an Amiga, and I think it was probably an Amiga 500. It was his dad's. I saw it once. It blew my mind. to this day, I just can remember the audio. I was really blown away with the audio, and of course the graphics as well. My first computer was a Timex Sinclair, so that's basically like the Canadian version of a ZX81, I believe. We didn't have any storage. I had to type in code listings if I wanted to see it do anything, and then you turn it off, and that's it. So it was pretty disappointing for me as a kid. I think we had a different experience here in Canada with that. But yeah, so one of the things that I really love the most about using an Amiga in the 2020s is primarily the community is very cool. Like you don't see Mac users getting around and having a show like this. At least I haven't seen one.
They'd have to get Apple's permission. That's why.
Yes, yeah, perhaps. But I love all of the demos and all the content that's available. So like you can get access to demos all over the internet, and there's thousands and thousands, and there's new ones coming out every year. And I just absolutely love them. I just love seeing what people can do with this old technology. Like I'm not really excited about new tech because you can do anything. Like as a child, I had a dream of the type of computer, the supercomputer that I would have one day in the future. And I achieved that computer I had that computer 20 years ago. So I'm well beyond my childhood dreams of what I have access to. So it's fun to kind of go back and live some of the old things. But so I was looking at all these demos, and I was kind of going through the history of these demos, looking at some of the earliest ones and some of the latest ones. And there's gigabytes of them available. But the very first demo from the Amiga is not available to be used on an Amiga. And of course, I am referring to the Andy Warhol demo. So that was, at the release of the Commodore 64, he did a presentation where he used a live camera to make some artwork. And we've not been able to see that stuff on a real Amiga, even though those files exist somewhere. And in fact, a number of years ago, I think it was 2021, we saw a Christie's auction. So this is one of the big auction houses that fetches millions and millions of dollars for different artworks and whatnot. And they had an NFT sale of these Andy Warhol artworks that were available. And so I took some time to get these pieces of art and convert them so that they can work on an Amiga. And that's not something that I had ever seen before. And I thought, why isn't it? Why doesn't that exist? Like these files exist. So like this is just on the right-hand side of the page. There's the web page. And so you can see there's high quality examples. And I guess I've got some bad scroll here. Let me see if I can change that. But there's high quality examples of these files that he made it on Amiga. So this one is available as a PNG, as a 4K PNG. And it's sold in 2021 for $870,000.
Bonkers.
And then we've got this next one here that was listed, it sold for $500,000. And there's another one here that sold for another $500,000. And these are just these NFTs. Like you're not really buying anything. You're not getting the original files that you can load on your Amiga and display in the native way. You're just looking at it on a web page. There's another one here. This banana sold for just $250,000. So I guess that's the cheap one that's available. But then there's this final one. I guess it's the most famous because Campbell Soup is a brand. This one sold for over $1 million for a PNG. And okay, that's a cool story, but I wanted to see these files on an Amiga.
That's just bragging rights, isn't it? That's all you're paying for is bragging rights,
Exactly. And in fact, I was doing research for this. I was looking on Twitter or X at the time, and there was a lot of chat about NFTs that were being sold, and people were saying, oh, this is fantastic for preservation, and it's so great that we have access to these files now. But I was kind of like thinking like, well, yeah, I guess it's preserved in that I can see like a poster of it. It's almost like a poster when you're viewing it as a 4K PNG on the web, but you're not seeing the original, which would be on an Amiga in the real original graphics format on a CRT. And so I thought, hey, I did some digging and tried to find these things. I figured they must be available because they're so famous, but they were not available. So I just got these 4K files and converted them in Photoshop and had to do a little bit of cleanup. Most of these ones were very clean and crisp, as you can see. But the most famous these pictures is this Debbie Harry example. And this one is currently for sale. It has not sold, but it's the list price for this is $24 million for this picture. Now that's a little bit different because in this one, you can see in the picture, I guess you get a print of it, but you actually get the disc, and the disc is signed by Andy Warhol, and it has the actual file on there. So this is from what I've seen, it's the only opportunity to get access to the real digital file. And there's not much examples that are clean of this photo that are out there. So probably can't see it, but this picture is the cleanest example of this, and it's a screenshot. And because it's a screenshot on a CRT, it has scan lines on it, so it's not pixel perfect, which is what you would need to be able to display on an old device like the Amiga without crazy bad stuff going on. And so I used AI in this project as well, and I just did something very basic. I gave this photo to ChatGPT. Actually, I think I used Google Nano Banana. That seems to be one of the better image tools that are available. And I said, return this file to me as if it was the native file. Even though this is a screenshot, give it to me what it would look like, what the original file would look like. And it gave me a decent version of it here. But it had some problems. So if you look closely, you can see there is a pattern on here, but there are artifacts in the pattern. There's these lines that are kind of going horizontal across, like it's not a regular pattern that's on there. So that would not convert well to the Amiga. So I had to go and fix that manually. I just did that by hand. I had a little process in Photoshop where I chose the colors with the color tool, and I put in a line by hand and then copied that and then copied that and then copied that and then copied that, and eventually it grew to fill an entire sheet. And you can see here I'm just adding the layers just to show the process, but it was mostly by hand. And it's growing. I was learning as I was doing this, but yeah, there it's starting to grow. So there's a proper pattern here that's regular that's coming through. And then I just subbed that in. I just made the selection and was able to put that in there so that it's proper. And so, I did that one here. I actually converted that to the Amiga. This is. Let me just turn this off and back on again. It was, there was no scrolling pattern on this just before, but it is now. I think the lighting has changed in my room. Oops, I just need to let that sit on standby for a second. But I was able to get the file into an Amiga IFF file, and that was difficult for me. I mean, again, I had no experience as an Amiga person, and just getting the files onto the Amiga was quite difficult. Like I made an ADF, that didn't work. I made an HDF, that didn't work. And so I wound up, this is the Amiga that I'm using is actually not a real Amiga. Here, that should work now. There we go. It's not a real Amiga. It's a Mistress 600. There's a Mister inside there. So you can see that I can pull up the Mister menu. But I was able to get it on there, and it looks like I imagined it would look like on the day that it was created. I've never seen the real one, so I don't know if there are any issues or errors. I would have to ask somebody who has actually seen the real one to be able to make a comment. but it kind of worked. And so I've also done some digging to find out, well, what other images from Andy Warhol's demo and post are out there. And it turns out I couldn't get a straight answer. Some sources say there was 14, other sources say there was 30. And I have not even found 14. So there's a bunch that I haven't found yet. But what I'm going to do with this project is just continue to find as many as I can, convert them to Amiga native formats, and then make them available for people for free to check out on their Amiga, almost as a way to see the very first public demo of the Amiga, to see that kind of content. And yeah, that's my very first Amiga project that I've ever done. It wasn't really an Amiga project, it was a Photoshop project, I guess, but I did have to do some file conversion. So it was fun for me as someone who's just kind of learning the whole Amiga scene. And that's basically that's it. That's my demo.
That's awesome.
It looks great.
So now you have the files in what format are the files in when you open them on an Amiga?
Yes, so these are IFF, and I'm opening it in DPaint. So
okay.
To make this one here, the Debbie Harry one, more authentic, it would have to be as a PIC file, and it would have to be compatible with that original version of the software. I think it's called ProPaint is the one. So, if you wanted to be like in a gallery and show and say, okay, this is the exact experience, the exact native experience, then you'd have to go that far. But I'm satisfied with just having it in the right resolution with what I think was the right palette, displaying on a real CRT to get that kind of feel. And so it's not the same as having a real one, but it's kind of like a type of digital art restoration or digital piracy, art piracy. I don't know. It's kind of a cross between all of those. And if we were going to go through the value, like, this is close to $30 million worth of pirated content that I've got here, just in these 5 or 6 image format files here. So
are you hosting all this on Facebook, or how, if someone was interested to look at some of these, how would we?
Yes. So I haven't posted them yet. I want to put them in a package. So I just got it working 2 days ago. So I haven't had a chance to formalize it and package it and make it as something that's easily downloadable and someone can just throw on their Amiga and look at the pictures.
Yeah, I think that
is the plan.
I think it's fantastic. Yeah, really, really, really well done. I mean, I love how it's kind of tied into some things I was doing with the old Football Manager images and things too, right? We've been using AI to kind of bring these things back and show people, give people the chance to see something as it was seen at the time, right? Exactly as it was, which I think is a wonderful thing. And some of these things are nowadays, as time has gone on, we realize that, for example, with Football Manager, it was a really crucial time of like new video game. The whole idea of home computers was new, and it was one of the first games, and so it's historically important. And I think this is like this point in the Amiga's life when this was shown. It was really like the birth of popular culture crossing into computing, right, and being used by somebody like Warhol. So I think it's fantastic that you're able to recreate that. And personally, what I think would be the great thing to do is get all of these images together, and then get yourself down to West Virginia at the old Boat Fest and have the first ever exhibition of the Andy Warhol Amiga stuff, right? Why not?
I love it.
That would be fantastic. That's a great idea. I'd love to do that. And there's more artwork. So Andy Warhol was famous for a lot of things, but one of the things he did was his art thing in New York was called The Factory, and he had a whole bunch of associates that were working with him in this space. And one of the other famous people was Keith Haring, and he also used an Amiga to make 5 or 6 pieces as well. Those were also sold at auction, and so those are available. So those are going to be part of the repertoire as well. And there's some cool stories attached to it. So like, it turns out that Keith Haring was given his Amiga by Timothy Leary, who was trying to, get people into cyberspace and cyber culture, et cetera, and had an influence on Andy Warhol as well at that time. So it's a really kind of a neat group of people doing early cool computer art, but in a time where people didn't really know what that was. And looking back at it now, it's quaint and it's kind of like a part of art history, a part of culture history, and a part of computing history. And so that's why I thought I'd put the work into it to make it available. And now these images are, I'm sure they're under some type of copyright. So, maybe I'll have them on a disc and I'll lose it at Starbucks or something, and somebody else will.
Well, you have to talk to the AI about it and find out where you stand legally, and because it could just be fair use,
I think you're going to be
be
fine.
able to do it.
Listen, as long as you don't cross Cloanto, you're okay. Everything else in the Amiga is fair game.
Right.
Well,
I love what you did there.
Sorry, I just want.
Go ahead, Happy.
Sorry, I just wanted to say one more thing, which is I think it's great to see people using AI in all these ways to kind of merge with the stuff that we've done in the past, And it makes me think, at the time when artists were doing this kind of work on the computer, people were saying, "Oh, computers are going to take over from artists, and painters are going to lose their work," and now people are saying the same things about AI. And I do understand the threats, but at the same time, there's a huge amount of opportunities to do stuff that just was never possible before. And I think that's something to be embraced, really, myself. Yeah.
Very good.
Exactly. And with those NFTs, you can't do the live demo that Andy Warhol did, which I'll do now, where he used the paint bucket, and apparently everybody was very scared that he was going to use that because it was a buggy part of the program. So we can do the live paint bucket and complete the whole demo experience. And so now, hopefully, I guess when you guys get your hands on the files, you can try that yourself and get the real 1985.
Yeah, you can tour all the conventions with that. You could do a show in every convention. People would love it,
We could all be Andy Warhol. Won't that be nice?
Yes.
Exactly. Who's going to be Debbie Harry though?
Well, I mean, I got a wig back here. I might be I'm a big fan of Debbie Harry, like as the singer and an actress. She was in, she did one of the best episodes of Tales of the Dark Side there ever was. And then she was back in the movie Tales of the Dark Side. So I love both those. So it was awesome. So when I got into Amiga and saw she was involved from Jump Street, I was quite pleased. I wasn't as big a fan as Andy Warhol, but I've warmed to the man. He's certainly wacky, my kind of wacky. So I'm down with that. That's good stuff. Hey, listen, what a great debut, Double A. Excellent work.
Thanks, guys. Well, it was fun. Thanks for the inspiration.
Job,
I wouldn't have done it if you wouldn't have a show like this. I would have never had the impetus to do it. So thank you guys.
That's awesome. And I also want to say you've got a great voice for radio, man. You don't have the deep voice, but you've got the nice, pleasant, middle of the road voice, man. So I like it. That's good stuff.
I'll take that to the house.
Now, I mean, I will say, to be fair, I'm not the best judge of character because talent, because I do work with the Brent every week. So, I mean, there you go. It's a mixed bag. Welcome in, Raiders. Good to see you guys. Thank you for coming in. Also I think I saw Mitsuyama sneak in here. There he is. What's up, Mitz? Always a pleasure to have you in, my friend. And you're just in time. You missed out on a very good presentation here from Double A, but we are going to pass the baton to my good friend, tech genius, all-around great guy, Josh Malone, a.k.a. 48K RAM. I almost shorted you there on your K. What do you got for us tonight, Josh?
I mean, 48K is all the RAM we can afford these days, thanks to AI. So
that's true. You're not wrong.
No, what have we got? I too have been playing with floppies, but maybe not in exactly the same way. I've been messing about with some floppy archiving. That's been a thing I've been doing for a little bit. For those of you who don't know much about me, I work in tech, IT support, and then I go to vintage computer festivals. I seem to be surrounded by floppies. I picked up some floppies from Adam here, who's in the stream tonight at the last Boat Fest. They turned out to be a disc magazine, and I noticed some of those had actually not been archived. There's a site run by Amiga Love. He archives a number of Amiga disc mags, and 2 of the 3 discs that I picked up from Adam were not in his collection. I find myself caretaking a lot of floppies. These are the ones I picked up from my office. This is a 5 1/4-inch copy of Microsoft Fortran. I think it's Fortran 4. But anyway, the last time I moved, I found that a solid half of my possessions are merely the physical objects on which data is encoded. And I said to myself, it really would be great to stop carting around boxes and boxes and boxes of floppies, but I couldn't bring myself to do it unless I made sure that there wasn't anything in there that needed to be preserved.
Yeah.
So I've set about trying to fix that. So I have bought myself a Grease Weasel, learned a bit about how to use it, figured out the sort of a workflow for archiving things, and that's kind of what this talk is about. So the Grease Weasel, it's a USB floppy controller. Let me pull up a little thing here. It's designed to attach the PC or Shugart style floppy drive to a computer, but it doesn't like turn it into your A drive or something, right? It is only accessible through a special piece of software. But it's open source, unlike some of the other archiving solutions that have been out there. Flux. And it overcomes a lot of the limitations of the PC floppy controllers as far as being able to read other discs, like those Amiga discs that, we just saw up for auction for $870,000. So I've put this Grease Weasel together with a TAC 5 1/4-inch drive and a Panasonic 3.5-inch drive, and set up my archiving solution. This is what the Grease Weasel looks like. It's just a board. It's based on the Arteri STM32 clone. And for those of you who don't know this URL here, that is Keir Fraser, the guy who created the flash floppy distribution for the Gotek. So this is, now he's going the other way around. So we talk about reading these things at the flux level, just to give some sort of illustration of what the magnetic flux is. The substrate of the disk, that's, the cookie inside here. So that's the technical term for what this is a cookie, by the way. It's got a ferromagnetic particle coating on it, and then when you run a write head over it, it magnetizes some of the spots on that cookie, and then when you rotate that magnetized cookie underneath the head in read mode, it induces a voltage. And so this is all an analog signal, and the analog signal gets sent to the computer, and then it's decoded in either hardware by a floppy controller chip or software by these fluxing solutions, the Grease Weasel, Flux Engine, Applesauce. These are all disk fluxing technologies. It's specific to the Shugart or IBM style drives, the Grease Weasel is, but you can get most drives in that format. 8, 5 1/4, 3.5, 3-inch drives even. Were all Shugart. The obvious exceptions are things like the Commodore 1541, 1571. The Apple Disk 2, that's where the Applesauce solution comes in, and Mac floppy drives. But luckily, Mac floppies are readable in PC floppy drives. The encoding is suitable. I prefer to power my drives with an external power brick, so I just built one with a Molex connector. But you can get those on Amazon. And I'm connecting 2 drives with one of these twist cables that allows, shows up as A or B in the terminology of the Grease Weasel. And if you have the right cable with Shugart style drives, you can actually chain 4 of them on there. But there's some limitations to what these style drives can read, and there's a whole lot of forums online where people are trying to figure out what the right drive is. I actually recently upgraded to this TAC FD55 from an Epson that I was using before, because this TAC is supposed to be one of the better ones for archiving 5 1/4. Unfortunately, I think it got a little banged up in shipping, and the drive head won't move. So I needed to address that. but it's one of the ones that you can do what they call a flippy mod. So if you look at one of these drives, we would have side 1 and side 2 back in the day, where you would flip the drive out, flip the disk, take the disk out, flip it over, put it in, read side 2. A PC floppy drive has 2 heads, and they're actually offset a little bit so that it can read both sides. So in order you can't read side 2 in a standard PC floppy drive, you have to modify it. And so I'm hoping to do that mod to this TIAC at some point.
A question.
Yo.
The exceptions. So it doesn't work with Commodore? Is that both 64 and Amiga?
So it doesn't work with the Commodore. You can't connect it to a Commodore floppy drive because that's not a Shugart drive. You can actually read Commodore formatted drives in a PC drive because the encoding is FM, I believe. You run into weird issues with things like the Apple II.
I wasn't understanding what you got there. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sort of plowing through this. Stop me if I'm saying something that doesn't make any sense. The big thing about the Apple II drives is they use, Woz tweaked these drives up the wazoo, and the group code recording the GCR. There's a bunch of different formats for the actual magnetic signals on the drive, and those magnetic signals don't work. They're extremely difficult to read on a PC, so you're better off just using a different solution for those.
Sometimes they're hard to get, like the Commodore drives, right? But these Shugart IBMs seem a lot easier. So as long as they're easy to get and can read the format, I don't care.
Yeah, and that's why most people do it. And like I said, I did some research, found the TIAC FD55 was highly recommended, and actually found a friend on Blue Sky. No, not Blue Sky. On the Fediverse who had one. I bought it from him. So like I said, they don't just show up as an A or B drive on your computer. You have to access them with this piece of software. And that's the Grease Weasel software here. I'm linking to the wiki for the software installation. It's cross-platform, Windows, Mac, Linux. The Windows side, you need a special user-level USB driver called Zadig, which is pretty common. A lot of things use that. So folks may already have that installed. But I'm going to show stuff from Linux because that's what I'm running. A bunch of other tools. There are solutions to connect a Commodore drive to a PC. The Zoom floppy is one, exactly. Thanks Commodore Chronicles. I did forget to mention that. That you can do it, you just can't do it with the Grease Weasel. So besides just the Grease Weasel software, I also like to have the HXC software, mTools that comes with Linux, Kier's Disk Utilities, which is a different repo, also written by the same person, and it includes very helpful ADF read, ADF write commands, and then some emulators for the target systems. Because once you've gotten a disk image and decoded it into something that an emulator can read, it's nice to just fire it up in an emulator to see what the heck you got. And yeah, the Sinclair CPC did use a Shugart drive. They just chose the 3-inch drive, Shugart interface. They actually chose the 3-inch drive because my 3-inch disc is over there. I can't grab it right now. Logically, the format of the disc on the 3-inch drive is exactly the same as the 5 1/4-inch drive, but they wanted to ship a physically smaller drive. And so when Panasonic created this, they just literally shrunk a 5 1/4-inch drive. Everything else about it's the same. So, get this off. Buy the piece of hardware, install the software. The first thing you want to do is work through one of these tutorials. The one that's linked from his page, the Jan Sarah tutorial, I think is really good. And that gets you through the basics of get the system up and running and figure out how to use it. So I'm just going to walk through the basic process here with the Grease Weasel. I'll start with a couple of mandatory cautions. When you're working with a potentially unpreserved disk, don't learn on a potentially unpreserved disk. Always mount a scratch floppy for testing. So I've done some testing on this one, which I've determined is very well archived. Oregon Trail's about the most well-known piece of software in the world, and there's a zillion copies, and they all appear to be accurate. You should visually inspect the disk for mold, dirt, or what they call shedding, where the oxide's actually flaking off. This is probably not going to come up well across the stream, but you want to just, open the shutter, take a look, make sure that the disk doesn't have mold or dirt in there, because if you do that, you're going to ruin your drive. Don't attempt to image moldy or shedding disks. There's people who are.
I was going to say, I learned that the hard way. We call them, I don't know about you guys, we call them loft discs over here, because they stink, and it wrecked an Amiga drive. Just one disc gone, and that was it. So
there are techniques for basically disassembling these things, cleaning the cookie, putting it back into another case. The pros can deal with that. I'm not going to bother. I ran into some, actually they were discs I think Amigo Aaron gave me at another Boat Fest. They were Atari discs, and I was just like, nope, I am not even attempting this, and I shipped them off to a guy on the West Coast. Many of you know Kay Savitz, who imaged those and got them into the collection of
Surely
Atari.
My discs were solid. I can't imagine. Those things, I kept them in the best of care. I don't know where I got them. I'll be honest with you.
Solid mold.
Sorry, dude.
Well, no, I didn't actually mean to imply that they were dirty or something like that. They were just, it was beyond my capability. This was a weird format that was beyond my capability at the time.
Good, I feel less bad.
Yeah, no, I'm not throwing any shade at your floppy storage. No shade thrown here. This was
Thank you. That was crippling for a minute there.
I want to make it clear that I didn't know what I was doing, and I wasn't going to learn on potentially unpreserved disks, right? So I encourage people to mess around with some well understood floppies and learn this sort of stuff to where you feel more comfortable with it, and that's what I did. So I've been practicing on this, Oregon Trail floppy that I got from my friends at the local retro game store. And also I should mention, clean your drive. I keep my drives sitting out on the desk so I can pop the cover off and clean heads easily. And also if we go back to the picture of, that picture, you can see these jumpers on the top. One of these is actually labeled write enable. If you pop that jumper off, it electrically disables the write head. It's impossible to screw up and write to a disk when you've got that jumper off. So it's nice that they've designed that way, and you can just say, I'm working with a potentially unarchived disk. I don't ever want to write it. Just pop that jumper off. So, all right, start off, use the help command. There's two forms of the help command. There's just Grease Weasel GW help or GW verb help. So basically the syntax of the Grease Weasel is GW verb, all of the options. And if you just GW help will list all the verbs, but you can get much more information about any of the particular verbs by just saying like read -h. And here it'll even spit out a whole bunch of known formats that it supports. And it supports a ton of formats. So when as soon as you connected your Grease Weasel, make sure your software is working, type GW info, and this will actually query the Grease Weasel controller and returns the serial number, returns the microcontroller type. It lets you know that you're communicating properly with the Grease Weasel itself. And then once you get that, let's make sure you're communicating properly with the disk drive. Again, put in a sacrificial disk and run GW RPM. Now you can see in this command I'm specifying -- drive B because I have 2 drives connected and my 3.5 is what it calls B. Otherwise it tries to use the 5 1/4. And in this case, it spins the disk up and looks for the index sensor and measures the drive's RPM, and you want that to be very close to 300. Otherwise, you need to adjust the RPM speed of your floppy drive because it will affect imaging. That's a big thing with particularly older 5 1/4 inch drives. The Apple II drives in particular have a problem with speed drifting over time. And then, yeah, let's just image our first known disk. So I grabbed, I think it was a DOS installation disk, pop it in there, and say, all right, read from drive B. For the format, I'm giving it a special format called ibm.scan, which is kind of cool. It will figure out which of the densities the IBM disk is. If people remember, IBM actually shipped what they called extended density disks for some of their DOS versions, not 5, but so IBM.scan, if you don't know what it is, it'll do its best to figure it out, and I found it's usually pretty good. And then it gets to the end, and it says, yay, we found 1,440 sectors. That's how many there should be on this disk. We got probably a clean image. So let's take a look at it. So this is where things like mtools come in. You can use the mdir command, just like you were using dir on DOS, right? And it'll spit out a listing. So, yep, this looks like a good drive. You can use mcopy to copy an image copy a file out of that disk image. So here I'm gonna you can see this one, we've got a readme.1st, readme first. Right? So I'm just gonna copy that readme first out of the image onto my Linux file system and then look at it. I'm just showing the first 20 lines here, but yep, looks like an installation disk for MS-DOS 5. Obviously, that has had the heck preserved out of it, so we don't need to bother uploading that one. But we've now gone through the full chain and verified that we can accurately read a disk. A quick note on using mtools. Normally, this tripped me up for a long time until I discovered this. Normally, mtools wants you to have a configuration file that maps an image file to a disk letter. So you can, like mdir A, mdir B, whatever. But the -i flag will point it at an image regardless of the config file. But then I got tripped up. All right, what drive is it? It's not A or B, whatever. Turns out it's the double colon, which I would never have figured out without finding some tutorial online. So you can see in this case, I'm saying copy : readme first. So instead of saying A : or B : you say : And most of your standard DOS commands, you just prefix them with M, and mtools has a version of it. So those were disks that we knew the format of. What happens if I don't know the format of this disk? Some random disk, could be Amiga, could be IBM, could be Mac. You can image it to a flux-only format, and the SuperCard Pro, the SCP, is the one that I use because I find it works well and it's relatively small and fast to read. So it's actually going to store this file that just has all the magnetic flux transitions on it. And then you can use Grease Weasel Convert to try a whole bunch of different formats until you find one that reads the disk properly, and you don't have to reread the disk every time. So in this case,
SuperCard Pro, I got one 2 feet away as well. SuperCard Pro is very nice.
The SuperCard Pro was an earlier archiving solution than the Grease Weasel, but it's a very capable device, absolutely, and its flux format file standard has become sort of a de facto standard in copying things. So in this case, yeah, I can just take that same file, read it to an SCP, convert it to IBM 720 image, and then take a look at it and do exactly the same thing. Once I have that flux image, you can also do stuff like throw it into the HXC tools that I showed, which will visualize it. So this is if you could see magnetic signals on the drive cookie, this is what it would look like, right? There's, I think it says there's 18 tracks, or sectors rather, and a whole bunch of different tracks. 720 sectors, 82 tracks. This drive that I'm reading it on, if you can see on the inside how it's got this red on it. Now this was a commercially manufactured disk, so it was blank at the factory and then written with a commercial duplicator. Only 80 tracks were written, but the Grease Weasel and the drive that I'm using support 82 tracks. So in the middle, that red, there's no magnetic signals on that red. And you can see the same thing on both sides of the drive. And then we've got a good image. Let's fire it up in an emulator. So again, I took my trusty Oregon Trail floppy, read it 720K, then used the -C option to DOSBox X, which will run this command in DOS. So that mounts the image right there and starts up, and it says, all right, I've mounted this test disk as A, and then I can CD into A, take a look at it, start it, and yep, it's Oregon Trail. And so from here, you can actually use DOSBox X to take screenshots of things, and I do that in my archiving workflow. There's similar things you can do with Amiga disks. This is why I've talked about that UnADF. So I read it out to a Supercard profile, converted it into Amiga ADF. It found all 1760 sectors in this case. Use UnADF to take a listing of it. And all right, yep, this was a set of discs that I picked up at another boat fest as well. Let me hold it the right side. Gunby F99. And I picked it up because this is a weird disc. I've never seen floppy disks packaged inside a CD jewel case before.
Oh wow, cool. That's neat.
They're out there. Yeah. I've got a few of those. That's a weird game though. That's a real oddball. That one.
Well, you might be able to see it's actually running on the Amiga behind me.
That CD disc thing is quite common for homebrew actually. Now there's a few. We actually released one on Midnight Brew like that. I think you got a copy, right, Aaron?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And so since we read it as a Supercard Pro, we can throw it into the visualizer. You can see this one has 880 sectors. And again, inner tracks, no data on the inner tracks. And you can see how this looks very, very different from the IBM that we read earlier. It might not be coming across well on the stream, but there's this sort of spiral pattern to the tracks, rather than the radiative.
Mm-hmm. What is this program? I got a bunch I'd love to run through there. That looks awesome.
So these are the HXC tools. There was a link in one of my earlier slides about the other software that I like to. Yeah. So you can find this one here at this URL, hxc2001.com. So the HXC is another competitor to the GoTech.
Yeah, but that was like older. Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. And yeah, people are mentioning other. No. This is fine. I see people discussing things like Flux My Floppy. Yeah, that's another piece of software that'll work with the not the GoTech, with the Grease Weasel. Okay. Back to here. So with that done, I can take the ADF, throw it onto my flash drive, open it up. Yep, recognizes it, no problems. We'll double click the hard drive install, work through that process, and there it is. So actually taking the real floppy disks that I picked up at the show, running them on my real Amiga. So great. Now that I've got all that workflow, I want to actually get to the thing I came here to do, just get all this stuff preserved and upload it to archive.org. There's a ton of floppies and old pieces of software archived on archive.org. It's the best place I can think of to put the software. So I want to compile a whole bunch of the artifacts that I want to have up there, the artifacts and the sort of metadata. So I need the disk image. I want a listing of the files on the disk so that people can very quickly take a look at it without having to download the disk image and get some tool to extract the disk image. It's helpful to have screenshots of the running program. I like to have a scan of the disk and the label so you can see what the original disk looked like. There might be information that's written on the label that's important. Sometimes I'll also upload a flux image of the disk if it seems like it might be useful. I think, and most of the time I just put it up there because I don't know. And then sometimes also just create a zip file of the contents of the disk so that people can download that in addition to the disk image, and then get the information, the author, publisher, date, software version, things like that. All the stuff someone would want to know if they're researching what the heck this is. So I'll use another disc that I picked up at the local game store as an example. This was Gertrude's Secrets. This is actually well archived and well preserved, even in the form that I have. But just to go through the example, I would use this mdir command to take a list of the files and splat it out to a file so that someone can just download this file and have a list with the file names, file sizes, and the file dates, because those will be there too, and those dates can be important if someone's doing research. I'll use mcopy to just extract all the files and create a zip file of it, like I said, so someone can download that. Unzip it again just as a test to make sure I made a valid zip file. Get that scan of the disk so you can see this was the Learning Company release for Tandy, ages 3 to 7, version 1.3, and make sure this all corresponds to the data that we see on the disk. Have all these artifacts there, and then upload the stuff to archive.org. And that was the workflow I had up until a couple of days ago when it occurred to me, wait a minute, archive.org can emulate a lot of this software. What do I need to do to make that work? Well, it turns out it's really easy. All you have to do is tell it you want to edit your item and edit the metadata of your item, and then tell it which emulator, which file extension from within your collection to download, and then where to start. Now, this isn't Gertrude's Secrets, because I didn't upload that one, but this was one called Super Morse that I did. And I had to go back and I had to try this a few times because it turns out there's some limitations to how this works. But I eventually got it working, and now you can go to my page for Super Morse, and actually I can bring this up here. So this is the real archive.org. And you go to this page, here's the information about it. I found later versions. This looks to be an earlier version. So I put some information, about the form that I found the software in, the dates that I was able to recover from the files on the disk, and you can just click this thing, and archive.org will download the zip file in this case, and fire up its emulation. And now I can press any key to continue, and learn some characters. And, now we can sit here for the rest of the night and learn Morse code.
No, it's the emulator JS, right? He just links it in there, and it just runs the software he told it to.
Pretty slick.
Yeah, so archive.org has this thing they call the emularity, which is their framework for making a whole bunch of emulators runnable in JavaScript and runnable on the web. In this case, like I said in my in the slide, you have to choose which emulator you want, and they have some documentation on how this works. But in this case, the emulator I needed was DOSBox. So there's some pretty good information. Shelby from Tech Tangents has done a lot of stuff with floppy archiving, and I've watched a couple of his streams and looked at some stuff on his website. It's a really good site. I recommend it. And then the game preservation, gamepres.org, has some pretty good information about more like archivist techniques and standards that they would use in sort of archiving, not the sort of, armchair living room archiving that I'm doing here. So, yep, that's that.
That was awesome. Cool.
That's very interesting. The Grease Weasels, I know a lot of people that are into them. Paco Atake comes to mind. He's a Grease Weasel master on the TRS-80. but I never really exactly understood exactly how you did that. So that was interesting. Anybody have any questions for Josh about that or comments? Get in here, Pajako.
Yeah, so I mean, I've got Grease Weasel. I did some archiving with it. It was really good. But the question is, would you say like cryofluxing or flux level reads only really useful if you don't know what it's for? Like otherwise, just image it. Because I'm never quite sure how you should archive stuff really, whether you want to capture that bit level or magnetic level rip or not. So
for the first read, I always read to an SCP file.
Yeah.
I guess I can stop sharing it. Well, I'll keep it up in case I have to go back to it. I always read to an SCP file because it's easy to convert from there. And if it turns out you were wrong about some assumption or something, you can pull it up in the visualizer, see if you got a good read. Because sometimes you'll get weird stuff. Let me show you some weird stuff.
Yeah, but like if I know, for example, like I don't know, it's DOS disk 5, and then for some crazy reason I want to create an archive of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah.
In that case, you could just get away with IBM.scan. But sometimes you have something weird like this. And so, excuse me, it's allergy season in Virginia, by the way.
Everywhere.
Yeah. So what you're looking at here is a disk that I received that was a Tandy portable disk drive utility disk, the TPDD utility disk for the TRS-8100. And I wanted to see what that looked like because there was some question in my mind about how it stored the disk. And I was just like, this doesn't look right. And in fact, it looks completely wrong because what this was the TPDD is a single-sided drive. And so what it did was it formatted side 1 in a format that a PC drive can't read, it turns out. But it didn't do anything to side 2. So this is whatever was on the disk before someone formatted it in the TPDD. So it's nice to be with a flux image. It's nice to be able to see what in the heck is going on with this drive, and you can see that it didn't even get all 40 tracks because on side 1, the inner tracks are still whatever format was on this drive before, which appears to be. This looks like a fairly freshly formatted PC disk. In fact, I think it's a high-density disk as well. So that's one advantage of just always reading to the SuperCard Pro format.
Yeah, I got my right here. Cool. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah,
yep, there you go.
Just sitting right here, man. A little 3D case I printed up for it, a little box. I would like a single box. I also got a 1571 right down there for the Zoom floppy. But yeah, I've tried ripping. I've got a Grease Weasel as well. I've tried ripping with that, but I just have a little bit better myself luck with the with the SCP.
Hey, we got a question here from Tex. Have you had issues with copy protection methods interfering with the ripping process?
So I have not, and that's the primary reason that you would want to image to a flux level disk is to preserve the weird bit streams on a disk that are involved with copy protection. I haven't run into anything myself that looks like it's disk level copy protection, but that is the place where the flux image would come in handy. I was kind of hoping I would so I could talk about it, but just haven't run into any yet.
Cool. I have a question.
Yes, get in there, man.
So just before we were talking about like old media, and lost media and things like music and video and how AI can be used to recover and restore things that have been lost. And obviously that most of that's analog, right? So I guess the AI has more scope, but I am curious to know if you think that if it's possible now or maybe in the future that AI might be able to analyze disk images that are damaged or maybe you couldn't recover everything and they could potentially infer the missing pieces and potentially even restore something. Do you think that's possible?
It's not only impossible, it defeats the purpose. I'm not going to upload something to archive.org and say this was archived off of this floppy if AI made up some of it, right? That's not the purpose. Now, there have been cases where people have imaged damaged discs, and then other people have imaged other damaged copies of the same, and they were able to stitch them together because not all the same bits were damaged on different discs.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand the purpose. I'm just curious about if I'm thinking specifically about things that are completely lost, in which there is no other way to recover it. Then obviously you wouldn't claim that it was an original recovery, but at least you would have something usable, right? For people to experience. I mean,
it's an interesting concept.
We're about to embark on a 5-hour philosophical discussion.
Yeah, I think it would be difficult to do that because at the flux level, you have to have some model that the AI is going to generate.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
And you're trying to get that model to be something that could be that model. I think that would be difficult to infer what those fluxes might be. I've used Grease Weasel. I've gone through some discs that have had some errors, and so I've observed them, imaging them using the HXC imager, and I think it would be difficult to infer what those what those.
I mean, I was just thinking that if you think about something like the Doctor Who, right? All of the originals were completely lost, right? And the masters are lost, but then they've got like a one that's broadcast on the TV. It's really low quality. It's got artifacts, it's got scratches, everything else. But then the AI can restore it, and nobody's claiming that that's like the original recording. But in terms of from a cultural perspective, people are able to experience it, right? And I guess that's the difference in the philosophical discussion that we're having, right? Is one is the experience of the thing itself, and the other is the actual thing itself, right? Which is obviously
I think it's also a differentiation. I'm sorry. I think it's also a differentiation between restoring an image, right, versus recreating data. If you were to do it with a disk image, you'd actually have to be recreating the logic or stuff on there. Whereas, the other items are more taking an original analog item and simply bringing the pixels together to make them look better.
Yeah.
So anytime that you restore something, whether it's a trained restoration technician at a museum or an audio engineer restoring a piece of audio, you're making an opinionated decision about what the final product would be, and you are altering the product. Everyone just sort of understands that's what's happened when something's restored. But if we're talking about trying to recover data, the only thing I have to say on that is that the best thing I found is to clean the heads, clean the disk, and actually change to a different disk drive, because I was actually having some problems imaging those disks, those Amiga disks that I got from Adam. And it turns out the Epson drive that I was using just didn't have as good a head as the, I think it's a Panasonic that I've got right now. And I put the same disk in that drive, and the signal dropouts just went away.
Yeah. I think it's an interesting. We don't want to get in a big rabbit hole, but I would make a comparison. Like if I was an archaeologist and I discovered like some kind of Roman mosaic, right, and the various pieces were missing and all of this kind of thing, then obviously in the museum you would recover as much as possible, and you would display it in that way, and you certainly wouldn't add extra pieces or try and guess what was in there, right? You certainly wouldn't do that, because there's a historical piece. That's one side of it, and that's archaeology, which obviously is the thing that really you're talking about. Nevertheless, I think from a cultural point of view, if you were to try to infer what that might have looked like at the time, in order, from an educational point of view, from a point of view of cultural experience, as long as you're clear that that's what you're doing, I think those two things don't necessarily have to be in conflict,
Yeah. That's a deep philosophical discussion. for another time. We know that we don't have the width and breadth to get into that. That could be a whole ICC right there, and that would be one where everyone would come together in the middle and just start beating each other. That'd be the physical version. But does anyone have anything to like to ask Josh about this thing before we roll on down the line?
I've got one last one, and then I'll start the hell up.
Get in there.
Tapes. So cassette tapes, old like computer. Do you think it would be possible to build a similar device to rip information off cassette tapes to recover them? Because funny enough, I mentioned something in my video later on where I've not been able to recover something, and I don't think it's online anywhere, and I don't want to keep reading it until I know I can get it right. But it would be great to be able to do like a proper flux level read of a cassette tape. So.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but cassette tapes is audio, right? So that's just getting the audio signal. So you would need some kind of a.
So when I've done this before, with cassettes, I actually used high-end prosumer tape deck made by Alesis.
Yeah, which is what I'm thinking I'm going to need rather than my rubbish little data set that's under the table there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well,
TAC makes ones too.
Yeah.
Yeah, a high-end home deck or a low-end prosumer deck or something is going to have pretty decent heads. Yeah. The trick is to make sure that it's the right speed, so you're reading that. Although you can correct a lot of that in software too. The Alesis I have actually has Burr Brown DACs on it. It has a USB output right on it, and so I cleaned and demagnetized the heads, did all the basic mechanical maintenance to the drive, and then read these tapes. In my case, it wasn't.
There must be a real risk with cassette as well, because they're so much more vulnerable to like unwinding and like spooling and getting trapped in the mechanism and all kinds of stuff. You could totally destroy a really important piece of history using an old tape deck, couldn't you? If it
well, yeah, I mean that's why, and maybe this is what Adam was going to say too. It's vitally important that you make sure your physical device is in top shape before you put some piece of. Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
That, but it also has a. It doesn't have automatic types of noise reduction. You don't want the noise reduction. Noise reduction
That's right.
will attenuate the high end, is where most of the code resides anyways. So. You definitely don't want Dolby noise reduction, and there's other forms of physical noise reduction you don't want as well. So you want something that is as studio as possible. So that's why Josh's suggestion, the TX are good options, and high-end prosumer hi-fi tape decks work well for that.
Yeah, I can actually just recommend something if you're interested. It's not computer related, but there's a website called Parlogram, and he does a lot of Beatles stuff. And he found an original master of one of the Beatles recordings, and when he got this master, he said, "Now I'm going to take it to a specialist. I'm not going to try and play it myself. And he took it to I think it was Abbey Road Studios, and they had all this fantastic equipment, and they were able to play it in a really safe environment and analyze everything and recover it, and then give him a recording of it, which was fantastic. So if you want to check out that website, it's on YouTube. If you're interested in music tape restoration, that's it's a similar topic, isn't it? Right? So.
Very good.
48. I think you said you had a 2-drive setup. Do you have it like in an enclosure or anything? What?
So my 5 1/4 is in an old. It was originally for USB CD-ROM. And it's in that enclosure, but I like this. I took out all the guts and just put the drive in, but I like it because it's really easy to just pop the sides off, get the top off, and I can get to the heads and clean it. So it takes like 20 seconds for me to get to the head and clean it. The 3.5 is just sitting on top of it, exposed to the elements. I could probably 3D print something, but again, that just makes it harder to get the thing open to clean the heads.
Very good. Very good. Very provocative conversation there. Really enjoyed that because, like I said, I don't know what was going on with the old Grease Weasel. So that's good stuff, man. Thank you very much, Josh. By the way, please come back to streaming. I say that every time. We missed you. I missed your wacky streams where you did stuff. It was always fun to watch you work. And also, I learned a lot because I'm dumb and don't know how to do stuff. So just an FYI, I'm praying. let's move along. Let's change now for something completely different. Speaking of good, clean heads, I'd like to turn your attention to a couple fellows here. This is a double feature. We're going to have a tandem presentation from our good buddy Bill and Petzel. Petzel, do you want to start setting this up here?
Yeah, so last year at the International Retro Computer Expo in Hurricane, West Virginia, also lovingly known as Boat Fest, one of these showed up. I think it might have been one of these exactly. It's a television transmitter. And I think, Aaron, you were playing a game through that television transmitter, if I remember correctly. So people were talking and thought, well, hey, wouldn't it be fun to watch TV through this? So Bill eventually came up with this idea that let's recreate June 10th and 11th on the 3 national networks, but 1981, 45 years ago. So Aaron, if you want to go to the slides,
I'm right there.
We'll go there. So what we've done is we've recreated, June 10th and 11th, 1981. So Bill, we call him the BB. So we're calling it Boat Fest Broadcast Television. And for Bill's the station manager of BBTV. Now he has compiled the 3 U.S. television network schedules using TV guides from those dates 45 years ago. The shows themselves and commercials, Rob Flack O'Hara has helped out greatly with obtaining those, and there's some other sources Bill has come up with. He compiled those, and I have used a program called Field Station 42 to simulate a TV station using a Raspberry Pi. You don't have to use a Raspberry Pi, but it uses Python, so it works really well with a Raspberry Pi. And so literally we've taken the schedules from that Friday, that Saturday, and created a JSON file that will play these shows within this framework of Field Station 42. Field Station 42 picks the commercials. It has a remote control where you can change the channels. And so what we've done is we've set, let's go ahead and go to Bill's camera, if you will, Aaron. What we've done is we've set up the 3 networks on 3 actual transmitters to see the different stations. So I think at this point you're seeing Bill change
4
channels.
Musketeers.
Yeah.
Hi, Bill.
So he's
Hello.
got the different channels here. This is the Barbara Mandrell show. This is my favorite in our lineup. And so it's ABC, NBC, CBS from these dates 45 years ago. And this will play all day at Boat Fest coming up July 10th and 11th, 2026. You can bring your own television. I've got a little pocket TV that I'm going to bring. I think that is the TV that Bill himself is going to bring, if that's correct. Bill has recreated, and I've got a slide here that kind of depicts how it works, the signal chain, if you will. You can see on the left we have Raspberry Pis. We have 3 Raspberry Pis. Each of them is going to be connected to a transmitter, so each of them are transmitting, and then any TV can pick up any one of those 3 stations. So, and Aaron, if you want to go back to Bill's demonstration, because I think that's much.
I just ask, are you gonna hook up an Atari 2600 as well, so we can fight? We don't want to watch TV. We want to play Atari.
That's what we're kind of getting away from, because you can have so many TVs that you can play Atari if you want to.
Hey, I will have an Atari 2600 there, and
not in the living room with a TV. It's like, switch over.
It will be in the living room with the TV, so you can fight over that. I will also have my Select Division going too, so you can put in a disc and watch it.
And I tell you, Happy, if you show up at Boat Fest this year, we will let you play all the Atari you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no chance. There's no chance of that. I'm afraid. As much as I'd love to, but
it's a long trip. I know.
I'm on the other side of the world, and I have a few commitments that I need to prioritize.
Yes, that new child. That's got to be something. A grandchild is enough for me. I'm like, oh, I can't keep up with them. I don't know how keeping up with a little baby is go. I don't know how I would do it. Are there any questions?
I'm super excited about this project. And so I don't do this often. I would put myself on the big screen. I picked up a couple of things. I'm ready for Boat Fest. First thing I got was this bad boy, a local purchase. Right there, everyone's got to have one of those. The old portable black and white TV, so I can watch all Bill shows. And I thought to myself, man, I'd like to see something in color. So I picked up this bad boy. It's the old... It's the old Game Gear with the little gimmick I picked up. I'm sure it works. What could go wrong? So I am ready. I'm ready for this project. God bless you. I could have picked a better project. And this is right in my wheelhouse. And I wonder what I was watching that night because I'm sure it was one of these shows. And so I think this is great. And Bill and Petzel and Rob have, especially Bill, has gone to great expense to bring this project in. So God bless you, man. I think it's going to be super awesome. I'm really excited about this one. And I think I like the fact that at Boat Fest, this is going to be, hey, someone prove me wrong. If they've been to another one of these retro gaming conventions that provide their own television network, 3-channel access, I think that is awesome.
I tell you what, the UK guys are going to love that because in 1981 we really did only have 2 to 3 channels. That is all we had.
We did too. We were the same way. And now that's not the TV you're bringing, is it, Bill?
No. This is my other console.
You're bringing the big dog.
A little lighter than this one. Yeah, this one is actually as big, but just watching. There's the Tylenol scare from 80. Never mind. So yeah, it's been interesting.
Next year, do the same thing but for British TV, and then you can experience British TV.
That's going to be even harder.
Well, as you said though, there's only 2 channels, so that's a little bit better. There's some really obscure stuff that we had to try to find.
What's the hardest thing you picked up, Bill? What was the hardest thing you had to get?
The hardest thing. Well, we had to supplement this one because there's just no video of it. But in the summer of 1981, there was a baseball strike, and there's supposed to be a baseball game on. So for 3 months, they made a program with Bruce Jenner just like introducing different sports activities.
Yes.
But there's no archive of it. It doesn't exist anywhere. There's no complete thing. So what we did was, or what several of us did, was look for like the individual things that were listed in that program, and then find those pieces. So what you're missing is Bruce Jenner's introduction to all of them.
I could put Boat in a wig and film him. That might work. He's got some Bruce Jenner qualities. We could get him up there. He's a big athlete. It might work. I love it. I love this project.
Get a Bruce Jenner mask,
There you go.
Yeah. The Wheaties box.
But the fun thing was we got the one of the things is the TV guides that we use is actually from the Nashville, Tennessee market. And I did that because Vanderbilt University at Nashville, Tennessee has the National News Archive. So we were able to get the national news from that day. So each time the national news plays will be from that day 45 years ago. And like this is an 8 is Enough episode. This is the exact episode of 8 is Enough. Thank you, Rob Flack O'Hara.
Yeah, he's your hookup for that stuff. But I mean, and I'm sure you'll go into this more at Boat Fest, but I mean, the links that Bill went to get some of these shows was, well, they're frankly ludicrous, if I may be so bold. You're a maniac, Bill, and it's great work that you and Petzel did. Anybody have any questions about the Boat Fest TV network that they want to lodge before Boat Fest?
I will say though about what Bill has gone through. The shows like Love Boat and the Dukes of Hazzard, everybody wants to watch those, but he's got the soap operas from on Friday morning, and those surprised me. There's some archive stuff there for sure. So sorry, Pajako, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think we should hijack it and put some indoor league on there.
Oh yeah. Me and Boat talked about that because we love it so much. Don't tell this, but I mean, what a great project. I've never been so happy.
You should make some little TV guide things for people, so they'll know what's on at what time. They can go.
They can use the real TV guide.
I will have the real TV guides there.
Yeah, the real TV guide.
Excellent, yeah.
Bill, Happy, they're nuts. They went to ludicrous lengths for this. I mean, it's going to be bonkers.
This has been basically a year-long project. Bill's, I guess, started right after Boat Fest 25, and he got the stuff to me, I don't know, certainly in the fall of last year. And so I've been going through editing, fixing audio, getting it kind of level set, blurring out. So like some game shows came from the Game Show Network. So they've got the little Game Show Network bug in the corner. Blur those out, trying to make it as period appropriate as possible. Some shows would have modern commercials in them, so I cut those out. This and what you're seeing in the demo isn't complete. So like I've got a bunch of Christmas commercials in there, which are in and of themselves fun to watch because at Christmas they're selling things. So you can see all of the products that you wanted to have in 1981, which is fantastic.
What is this commercial,
Muppet Show.
It's incredible. Put it.
That's
so
that's
good.
not a commercial. That's the Barbara Mandrell show.
Yeah, that's the Barbara Mandrell show.
Yes. Oh, that's so good.
Oh man.
So good.
So just a wonderful rabbit hole, isn't it? I guess this is what we see on this ICC is this, all these wonderful rabbit holes that people have discovered.
It's funny because last year when I bought this thing, this is the little doodad. I can put myself up here. That I brought to Boat Fest last year. I literally brought this for no good reason, and I bought it for even less. I was like, that's wacky. What can I do with that? Never in my wildest dreams did I think this $20 doodad for China would spawn the Boat Fest television network. But I am quite pleased that it did. I can't wait to see how it turns out. That's good stuff, guys.
One thing that I'm curious about, and we've joked about it, is there's some little old lady sitting in Hurricane, West Virginia, that's going to suddenly have her TV start working again.
I love it, and the fact that anyone can bring a TV and just tune into their favorite channel, that makes it even better. It's just, oh God, I love it. I love it so much.
What's the range of it then? How far does it broadcast?
The room.
It'll broadcast in the room, and you got to have some separation. If you look right now, I've got this channel and an adjacent channel, and this adjacent channel is struggling, but I don't have clear line of sight for that one. I do have clear line of sight for this.
The quality's good. Mr. Chips asked, how is the quality of it when you tune in? I'd say we played video games on it last year, and you should have saw the idiotic experimentation that Bill did with his TV. Because he had the thing, he'd take the console across the room and broadcast it to the TV, and I'd sit there in front of the TV and play games. It worked all the way across the room. I was playing, what were we playing, Bill? Was it Dreamcast or some kind of crap?
At one point, you played Dragon's Lair on it just to test the latency.
And the latency was practically zero. I mean, it's bonkers. And the thing is, anyone in the room could have picked me up playing Dragon's Lair in real time. So,
if you get an episode where there's a TV phone in, can you now pick up a phone and call in? That's next step.
That's next. Don't tempt him.
That's 27. We'll do that both as 27.
Oh God!
Can I ask what was the? How did you choose the date in particular?
What I wanted to do was, I knew that Boat Fest was going to be July 10 and 11. So what I did, and that's a Friday and Saturday, and I wanted to match those dates. So I went back and I looked and I said, when was July 10th and 11th on a Friday and Saturday? And it happened in 1981.
Oh, cool. Right. Makes sense.
So that way I'm exactly, so when the news comes up, it says, July 11th, 1981. and you're like, okay, that's today, except 45 years ago.
Yeah, and it says like Saturday, July the 11th or whatever it is.
Yes. So it's right on the money. But like I said, it was an unfortunate choice because there was a baseball strike. That was tough. The one of the stations that I picked had a lot of like civic stuff from Nashville, so trying to track that stuff down was a nightmare. But some of it is just filler material. So there are, like city commission meetings, but it may not be the exact one. But most of the programs, if we were able to find it, have the exact episode. So if you're looking at the TV guide and you pick it up and you see MASH, then and you read the description, that's what you're watching on TV. So
Bill, you got an episode of Dallas coming up on there, don't you?
I do. We have Dallas.
Yeah, there you go, Super Tech Boy. MASH, WKRP, anything that was on that night, it's going to be on his TV.
So last night I was having fun with, Bionic Woman. I was having fun watching the Dukes of Hazzard last night. I haven't seen that in a hot minute.
That comes on before Dallas. I was alive and watching that stuff back then.
Yep. That's so Friday night, and then tonight, as soon as this stuff kicks off, we'll have let's see, 8 is Enough is on. Then there's Love Boat and Fantasy Island.
Yeah.
If you hang around long enough, when Barber Mandrill ends here, you'll get BJ and the Bear.
Oh, oh no,
that was a favorite of mine.
Now on here, you're stuck with the Four Musketeers because they ran a movie all night on this network. So. But yeah, as long as you can tune into these channels, if you have a TV, you should be able to watch whatever you want.
Yeah, bring your TV to Boat Fest. It's great, Bill. And Pets, everyone that's worked on this project, my hat's off to you. I mean, that's a bonkers sort of project, and it's a lot of fun, too. I bet you're sick of all these shows, Bill, by the way, having seen them so many times.
Look, I have seen them about once or twice or something like that, but Petzel has seen them a million times now. He can quote some of them. Every frame. So he's the one that's dead sick of all this stuff. So
very good.
It's been fun to see these shows and to kind of, how am I going to overcome this little challenge here of this watermark needs to go and that sort of thing.
Well, don't sell yourself short too, because the other thing is this is Field Station 42.
The Field Station 42 as well. That's when Bill presented this to me. He's like, "This isn't like alpha." I'm like, "Oh, great!" And it really has been. But the developer is very active, and he's also very responsive. So he's got a Discord. He's on GitHub. You can find this on GitHub. Great documentation, great response to issues, and there's a little community around it. So it's not been difficult to figure out how to make it happen. All these channels are based on a JSON file, so you have to define your channel within a JSON file.
Does he know what you guys are up to? The creator?
I don't know. Actually, there is a place in the Discord to kind of talk about or display what you've done. I've been waiting till we get this a little further along to announce it.
It looks pretty far along now, I will say.
I want to make sure I get my tickets for Boat Fest before I announce it, because once I do that, everybody's going to want to come to Boat Fest.
Well, I mean, if you come, bring your TV. This is a great project.
That's right.
Excellent work. Excellent. All right, look, Boat comes rolling in. Hey, Boat, are you there?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm here. I'm driving back home.
Not going to have a drink of the night tonight like last time?
No, not tonight.
That was awesome.
It was awesome for a couple segments until you flamed out there. How was the Monk School?
Yeah.
Everything good at Monk School?
Everything was good at Monk School.
Good. You've got here at the halfway point, Boat. Good timing.
Oh, fantastic.
Very good. Very good. That's great work, guys. We are going to keep the ball rolling here. Next on the docket, if I'm not, blind as a bat here, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be talking to our good buddy Adam for Commodore Chronicles. I almost said Computer Chronicles for the 50th time, Adam. I promise you.
It's a constant. It's not a big deal.
I hold you in such high regard that I compare you with that show.
Oh, Stuart Chaffee is definitely inspiration. So,
what do you got for us, Adam?
Well, I've got two things. So, our SEMVCC Swap meet happened last weekend, and we had over 100 people, and it was the biggest show we've had. And it was a swap meet, and we had some cool stuff come through. I don't know if you guys how attached to the internet the rest of you fellas are, but
I like it.
At least the YouTubes. A friend of mine just got featured. Is somehow he put out one video, and it's already got 18,000 views on it. And
Holy moly!
And it was based on these 3D printed old style computer cases.
Oh,
my buddy Brian runs the YouTube channel Retro PC Emporium, and these things are incredible. So some of them have, none of them are going to fit your standard AT board in there. So a lot of these are creations that come from old integrated stuff from like terminals, small terminals for professional use, and he's repurposing them as MS-DOS, Windows 98. Mine is a little low. I'll turn it up. Hang on. Sorry about that. But Brian's stuff here is absolute top notch. And so we had some of that stuff. What else did we have? We had the Auger brothers, our friend. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We had Joe from Joe's Computer Museum set up, and he was selling all of his wares, the new Blue Scuzzy Ultra stuff, the Pico Gus. This is to take an old Macintosh. Did I get a close up of that? I think I did. So this here is to take a old all-in-one Macintosh, one of the original ones, and put it into a case and use an external monitor if you've lost your monitor and power supply. So that was really cool. Like I said, he was selling his wares, his Pico Micro Mac, the A2 Pico Lite, HDMI solutions for Apple II stuff. These guys here, the guys that we work with all the time, these are the Auger brothers, and they run 8-bit devices. 8-bit devices has taken on the task of multiple times of creating their own hardware. This is a full Apple II Plus that they've made from scratch by themselves. So new board, all new parts, straight from the ground up. And then all the things that are attached to them. I think one of the drive adapters, though, is a standard Apple II floppy drive adapter. And these cats they're incredible. So if you've dealt with Javier, who does, I can't remember what it's A8 something. He's been doing a lot of drive modifications and putting like Gotex into drives that look like old Apple II drives. Well, the Auger brothers did the clicker that went in that one. So, and they come through and they've been mastering all of these cool see-through Apple II devices. This one is running on an Apple II HDMI, well, it's a DVI out, and they also sell this SPSD. It's a smart port emulator for the Apple II. They built this one. They built that power supply in there that tells you the voltage of what it's running on. This is incredible. This is a TRS-80 Model 1, and they built this from scratch, including the mechanical keyboard they created for this entire thing. It's so cool.
That's bonkers right there. That they used off the shelf. Didn't the Model 3 use off the shelf parts? That's how they could do that.
Yeah, well, that's why basically any of the Model 1, Model 2, Model 3, it's all off the shelf parts.
That's bonkers.
And that's
what they did. That's incredible right there.
Then they have just started dabbling in the Naboo scene. And so far, they've created their own kind of offshoot of the internet adapter that works internally inside of your Naboo. But if you see here, there's two elements, even though I'm sorry, it's a little dark. My photo was underexposed. Not only have they done their own internet adapter through a embedded Intel Atom PC, they've also developed their own HDMI solution for the Naboo, and hopefully they'll put that into production. And it's going to be one of those things more off where they do like an initial lot and see how many people want them, and then they'll go into production of those. So that's pretty exciting too. And they do a lot of stuff with the Apple, the Ataris. They build S-Drive Maxes and A8 Pico carts. Oh, what else? So yeah, this is
what's a Naboo? I'm sorry, I have no idea.
The Naboo was a Canadian computer that worked on the similar architecture to the ColecoVision and the MXX that was going to work over the cable network exclusively. I think this was like a 1983, 1984 kind of failure, and a local guy found these at auction and decided to sell them, and they became huge. So
they were the new hotness a couple years ago. Like everybody had to have them.
Yeah, well, back when you can get them for $90 to $100, they were great. Now they're going for like $200, $250. So I'm glad I got in early enough and got one for $65. We had a bunch of people on display too. I'll go that. This was the stuff I was selling. I was trying to sell off an old Commodore 64 because I have enough of them. I ended up selling this Apple IIc to purchase an Apple II GS, which I don't have any pictures of yet, but it is freshy mint.
Change the caps.
It's already been recapped. The power supply's been done. It's been retro-brighted by my buddy Steve. It looks incredible. I haven't been able to get any photos of it yet, and I was just selling some random junk. Anyways, let's get more into the scope of things. Past the Auger Brothers again.
So natural access to bi-directional utilities, huh? There we go.
Yep. Very, very cool concept that unfortunately didn't really yield, unfortunately. So
the hackers did a lot with it there a couple years ago. I mean, it's got some nice capabilities. It's a fun system to own. Somebody brought one to Boat Fest. Was that you, Petzel, a couple years ago that brought one in?
Petz brought one in.
Josh brought one.
Oh, it was Josh that did. My bad.
And I did one. I did actually. You're right.
You're killing me, Petzel.
Some specs similar to the Spectrum. I wonder if it could run Spectrum games.
I mean, we have computers from all scopes. This is one of our friends, Intergalactic Microsystems. He was programming a screensaver for his Commodore 64. He was doing it in Linux here, and he was porting it over. And there's back in the day there was basically like a caveman on an island type thing, and he was trying to recreate that. That was pretty cool. Of course, the only game worth playing on a TI 99 4A is Parsec. It's a joke, but it's definitely the best.
Don't make me hurt you, Adam.
No, it really it was one of the first computers I had. There's still some really great versions of games out there, especially like Burger Time's really good on that too.
There's tons of great games. Tons. Don't believe the hype.
Yep, right next to me, Apple II GS 500. The guys in our area who are into SGI and Sun Microsystem machines is insane. Just because of all the automotive that was in our area, those things are all over the place. And recently we uncovered a catch of them at at a local recycler here, and a whole bunch of people were able to get into the scene there. That was a 2000 that was for sale for $800. I didn't have $800, and then we get, and the thing is too, we get ages of all ranges. So this was a younger guy who was selling all these laptops, and he must have been like in his 20s. This guy had a whole bunch of machines for sale. If you look over here, he's got a Amiga 1000 kind of like stuffed in there. He got a Compact. But this is more chaos than our normal show. Normally our shows are to like show off. This was like a little sale here and there everywhere. I mean, we even had kids playing on the Sega Genesis. Here's another Sun display, multiple Sun machines. Someone has already started selling their. This was before Commodore came out with their Ultimate. This was an Ultimate as well. There's that screensaver he was working on, but yeah, this is just the basics of kind of what happens at our swap meets every April. Every time we have some type of LAN party going on. This one was another Windows XP LAN party. They played a little bit of Halo. They played a little bit of Burnout. We always have a high out of Macintosh fans, and I think that's it for the club. And then my other side of the thing was you see, I got to point at it. I've been starting to work on some videos. I've wanted to kind of get into some basically historical documentation, but also just filming stuff I love. So I think, Aaron, if you have that queued up, you can run that.
All right. If you're if you're in the room, just flip over to the stream and check these out. This is, what do you want? You want to set this up a little bit, man?
So since I was like 11 or 12 years old, I was always fascinated by Tandy machines, and when the Sensation came out, I was rather taken by it until I owned one. So
there you go.
That's kind of what happened. So I picked one up about 3 years back, and I've been refurbishing it, trying to find stuff to replace like a broken CD-ROM drive. The CD-ROM drive in the Tandy Sensation is a LMSI style drive, which is it's like akin to like a half SCSI design, but it works on a electromagnetic head instead of a standard CD-ROM track. And trying to get that thing up and going it's been a terror. So I still haven't gotten it going. So it's using a inappropriately too fast CD-ROM drive for it, but you'll see it in the film.
Very good. All right, we're gonna run this. This is from Adam. Let's check this out. Here we go.
Presenting the first high-performance machine designed for your family with such standard features as a CD system with full stereo sound, messaging center, easy-to-open windows, and plenty of storage room. All with the power and speed to get your family where you want to go. The Tandy Sensation, not just IBM PC compatible, family compatible. Take your family for a test drive. Your neighborhood Radio Shack.
Hi, my name's Adam, and this is Anecdotage Media. I don't know about you, but I grew up in a small town. Technically, you could say I grew up in two small towns, as I grew up on the border of Brighton, Michigan, and Howell, Michigan. And Brighton, Michigan was the home of our sole computer store, our local Radio Shack. And Radio Shack was my absolute favorite store. They offered RC cars, handheld games, TVs, and stereos, had a bunch of those solderless electronic project kits where you'd peel back the spring and poke in the wire, but most of all, they had computers. And it wasn't until November of 1991 that Radio Shack had any competition whatsoever. And that competition came from the local juggernaut retailer Walmart, who offered compact AST and Packard Bell computers. But through the 1970s and 1980s, Radio Shack had a solid grip on our market. With the popular ranges of the TRS-80 and Tandy 1000 lineup of computers, they had our market cornered. And before we get into today's actual topic, let's take a brief stroll down memory lane and look at the history of Tandy Radio Shack computers.
At Radio Shack, we've always made the latest technology easy to understand for your family. And now our CD-ROM computers make it easy to bring entire libraries to life. Experience the power of Tandy multimedia computers. Only at Radio Shack.
From 1977 to around 1990, Tandy Radio Shack sold relevant computers at a reasonable price with solid local support through a large Radio Shack retail network. Starting in 1977, Tandy Radio Shack released the TRS-80 or Tandy Radio Shack Z80 computer. It became a bestseller and remained a best-selling personal computer through early 1982. It also had the largest software library through late 1979. The TRS-80 line of computers was featured in the Radio Shack catalogs until 1989 and could even be special ordered as late as 1991, an impressive 14-year run. It was praised for its approachability and its unique architecture despite having early reliability issues that were addressed in later revisions. Then, in 1980, Tandy Radio Shack released the unrelated TRS-80 color computer, a cost-effective home computer that ran on a Motorola 6809E processor, making the Z80 illusion kind of invalid for its namesake. The Coco line was originally criticized for its chiclet keyboard, slow cassette medium, and lack of compatibility with the TRS-80 computer line it errantly was named after. Later iterations of the Coco dropped the TRS-80 moniker, but the line never got a huge footing, and was still unique and approachable though. In 1984, Tandy released the Tandy 1000 line of computers. The architecture was heavily based on IBM's failed PC Junior line of computers, being powered by an Intel 8088 processor, featuring 16-color graphics and 3-voice sound. Tandy re-engineered the PC Junior's architecture to make it a near MS-DOS compatible package. However, some Tandy purists criticized what Tandy was doing, reporting that they were now following the trends and not making them. But these Tandy 1000 computers became their best-selling products so far. The IBM PC standard was gaining legs in the industry, and Tandy had figured out how to best them using their own architecture against them, and doing it for nearly half the cost. By 1986, their efforts had earned them nearly 10% of the US computer market share. In my opinion, the Tandy 1000 was a genius effort. For about 3 or 4 years, software developers included Tandy-specific modes as pinnacle features, touting a 16-color graphics and 3-voice Tandy sound. The later Tandy 1000 and newly released 2500 series of desktop computers offered VGA graphics but only offered Sound Blaster and AdLib sound cards as an aftermarket option. Instead, they continued to push Tandy's 3-voice sound chip with the DAC as standard. However, other manufacturers like Compaq, AST, Packard Bell, and Gateway 2000 all started offering AdLib and Sound Blaster compatible sound cards as standard options, often for less money. And it didn't take long for Tandy's market share to start to dwindle. And it's right around this time where the subject of today's video begins, with Tandy's last hurrah in the PC market, the Sensation.
And with a video title of the Tandy Sensation, the least sensational computer of the early 1990s, you'd probably think I were a bit delusional in saying so. It's a sharp-looking machine, but it really only takes a minute of testing to realize how terrible this machine aged, despite its initial appeal. Released in late 1992, the Sensation came equipped with an Intel 486 processor clocked at 20 megahertz. It came with 4 megabytes RAM, 107 megabyte hard drive, Super VGA graphics, a single-speed CD-ROM, and high-quality sound. More on that later. My specific model here is a early to mid-1993 variant with a 486 SX25 processor clocked at, 25 megahertz. It came with 8 megabytes of RAM and a 130 megabyte hard drive. Though initially, Tandy partnered with Creative on the Sensation sound card. However, that would have yielded Sound Blaster Pro compatibility, in which it didn't. Tandy, though, released a 12-bit proprietary card that had serious Sound Blaster compatibility issues. The Sensation sound card supported the AdLib Gold standard, a company that had just gone out of business. However, this standard, which had fixed bit rates of 8, 11, and 22 hertz, and that was incompatible with the Sound Blaster system that supported variable bit rates. On my Sensation, it has taken a more modern third-party compatibility software to make this Sound Blaster compatibility even work at all. However, it only works within Windows and has led to numerous OS crashes. The Tandy Sensation 2, that was released in 1993, resolved this problem and features Sound Blaster 16 compatibility. Our second issue is the choice of CD-ROM interface they chose. By 1990, the Panasonic and Mitsumi CD-ROM interface had become the standard, but Tandy opted for another, not totally proprietary, but lesser used interface by Philips called the LMSI standard, which uses a SCSI-related connector in a compact form. If you require a replacement for the CD-ROM drive, you're going to buy it from Tandy. And these type of Tandy-specific LMSI CD-ROM drives are now incredibly rare and pricey. I've seen them go for as much as $750 on eBay. And being a 34-year-old computer, predictably, my CD-ROM drive has taken a dive. The CD-ROM drive that came with a Sensation isn't one that uses belts or any kind of mechanical head. It uses one that is relying on electromagnetism. It's pretty impressive, but of course when it dies, it's a lot harder to diagnose. So I've replaced mine with a 32-speed Creative, where it really doesn't fit the era, but it's the only one I had at the moment. By early 1993, companies like Gateway, Dell, and even IBM were selling better equipped computers at a more reasonable price. They started offering 486DX processors, 4-speed CD-ROMs, 200 to 300 megabyte hard drives, and full-blown Sound Blaster sound cards. Tandy's last stab, a refresh of the original Sensation called the Sensation 2, did next to nothing to improve Tandy's market share. Honestly, it barely improved on the original and was too expensive. In May 1993, the computer company AST bought Tandy outright, and it only took them a few short months to shutter the brand altogether. Should we say then that the Tandy Sensation was an abject failure? I certainly wouldn't think so. For 1992, the Sensation was one of the most powerful home PCs of its day. However, it was outclassed at the speed of light and supplanted by companies with far more flexibility. If Tandy weren't hemorrhaging money by 1993 and AST hadn't bought the house, I'd like to believe that Tandy would have got back into the black. Up to the very late 80s, Tandy's offerings were top-notch. The Tandy 1000 series is still some of my favorite of all time. I bet 11-year-old Adam would have still been thrilled by this troubled youngest sibling of the Tandy greats. Heck, Tandy collectors like myself still long for them, and I think will for the next few decades. Did you enjoy what you just saw here? Would you please consider subscribing or even hitting that like button? I'd really appreciate it. And if you feel so led to support Anecdotage Media and the Anecdotage Media family of podcasts, including Commodore Chronicles, Fine and Tandy, 46 Deluxe, NES Advantage, and Morning Cartoon Crunch, please consider doing so over at patreon.com/C64 Chronicles.
All right. That was a look at something that looked so good, but wasn't that great, but beautiful. Well done. Any parting shots on that thing, Adam?
I never know whether I'm going to keep it or sell it. It's always one of those machines where I am fascinated by it. Like, do I want to put more effort into it? Do I want to dig out the CD-ROM drive and try and get it working again? Do I want to put a sound blaster in it so it actually has, actual decent sound? I heard putting a secondary sound card in these things is really difficult. But yeah, it's just it's an interesting machine that I got to kind of have for a price of, something completely unfair. So I do feel lucky to have it, though.
I think you should leave it mostly stock, I think.
I think so, too.
Tandy sound was awesome. Tandy graphics were, I used to mock my buddies for their lamery because I had access to such a cool thing. And the DVD for a CD player, no one's going to hold your feet to the fire on that. Now, it may be a beautiful, rare paperweight, but it's still something that's interesting. So I'd like to see keep it. Anybody have any questions about the Sensation? Who's running out to get a Sensation? Anybody?
Everybody's going out to get a Sensation.
You got to feel a sensation. That was great, Adam. Great video, man. I love that. So here's a added treat. A late addition to the festivities. But this is as timely as today's headlines because we have in our midst the luckiest man on God's green earth. And we're going to shift over to him. This is our good pal, Kitt. What's a good word, Kitt?
Hey, guys. Am I too loud or too quiet?
You're fine, dude.
Okay. So, I posted on Discord just this last week. I went to an estate sale a week ago and picked up a massive amount of Amiga stuff. So I've been wanting to try to put a video together for this thing, and it's been hard. Just life, right? I've been working in the yard. I binged up my forehead today. Anyway, it's been one of those things where life gets in the way. So I was able to jump on about an hour and a half before this started, just piece together some of my video footage and some of the pictures. I've got no audio, so it's just going to be me sharing my screen. Fingers crossed it works. And then letting you guys kind of ask. I can kind of pause. There's a lot of stuff going on here. What I find really interesting about
including prices that you'll be selling this to us for.
Yeah, probably some good deals.
Dave, put your wallet in your pants. Let the man get through this thing before you start offering stuff. Go ahead, Kitt.
Start offering me the firstborns. Now that Happy's gone, he can't offer me his firstborn. Okay. Let me try and we'll share this guy.
Go for it, dude. This whole computer thing's new to Kitt. He'll get it.
What is going on? Oh, there we go. This guy. I've got 4 screens hooked up.
Hold the phone.
To this. We there?
Shazam. Go for it, dude.
There? Okay. So again, most of the beginning of this it's just like 8 minutes long. But this is the ad that popped up on Saturday. and it had started 30 minutes after I woke up, and I thought there was no chance any of this stuff was going to be here. But I'm just going to go ahead and play. And like I said, it'll cycle through. If you guys see something interesting, let me know. But the gentleman, as you'll see here, I took some pictures of his cars, I should say. After kind of going through, I actually asked the family if he was British, because he had all of these Amigas, and he had this Austin Healey and some Jensen Healeys, as you'll see here. I mean, and they were restored. Beautiful cars.
You get the cars too?
I wanted to. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a car guy, and that Austin Healey was absolute. It was a 1955. It was absolutely stunning. So I'm gonna pause it here for a sec. Right. So there was all these adaptive gaming things also here, and so what had happened was this gentleman ended up becoming kind of disabled later in his life, and I say later, he passed away in his early 60s. And about 15 years ago, he started having some motor problems. So I was like, what are these things? And the family was super cool, the daughter and son-in-law. And yeah, so he was learning how to game with his feet and all of these things. So it's partly why I think there was so much Amiga stuff. As you can see in here, this is in the basement. Original boxes for all of the Commodore goodies that are coming up. The crazy thing about this was the handful of things that were on the table that looked like that was it. But what ended up happening is, I kind of came up with okay, let me just stop it again, because the Amiga 3000 that was on that counter was listed at $1,000. And then the other Amiga 3000 that was sitting there had no price on it. So I kind of said, hey, what's going on with the Amiga stuff? I was shocked it was still there. I was there about an hour after after this sale had started. And they said, we haven't really had very much interest in it. So, anyway, yeah, if you want all the Amiga stuff, maybe we'll do like $1,000 or something. I'm like, well, and okay, but all there was like the two 3000s. There was a 1950, and there was like a broken 2000 on the shelf, and some disk drives. And so I was like,
so that's all. Are you kidding me?
$1,000 is a lot of money, but I'm like, okay, let's do it. So we started putting things in piles, and I'm talking to the family, and I'm being nice. And then I was like, is there any other computer things around? He walks in, he pulls out an Amiga 1000. Oh, this was in the room that wasn't open to the public. And I'm like, and he just threw that in the pile. And so eventually he's like, come into the basement, which you saw some basement shots. I'm not the kind of person that likes to film everywhere I go and stuff like that. So even taking pictures is like, I don't know, it's on me, right? For just being uncomfortable doing that. But I walk into the basement, and there's a box that's this big, and it's full of about a dozen or so Amiga 2000 and 3000 keyboards. Just right. Gee. So, and I was like, those are the keyboards for the computers. And he's like, cool. Yeah, let's throw those up. And he's like, there's the shelf full of PCB boards. Cause he was like, come into the basement. Some of the stuff might be of interest to you. It's where all of the cards for the Amiga 2000s and stuff show up. So I call my wife. I have my Mini Cooper. I was expecting to buy one. My poor wife had to drive up so she could film her minivan full of this stuff. But as you can see, there's boxes.
She's a keeper, Kitt.
She puts up with a lot. So the minivan and the Mini Cooper, both full of stuff. And you'll start seeing here, yeah, there was two 1950 monitors and then a broken 1950, which is insane. I mean, I think it was one of the guys on Discord was like, I've never seen so many multi-sync monitors before in the same shot. So this is when I got to my house. I started unloading all of this stuff. This was pretty cool. There were some really odd VHS tapes that I'd not seen. Leather Goddess of Phobos. I figured that was Amigo Aaron. That seems like a game for him.
You got that right.
This is me as I started unloading. I was kind of getting some pictures.
Wow.
And then
holy smokes.
There's 60,000. Nice.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's so you then I
didn't get all this for $1,000, did you?
Okay, so no. By the time we'd rounded up all of this stuff, there was probably 3 times the amount of stuff that they had asked about. So, and man, some of the frame rates on this when it uploaded kind of went funky. So it looks a little funky, but no. So he asked for a little more. I gave him a little more. It was less than 2,000, more than 1,000. We'll say that make me feel not totally like I ripped him off. But here's the 1,000 that was so clean.
Look at that 2 meg Agnes right there, brother. That's
there's the 2 megabyte. That was really exciting because I don't have a 2 megabyte Agnes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing rendered really weird. But yeah, I literally had an hour to try to piece this together. As you can see here, look at all of these cards. These were all just on the shelf. And he was going to take these and scrap them out. I mean, the stuff in the basement he thought was basically worthless. This is one of the bridge boards, the 386 bridge board.
Yeah, I remember those. That's man. I haven't seen one for a while.
Get that battery off that thing.
So was this guy just a collector, or was he did he have anything to do with Amigas or Commodore or anything, or?
So from what I gather, he had some Macintosh stuff as well. He was just kind of a collector, and I think as he started becoming ill back in his, I'm guessing his late 40s, he decided, I mean, things just kind of sat there, and so, but obviously he was a collector. I mean, look at all this stuff.
Yeah,
I
can't imagine what that's like.
Yeah, he had some Colanto, Amiga Forever stuff sitting here.
Nice keyboards; those are beautiful.
He had some magazines there too, didn't he? I think it was an Amiga Worlds, a big batch of those.
Yep, a bunch of full set years of Amiga Worlds.
Oh wow.
There are this side of the keyboards. All of these were taken apart for some reason, so I kind of pieced them together and got them to where they all look like they're working. I don't know what this is. Going back to the Grease Weasel. I don't know if it's something like that because it is a USB cable attached
he's
to
probably using it to transfer across. Yeah, that's cool though.
And I'm not taking that apart yet. The Amiga or the AMAX, I think
that's a Mac thing. That's a Mac thing,
right?
Yeah, that's exactly what that is. Yeah. It's a Mac bridge board, right?
Yeah.
It's something. I don't know exactly what it is, but that's beautiful.
I remember seeing them in magazines back in the day. Look at the old 5 1/4. I got one of those. You don't see those that often.
Yeah, and I guess it's for the PC, for if you use the PC bridge
That's
boards.
right. Yeah. It could read. I think you could stick a C64 disc in there, but I don't know what you could do with it.
Yeah. And then there's all the boxes.
Wow, with the boxes. So nice.
He was going to throw the boxes away. When I saw the boxes, I about died. I mean, just getting any of and they all match the serial numbers for 3 of those 3,000s.
You could tell this guy was a real collector, he was a real stringent collector if he kept all this stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about the guy, Kitt?
Nothing about him. No, outside of what the family was kind of talking to me about him.
Yeah.
Wow! Look at that. Is that the box for the 1,000?
Yeah, the boxes.
I've never even seen that before.
It's so pretty and clean.
It's a really nice box.
But it makes you wonder just how many more of these caches of computers are still out there sitting in people's lofts and
like this. Not too many, man.
You don't know.
I mean, more will
Yeah.
be coming in the future, but right now
Yeah.
in the middle, I guess as we get old and pass on and their families are like, what the hell is all this crap? This is the kind of stuff that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yep.
These are some of the accelerators. That up in the
That's,
top
is that an
right.
at-once card right there? What is that?
So that's a 2 megabyte chip, but the other card was an AGA. It said AGA on it, but it ended up being it's a flicker fixer for the 2000, which is
For
pretty cool.
2000, yeah, that's great.
I think I saw Picasso.
Yeah, you got a lot of nice boards there.
Those are three.
Those are accelerators.
3 accelerators. I
Yeah.
think they're I think they were 03 or 040 accelerators for the 3000. Picasso 2 board. How cool is that?
Nice.
Yeah.
So nice.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
What could he have? What was he cooking in the basement that you needed all these?
Have you looked around your house, Dave? Have you looked around your own home and asked that
I'm
question?
mucking with a lot of them. But holy smokes!
Yeah, and I all of the 2000s look like they're opened up, so they're in pieces. These are a couple of the 3000 boards. There was a sealed copy of DOS 6.22. I had to pick that up.
How are you for battery damage on those 2000s and the 3000s?
So I haven't even had a chance to open them up, but that's the first order of business is getting those pulled up and getting those things
batteries.
clipped if they're I'm a little bit worried about those, but that was just the quick and dirty of that video.
Good score, man.
But yeah, what a crazy what a crazy haul. And I kind of find what's interesting is like kind of what you're saying, Dave, like who was this guy? What was he doing with all of this stuff? What was his idea? Why did he have 3000s in a box? Why did he have, I mean, we could, like I said, so I have a 3000 right here. It's already set up. I've had that. I think I got it maybe 2 years ago. So I now technically have 7 Amiga 3000s. Like what in the, I don't know. So yes, a lot of the stuff is gonna have to go. But yeah, I'm probably gonna piece me together a really sweet 3000 as a backup to this guy, and another really sweet 2000. Somebody in my Retro Asylum group was asking how many Amigas do you have, and I had to actually think through it, and I listed it out just out of fun. And here, was it 48K that said who was it that has only been into the Amiga for
that was Arcade Ages. Arcade Ages,
that's right. So my first Amiga came in 2014 or 15. And that was the first time I ever had been able to have one. Gosh,
2015, they were nice and cheap back then, brother.
Yeah.
They didn't really get so bad till after COVID. COVID kicked in this third gear.
Right. Okay, here we go. So I have currently in my collection, I have 3 Amiga 1000s. 2 are clean and complete. One's kind of busted up, but still powered on. I have 2 500s. I have 10 plus Amiga 2000s. I have 7 3000s. 1 600 and 1 CD32. So I'm dying to get me a 1200, and I'm dying to get me a
CDTV
4000, and of course a CDTV. I figure I'll just write that CDTV off. There's no way I'm going to.
You've got the stuff there to where you could barter for everything you want without any doubt. Keep that in mind. Yeah. So what do you? I mean, not to put you on the spot here, but when can I come to your house and take all this stuff from you? When are you at your most vulnerable? No, seriously? What are you going to do with all this stuff? Like, what are your plans? Have you thought about it?
Yeah, I mean, first thing would be just at least getting all the batteries pulled and get the vinegar and IPA, stop any bleeding if there is any. Again, this guy probably hasn't looked at these things in a decade. And honestly, it's probably why they're still there. I mean, who knows? This guy might have sold some stuff, if he was healthier or whatever. But again, I still can't believe I found this. And it's one of those things. About, I think it was 21 or 22, I came across another crazy Amiga lot.
Yeah, I remember.
Do you remember that?
Yeah,
And
that's why when it happened again, I was surprised no one was saying it happened again. But I remembered, I was like, didn't he get a huge score before? So now are you out in California? Is that right? Where are you at right now? Colorado?
I'm in Utah. Yep.
Utah. And so, it's funny where you find people that are into this stuff. It makes me wonder if the guy who passed away, God bless him and his family, because we've obviously lost a big-time Amiga fan. And maybe it's a guy we all knew. You never know. He could have been a guy who was active online. But I will say, if I was going to drop dead and all my stuff was going to be grabbed, I would want somebody to grab it who was a passionate member of the community, who was active. And so I think the fact that you got this stuff is serendipitous because you're you are active. You're out there doing work with the Retro Asylum. You're a good steward, and you'll take care of the stuff and distribute it as cunningly as you can. And I think that's all you can ask when you're gone, is that your stuff, the last thing it's got to want is to be put in a landfill or someone just arbitrarily eBay the stuff off. So I think there's some solace in that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so. It's an honor to be able to have it and try to, like you said, steward. I've already sold one of the 1010 disk drives to a local guy he was like wanting to buy one for $50. I'm like, okay. So he came over and picked one up last night. So yeah, I'll slowly start piecing this stuff out. I probably should get some stuff on the Amigos sale channel, right? I mean, there's a lot of guys here in the States and Canada.
Have you inventoried the stuff yet, Kitt?
No, it's all in my basement right now.
Yeah.
And I've got to go through those cards, and they were just piled. I mean, I'm hoping none of them are ruined. You know how it is, right?
Absolutely.
Old PCB boards, but
yeah,
I'm hoping to get some stuff.
Those things are tanks, man. As long as they were kind of far away from the battery damage, you should be fine. Some of them might have caps, if any of the stuff had caps. But you say Utah, huh?
Yeah, you're right by me.
I've seen some. I was there. I've seen some like guys on the West Coast. They had issues because the seawater, right, and salt. But I'm thinking the environment in Utah doesn't seem. I don't know. You live there. How's the environment?
I mean, it gets really hot and really cold here. We get, I live in northern Utah, so we get the snow. Freezing, sub-freezing temperatures, and then in the summertime we'll hit triple digits. It's not as bad as as Phoenix and that, but it gets hot.
There's a big salt lake in Utah.
Yep, and there is a big lake. Yeah, there's a big salty lake. It's drying up. So
that's good. That was real interesting, Kitt. I'm so glad you threw that together for us, man. I think everybody really enjoyed that. Anyone have any questions for Kitt that don't involve offers, Dave?
I would say you might want to contact AmigaVideo.net with those VHSs you got. They might be interested in trying to preserve those.
Yep.
Because they're almost certainly going to be some random things that no one's ever seen before. So,
right. Yeah, and I'll definitely try to get those digitized for sure.
Yeah.
Very good.
Absolutely.
Very good. Excellent work. By the way, I want to say heartily ho to our good buddy Pixels at Dawn, who chimed in. How's it going, Pix?
Hello. Good, great in the goods. I'm fine. I've been out getting cultured this evening, so
I'm glad somebody has.
And now I'm here.
Oh wow! Double backhand. What a jerk! Time to boot Pix. Speaking of wacky Englishmen, let's transfer our attentions from that huge, colossal, earth-shaking find over to a earth-shaking fellow with our good buddy Pajako. What have you brought to the table this week, Pajako?
You're muted.
You're muted, Pajako. He's as smart as he is handsome, everybody.
Yeah, I know. I do this at work all the time, and I've got 2 mute buttons as well, which doesn't help. So I'll press one, and they'll be like, "No, you're still muted." It's like, great, brilliant, thank you. So yes. Well, my thing this time, so I've talked about it a lot. It was a bit of a joke. It kind of spiraled into a collection. So I thought, actually, I'd dive down the rabbit hole and share my madness with everybody. So I'm going to be doing my own mummy collection.
Oh man!
And then there's a second part of the video, which if we've got time, we can show, or it can go up on YouTube. And it's basically talking about some of the modern homebrew stuff that's versions of OMummy that people have written, because there's a lot more than you think. So yeah, most of it's basically going on the collection of differences. But yeah, I won't spoil it too much. So hopefully people will find it interesting. If not, it's a great time to have a break and get a drink.
All right, we're going to run this thing. Again, this is just like last time. If you're in the room, just flip over to the stream. Everyone else, enjoy this look at a game that we covered a couple times and enjoyed. It's OMummy, except less sexy. Here you go.
Hi everybody, Paul again, and if you hadn't guessed from the t-shirt, I thought we'd have a look at my OMummy collection. Yeah, it's actually a bit more bigger than that, but otherwise it'd be a very, very short video, even for this International Computer Club. So I'll go get everything out, we'll set up, we'll have a look at some of them, and then if there's still a little bit of time, I'll dig into some of the modern homebrew, because some of them are actually pretty good, and if you don't know about them, it's worth knowing about. So I'm going to set up, and I'll catch you in a minute.
But before we get to that, let's do a little bit of history. OMummy launched in 1983 or 1984 depending on which website you look at. Personal Computer Weekly dated November 10th 1983 seems to confirm its 1983 launch date. It was initially released for the ZX Spectrum and Computers Lynx. Interestingly, you can see in the advert that a ZX81 version is mentioned, but to the best of my knowledge that never saw the light of day. The game itself is a fairly simple one-screen arcade game, not entirely unlike Amidar. It was published by Gem Software and written by Darren White and John Lyne. Later ports would include the Tatung Einstein, the Amstrad CPC and the MSX. Now, the more eagle-eyed of you may have noticed that the inlay art that I use for the history section of this video differs from that of the one that you will find in the literal millions for sale on eBay. I believe this is the version that was released in 1983. I own the Computers Lynx version of this one, but I don't own the Spectrum one, and I've never seen one. In fact, the only evidence I have for its existence is literally this one image I found on a Russian website, and that is it. Right, lesson over, let's get on with seeing some tapes.
So yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said I'd accumulated a bit of a collection, so here it is in all its glory. Mostly Spectrum and Amstrad stuff, but there you've got some MSX there, you've got Tatung Einstein, Computers Lynx, and yeah, you've basically got German Amstrad CPC, and then these are all Spanish, and yes, they all are slightly different, and even these two Amstrad ones are different, and even all of these Specky ones are different, and I think I've got another one in a box somewhere, because you just pick these things up because they're cheap. Well, maybe not these ones, but yeah, I'll talk about that in a minute, so let's start cracking some of these open. So this is the Specky version, and I would pretty much say that most people would have played the Specky version with their Specky as part of the Soft 888 collection, which included OMummy, Crazy Golf, Alien Destroyer, Punchy, Disco Dan and Treasure Island. So from the outset you can kind of see this one, this one, this one and this one, they all look pretty similar, and you're going to say, well, what's the difference, you mad bastard? Well, apart from the inlays, which are, for the most part, fairly similar, if we start digging into it, and yes, you can call the Insane Asylum, if you look at this cassette here, and this cassette here, you can see that they are actually different design cassettes. And this won't be any kind of weird Illuminati thing. This will literally just be down to whatever stock of cassettes they could get at the time. And again, this one, slightly different cassettes here. There we go. You can see like this one's got the numbers embossed. This one's got just raised lines. But again, for the most part, they are printed. This one's a little bit blurry. They've both got a side 2 here. And then this one, you can see this one has got grey text, not for resale. Yeah, like anyone's going to buy this except me. Yeah, but it's the same game. It's just whatever cassette they could, and this has obviously been made in a different factory, maybe. Then if we start looking at the inlays, and I'll get some photographs so that you can see these kind of side by side, you can kind of see here that they are largely the same thing. There's not much difference. They've all got the same exact information on. Interestingly, this has instructions to load it in French, and there is a French Amstrad version. I haven't seen the French Spectrum version anywhere, but I haven't been able to buy one yet. I am sure that there are other variants, but I kind of just went to the point where I'm like, dude, this is mad, stop doing it, so I kind of stopped collecting there. As far as I know, there is only one Spectrum version from back in the day, so all of these will be identical. If you know better, write in. So let's have a poke at the Amstrad versions. Now, for most of you, again, this was a bundle copy. You would have probably played this as part of this 12 cassette bundle pack that you got with your Amstrad CPC. Interestingly, again, to me at least, you're probably all fast asleep by now, you can see that all of these, they're actually quite different. So this Amsoft one here is in red. It's got not for resale, given free. This one is just a general Amsoft, so I don't know whether it was bundled or not. Maybe it was for sale, I'm not sure.
And then there's this grey cassette version that I'm currently missing along with my marbles. Sadly, I purchased this version on eBay in 2024 and due to a stocking error I got sent the wrong one. When I contacted the seller they no longer had the grey cassette, and so this one is kind of lost to time and I haven't seen another one yet.
Then we move on to the German version. Now, as far as I know, when this loads up, it just says it's Oh Mummy.
While I was just double checking everything, I discovered that this German version wasn't online anywhere. It could be that the German version is just an English version in a German box with a German label, I don't know. So I have attempted to rip this cassette, it hasn't yielded fruit yet, so I will try again when I've got a better setup. If you have a digital copy of the German version that is in German, please put it online somewhere that we can get at, because I would hate for this to be lost to time.
It's interesting that even being the German version, it still has a Brentwood UK address on it, but this is Schatz der Pharaonen, which I think is like Treasure of the Pharaohs, if I remember correctly, and naturally everything's in German, because why would it not be? Still gem software, but this one now, this is Schneider computer software. This one was actually bundled as part of a massive bundle pack. They had very different packaging. For example, I know that this Amstrad one actually came in a much bigger cardboard sleeve, which I am going to still try and track down, but I started with that one just because I didn't have it. It took me 2 or 3 years to find that and have it pop up on eBay, but I snatched it up. Not as cheap as you'd like, but not ludicrously expensive. So let's move on to the Spanish one. So you can see the Spanish ones, which are these ones with the lovely blue inlays here. Very different cassettes. I've seen other blue kind of inlay things that kind of indicates that this was also bundled with the Amstrad in Spain. But as you can see, quite a lot of difference here. So this is still Amsoft. Interestingly, some of these come with only labels on one side, which I kind of thought, oh, maybe the label's fallen off, but having looked and seen lots of these on second-hand stores, they're always missing the other label, so I can only assume that they shipped without it. They went for a much nicer looking font here. So if you look at this, it's kind of lovely, round, bubbly font.
And I think Alternativo, if that's how you pronounce it, are Spanish, and they developed the Mega Drive version, and I think that's why they copied or were inspired by the Spanish Amstrad font, because clearly they probably played that back in the day, and that's their memory.
And then again, this one, very similar. Interestingly here, you can see that some of these have the word Oh Hummy written in them, not Oh Mummy. But again, yeah, all very similar inlays, nothing really to write home about. This one's got the label on both sides. Nice and bright and colourful, but again, just a different cassette variant. And there are more. Like, there's a load of these black ones with this label, so I may collect them, I may not. But shipping from Spain is horrendous, so, you know, maybe not. But yeah, kind of really an interesting one that you can just get this complete range of games. Again, as far as I know, all of these are identical.
Actually, putting my nerd voice on, I did actually discover while recording footage for this that the Spanish Amstrad version is actually in Spanish, or at least it has Spanish instructions. The rest of the game text is in English, weirdly. Also, the French version, I can't find that either. That doesn't seem to exist, so maybe the French version is also in English. I don't know. Again, if you've got it, put it online for software preservation, please. I've seen one on eBay once, but the guy wouldn't ship to the UK. Boo. So I will continue the hunt, but it exists for real, so it will turn up at some point.
So this is the Tatung Einstein version, and I said I'll throw up a static image of the inlay a little bit better so you can't see it in my hand easily. This one's quite interesting because I was after this for probably 2 or 3 years at least, and a lot of these things, like even the Computers links, which I'll open up and show you in a minute, rare as hen's teeth. Like, I don't think I've ever seen another one of these or another one of these ever pop up on eBay.
Son of a biscuit.
In fact, actually, tell a lie, no, I did see one of these and I missed out because I was unwilling to pay the price. I'll pull the curtain back. This one cost me £35, but for, you know, the fact that I missed out on it for a similar price about 3 or 4 years ago, I didn't want to miss out this time. So this, as I mentioned earlier, is basically the same discs, ironically, that the Amstrad and the Spectrum Plus 3. So there's a little bit of a throwback there to the Amstrad style disc drives. These things are, you know, rock solid. But yeah, it's quite an interesting version. I'll throw up some footage in a minute. But yeah, not much here. Just a plain boring disc with Oh Mummy, and of course, being Einstein, it's got that on the thing. And then the inlay. Here we go. Again, I'll show some scans, but I'll just open it here. You've got this completely different illustration here.
more cartoonified. Most of the instructions, most of the text seem to be fairly similar across a lot of the different games, and we got the classic QAOP control, yes, for the win, because that's the best control system. Again, most of the gameplay's fairly similar to this one, a little bit different. It's probably more similar to the Amstrad version than the Spectrum version or the Computers Links. But yeah, just another interesting one for the collection. I don't think there are any other disc versions or variants. And again, if you know, write in, because you can add it to the list of things that I'm always collecting. Always good to have a hobby. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the audio in this game. So, to the best of my knowledge, all versions of this game feature a tune either on the title screen or played throughout gameplay. The tune is called The Streets of Cairo, or otherwise known as Poor Little Country Maid, or if you're from certain parts of the UK, Does Your Ma Drink Wine? If you were lucky enough to get a tune during gameplay, you were probably alright. If you weren't, it's absolutely ear-splitting and it will drive you insane. I'll play you a short snippet of probably the best and the worst, and you can make your own mind up. Hopefully this won't get us a copyright strike. That would be fun. Now this one is the Computers Links version, and for those of you that don't know the Computers Links, I'll throw in a photograph. Computers Links was one of those computers that came out in the 80s along with a plethora? A lot of other computers when everybody thought that they could make a home computer and make a success of it. It's not a bad machine, it just never really did well. Interestingly, Gem Software were quite prolific on the Computers Links. As you can see here, this is the original Gem Software logo. Oh mummy, got the same kind of Art Deco font here. And I've never seen another variant of this one, so as far as I know, this is the only one that was ever sold. Very similar to the kind of Amstrad and Specky with this kind of peachy colour. There's not much on the inside. However, the interesting thing with this game is this version is different from the others. It looks more like the Specky version. The way it plays is that, unlike all of the other versions, when you uncover the little tomb areas to find all of the things that you're supposed to find, you can actually go inside some of the tombs and pick up some of the money, which gets you extra points, and you can also hide from the mummies there. So, yeah, it's interesting to see that this version's different. So we'll have a look at the other ones. Okay, so MSX. So these two are actually the same. This one's just in a little bit worse condition than this one, and I got this one first and then this one afterwards. But you can see these are actually, as far as I can tell, these are, he says he's going to open these. These should be, apart from the price label, pretty much identical. But yeah, you can see here that this case is all ripped to hell. This has got a Rumbelows label on it, so I think this was like the UK MSX version, or it must have been, because Rumbelows was a kind of electronic appliance store in the UK, and the MSX had some penetration over here in the UK. Interestingly here, or again I keep saying interestingly, maybe not, see Crypt Software Longman Group, so this isn't anything to do with Gem Software as far as I can tell. We'll pop this one out, and you can see here it's pretty much the same on both sides, and being one of these inlay thingies, we'll pop this out again. These are both the same, fairly similar types of instructions, very light on the instructions because some of the stuff is here. The back message, which will print up: the ancient magic of the pharaohs of Egypt awaits those who dare to desecrate their tombs, disturbing their slumber. Hordes of riches are to be found if you have the courage to face the guardians of the pyramids. The other MSX version. So this I did get from Todo Collection. I had this imported from Spain for far too much money. I'm not even going to say what I paid for it because it's insane. But I have never seen one of these. So sometimes when you're got the collecting madness bug, you've just got to pounce on these things come hell or high water. So this is, as you can see, it's quite a much bigger box. It still features the same artwork from the other MSX one, which is again totally different from anything else. And this one is Topsoft. Again, interestingly, being one that came from Spain, it's still got the English text on the back, and it's exactly the same story. Again, no mention of Gem Software that I can see here, so this must have been completely different. So you can see here we've got a lovely red cassette. Now this is really difficult to get out because I think this plastic has shrunk over time, and I'm a little bit scared pulling this stuff in and out, but you can kind of see it here. There you go. And then we will get the lovely instruction pamphlet out here. And it's in Spanish, which is really bizarre given that the box is in English. But there you go. It's quite a nice box, and I'm sure those of you that are from Spain probably saw this. It's probably plentiful where you are, and it probably cost pennies, and I paid too much. But again, it's another interesting one for the collection. Box a little bit dented there, so maybe one day I'll pick up a slightly better version. Well, that about wraps it up for all the physical stuff that I've got. I have just bid on another Tatung Einstein Mummy that's just popped up. Good lord, I can't stop. But we're going to have a quick dive into the homebrew stuff that's come out in recent years because it's quite interesting. But we may have to stop the video here, and this may have to go up on YouTube, so I'll leave it down to Aaron to decide if we want to continue. Yeah, great. Thanks for joining me. Well, if we decided to continue, welcome back. And if not, then you're probably not watching this. Anyway, there are probably more homebrew versions of OMummy than you realise. Just go on itch.io and type in OMummy, for example, and there are probably 7 or 8 versions there alone. The ones I'm going to show you are some really good ones. They're all good in their own right. And if you've enjoyed this video and you like the original game, I would recommend going and checking them out yourself.
Okay, we haven't got a hope in hell of seeing this properly because this is an original Game Boy. This is Wow Mummy, which is a homebrew port for the Game Boy. Obviously, it runs on all the other things that will run Game Boy. This is my flash cart in here.
Right, you can kind of see here that they've had to make it scroll. I'm not a huge fan of this sort of thing because it limits the amount of game screen you can see, but it's still quite good. Really playable, not bad, and again, go check it out. And if you're wondering where the C64 physical release was, it never got one. Yeah, weird, right? Yeah, and didn't get a BBC one either, but that's not surprising. So last year in 2025, Blazon, the hacking/demo group, finally righted that wrong, and here it is. It's pretty much the Amstrad version, but it's got amazing music, so have a watch, have a listen. This is Pico Mummy, which is quite a clever name for the Pico 8 platform. It's a little bit different. It has some devils that chase you down if you're unfortunate enough to uncover them, but it's mostly the same game. So have a listen, have a watch. This is the Intellivision version. It was released in 2016 and written in Inti Basic by a very talented coder called NanoChess. It's great, check it out. This is Go Mummy for the ZX Spectrum Next. It was written by ROMM and it's available for free on itch.io right now, and you can even get the source code. It's really good, harks back to the original, and I think the monsters in here were either created or drawn by his kids, so it's marvellous. Have a look. So a quick one here, OMummy Resurrected. It's for the Amstrad platform, including the Plus range, yay, with enhanced graphics, 2-player mode, and a whole bunch of other little enhancements which improve the game in my opinion. Triple whammy here from Phyto, or Phytosoft if that's how you pronounce it. An enhanced ZX Spectrum port which tries to make it look a little bit more like the Amstrad version, and it does really improve the look and the feel of the game. They are quite different as you can see. And a CGA DOS version. And then recently at Christmas in 2025 I think, Phytosoft also released a Christmas version of that same CGA one, which is quite nice. You basically get both for the price of one. So go on itch.io, chuck them a couple of quid, but have a look at these. They're great. So this is Tomb Explorer by John32B on itch.io. It is OMummy, but it also adds an adventure mode that takes some of the components of OMummy and puts it into a much bigger game. It's really quite fun, and it takes the game in a new direction that doesn't really make it a bad thing. And I ended up playing this for far longer than I thought I would, and ended up having to stop because I needed to get on and finish this project. So I'll probably go back to this one, and I'd recommend you check it out as well. And wrapping things up, haha, nice, From Alternativo 1985, this is a version for your Mega Drive or Genesis from our US friends. So you get your Amstrad version on your Mega Drive, which is kind of cool, but really what we're here for is the main Mega Drive / Genesis version. It looks and sounds like it fell out of an arcade machine in the 1980s, and almost like the other home versions could have been ports of this. It's great. It adds a really gorgeous intro, it adds new graphics, it adds new sound, new gameplay functionality including boss fights, water levels, in the dark levels, but it all still retains the It's Oh Mummy game. So it came out about 10 years ago as a physical release. If you want one now, get your wallet out, it's quite pricey. I could probably spend an entire video on just this version alone. All I can say is watch it as we play out, go check it out, you can get the ROM online for free, you won't be disappointed. Thank you very much for watching.
All right. That was Oh Mummy from Jocko. I really enjoyed that, man, because, you know, me and the Brent played that on ARG. I think we may have played it a couple times. So I'm a fan. How do you summarize what we've seen, Jocko?
Madness can keep you off the streets if it's healthy. No, it's one of these things. I really do enjoy the whole notion of like hunting and collecting and like looking for things, and oftentimes it's the hunt, and then you kind of get the thing, you go, great, I've got the thing now, and it's like, right, what else am I going to chase after? And that's what I really enjoy. But I also just the deep dive into all the information, all the different versions, all of the fact that maybe that German version is just English on a German labeled cassette, all of those kind of things. So yeah, just generally fun, you know. It's quite interesting. But yeah, I mean, I very quickly, I like to make things, and I didn't talk about it too much, and I'll briefly go over it now. So the C64 version is released. You can go and buy it, but there's no physical copy. And as you know, I like making things. So what I did was I made this, which is a boxed Commodore. I haven't recorded it to cassette yet. I've got to do that soon. But basically, I've got a brand new grey cassette to record it to. I've made the label, and I bought a copy of Mayhem. You can still see the Mayhem label, and I basically created a brand new, a brand new version of the inlay for these Commodore 64 cassettes.
It looks dead on.
Yeah, and the thing is, I debated for ages. Well, what would it look like if it was bundled and it was released back in the day? Like, who would have released it? What packaging would they have used? And so I looked at Punchy, I looked at all the others, and I just kind of said, well, a lot of them that were out on the Spectrum and, you know, Disco Dan, all those kind of things, came out on this Commodore 64 software label. So that's why I went with this design. But then, you know, I enjoy the whole, you know, hunt, making that whole process. So yeah, just a lot of fun for me, really. So
the big question is, are you any good at any version of Old Mummy?
Bad? While I was filming footage, I got a lot of footage. I completed all of them.
Oh, there you go.
So, yeah, there you go. So yeah,
that's impressive.
I didn't mention, I cut it out of the video. The mummies movement in most of them is random. Like, they're a little bit useless, to be honest with you. So if you kind of know how they work, which is that they don't work, you just stay the hell away from them and work in different areas of the maze where they're not. And they're not like Pac-Man. They won't chase you down, or, you know. So
have you found the mummies consistent across platforms?
Yeah, kind of. Like, if you play some of them, you'll see like the mummies will get stuck and they'll just bob up and down in certain corners and stuff. I think some of the newer homebrew ports, they're a little bit more intelligent, but yeah, a lot of the older games, it's just random movements as far as I can tell. So
one last question on this is, so and I mean, you sort of went over it in the video, but what if you had to pick the definitive Old Mummy, that from the old batch, which one would you go after?
That's a tough question. I
think it had to be asked.
Noise aside, I prefer the Computers Links version because you can go in. yeah, you can get extra points, and it makes the game a little. And it's the whole game is risk reward. So it's like there's going to be a certain point when there's later in the level, there's loads of mummies on screen, and actually you can't hide from the mummies in those tombs. They will come in and get you. So I kind of lied a little bit there, but yeah, it just adds a little extra dimension to the game, and I just kind of think that someone should homebrew that version and bring it forwards. I think really.
So you heard everybody. Pajako said it. The Computer Lynx is the greatest 8-bit of all time. You have heard it tonight. There's never one better. Excellent stuff. Anybody have any old mummy questions for Pajako before we move along?
So with all these skills you developed, you know, forget King of Kong. When are we getting Monica Mummy?
Oh, definitely. Oh, mummy off. You know.
That's it.
Kill screen on level 6, right? That's excellent stuff. Well done. Well done. Now is the time of the show where we shifted to a different gear. You know, a lower gear to make our way through all the snow and muck and head up north to see our good buddy, Jason Warrens. Jason, welcome back. What do you have for us this evening?
Thank you. Everyone, get your 4x4s ready, and yeah, we'll get up here up into Canada here. Like Arcade Ages, I'm the other Canuck on the panel tonight, so it's nice to see a couple of Canadians on the show tonight. So it's great. What I wanted to show was just some stuff that I've been mucking around with lately, related to the Pi Storm and a new adapter board called the Frame Thrower.
Oh, yes.
So what I've got here is this guy here is the Pi Storm, what's called the Pi Storm Classic. This is the one that plugs into the 500, the 1000, and the 2000. Essentially, you nest or it sits in the CPU socket, you nest a Raspberry Pi on top, on the header pins, and then this new little guy is what's called the Frame Thrower. So I'm just going to actually swing over. This is where the show's going to go off the rails. I'm actually going to change to another camera, and go over to my little mad scientist workbench. And I just kind of want to explain and show kind of where things are. So let me just switch over to there. Actually, so that's my 500 that's on the screen right now. I've just got the top of it off, and I'm just going to swing over there, and let me just change to this guy. This is where things go south. All right. So on the 500 here, I'm just going to take the keyboard out, just so we can get a little bit better look inside. So this here is where the Frame Thrower sits, or sorry, where the Pi Storm sits. And then I've got my Raspberry Pi 3A Plus sitting on top. And then over here, the Frame Thrower is this little board back here. So I'm just going to give a little kind of background as to what my experience has been with the Pi Storm and the Frame Thrower to date. Again, it's been pretty much exclusively on the 500 that I've been playing around with this stuff on. So I don't have a lot of experience on the 600 or the 1200 models yet. But anyway, so with this Pi Storm Classic, the models that of the Pi that are compatible with it are the Raspberry Pi 3A Plus, which is the one that's on here right now. You can actually also use a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus, but you need to remove the USB headers that are on the board, because they actually short out onto the Pi Storm itself. And then it also works with a Raspberry Pi 02W. There's on the Pi Storm itself, there's two software options that are available right now, but really there's just one that everyone's been running. The first one that came out was called Musashi. I'm probably butchering that name, but the idea there was that this was a software emulator that ran on top of Linux. It emulated a 68020 by default, but it could be also configured for a 68030 or a 68040. You could run a Kickstart image off of the SD card rather than using the Kickstart image that's actually on the machine. So that was kind of cool. And on the SD card, it would bring hard drive support via HDF files. It also added a whack pile of fast RAM, and then it also allowed for retargetable graphics for the RTG graphics using the Raspberry Pi's HDMI port. It also provided Wi-Fi capability, and it also emulated an A314, which it made the Raspberry Pi act like a coprocessor for the Amiga for software that could use it. So it was a neat little board. So like I said before, is that the Musashi emulator ran on top of Linux. So what this would mean is that when you turned on your Amiga, it would take, an umpteen amount of seconds before Linux to boot. And then if you had the Musashi software set up as a background daemon to run on boot, then once that fired up, then your Amiga would come to life. So you would see maybe a 15-second pause from when you turned on your Amiga. It would just look like it's dead. And then all of a sudden it would just start working 15 seconds later. And that's just when the emulator would fire up. The other software, which is now kind of the more de facto one that everybody's running, is called Emu68. This one supports an emulated 68040 with a 6882 FPU. It's similar to Musashi in such that it allows you to have an SD card or a kickstart image on your SD card. It also lets you do hard drive support, but it does it in a little bit of a different way. On the SD card, it actually formats an Amiga partition on the SD card. So rather than dealing with an HDF file, you're actually working with a partition on the SD card itself. It adds a ton of fast RAM, and like when I say ton, it's about 340 megs of fast RAM. It also supports the retargetable graphics. It also has Wi-Fi support. But the Emu68 runs natively on the Raspberry Pi, so it runs on the bare metal. And so what this means is that the time from when you turn it on to when the Amiga is running is like a second. Like it's immediate. So it's become the de facto standard or software that most people that are running Pi Storms are using. And the development on it is very active, whereas on the Musashi software, it hasn't been touched for quite a long time. So with such active development, it's the Emu68 is really kind of taken over as far as what everybody wants to run. So what this gets us into now then is the frame thrower, is this little board here. So this guy is an interface board that sits in the Denise socket, and it sits in between Denise and the socket. And what it does is that it intercepts the RGB video signals that are generated by Denise, and then renders those signals in an image that it then sends over this ribbon cable over to the Raspberry Pi's camera port. Then what happens is the Emu68 software, which is running on the Raspberry Pi, takes that image and then allows it to be sent out the HDMI port as well. So what this now enables is the ability to have HDMI video for not only retargetable graphics, but also RGB. So it's all on one cable now, instead of having to flip back and forth between an RTG monitor and an RGB monitor. So it's really convenient to be able to have that all on one. The frame thrower firmware is still under a lot of development today. There's a few things that are still kind of being worked out when little bugs pop up here and there. The case in point is that the developers' machines are all PAL. And so there was some NTSC things that came out that were not really foreseen because the developer just didn't have a way to test against them. But the developer's been great. Like he's super responsive, very quick to help with troubleshooting and test new firmware tweaks and everything like that. So it's been great to see how the development on this has really been progressing. On the roadmap, which is kind of interesting, is that right now the frame thrower only sends video images to the Pi Storm over that ribbon cable, but and no audio. So on the HDMI port, you don't have any audio. So you still have to use your RCA cables in the back of the machine for audio. But because Denise, Paula, and Agnes all share the same data and address bus, the frame thrower being installed in the Denise socket, it can actually see the data that Paul is using to generate audio, And so something that's on that the developer has mentioned is that he wants to try to get audio working across this as well. So it's something that he's planning to look into, but just not looking into quite yet. But it's interesting to hear that that's kind of on the roadmap. Getting into the PyStorm, I found was a little bit intimidating at first, just trying to get the SD card image set up right. With the EMU68 software, there's another developer that's actually created a software imager, which is great. And it's a Windows package or Windows software application that will actually, you just give it an SD card, point it to your kickstarts, point it to your Workbench disks, and it will do everything for you. It will set up all the partitions, it will load all of the Workbench software, and it sets all the, if you have a frame thrower, it sets all the frame thrower settings as well. But it's incredible. Like you could have an SD card up and running in 10 minutes, whereas before to do that manually was quite a lot of work. The one thing that I also wanted to do is give a big shout out to the PyStorm Discord community, which is where the frame thrower support and the PyStorm support and development's happening. Like the group there is incredible, super helpful, and it's just a great community. I can't really give them enough kudos. They've been great for helping me whenever I run into problems or anything like that. So a little bit of tweaks on my PyStorm here is I actually have an SD card ribbon cable that comes out to the side, and then I also have this HDMI ribbon cable that comes out to the side as well. So that lets me then have just more convenient access to the HDMI port and my SD card, so I can pop it out and kind of do whatever I need to. But outside of that, that's the PyStorm on a 500 quickly. So what I was going to do next was actually just fire it up, so you can see how quick it is. But let me just switch over to a different camera view on my setup here. Where is that? Is that going to be this one? Okay, so it should be black right now, but let's just turn this guy on. And then we should see, I should probably plug in my keyboard. That would be helpful. So it's super fast. So right now I'm running in if I go to my preferences and go to my, where's my screen mode? Right now I'm running in 1280 by 720, 24-bit RGB. If I wanted to flip to, say, NTSC high res, just as an example, this would be going out the RGB port normally. If I just hit test, boom, immediate just flips, and you can see that right away. I just click to get out of it, and it's back into RTG mode. Even with games, well, actually, before I leave this area, of course, we must do the obligatory sysinfo. Sysinfo again snaps over into RGB mode. Just as far as the speed test goes on here, we can see kind of just in generally this is a Raspberry Pi 3A Plus on the PyStorm, so it is only 48 times faster than an Amiga 4000 040 at 25. Yeah, so it is super fast.
That's crazy.
So I'll quit out of here, and one of the games that I'll show is probably notorious for being a flipbook picture on the Amiga 500, and that is Wing Commander. I'll just show the quick intro to that.
Oh, yes. I played this on the 500 one time on stream, and it was like a slideshow, for real.
Yep. Exactly. So this is running on WHD load, but with the PyStorm in here, as soon as it gets past this initial intro, you'll see some of the beginning of where the ships start flying around and flipping and back and forth and stuff like that. But it is not a flipbook picture anymore. Come on. Oh, but I don't have a keyboard anymore to get out of WHD load. Whatever. Once this is done. But with it just coming up here. So on an actual 500 running stock, like you would get what, Aaron? 3 frames, 2 frames a second?
Oh, it was so slow. I mean, when I played it, I was like, man, they released this and sold it. That's what blew my mind. It was unplayable.
Yeah, exactly. So
that's way better.
Yeah, it's incredible the speed that's on this thing as a result. Actually, I'm just going to turn it off and just plug my keyboard back in while I can.
So I noticed you got this in a 500 plus ECS. Is ECS a requirement, or can I use OCS? Will it bump it up to ECS?
It will not bump it up to ECS, but this is a 500 plus. I used the 500 plus because it had the 1 meg Agnes in it. So it just, with a 1 meg Agnes with WHD load games, you get so much more compatibility than you would if you were running it with a just an OCS like 512K Agnes in there. But actually that gets me to one of the other things that I'll just bring out and show just quickly here is, if you'll bear with me, I'm just going to take my 500 off the bench here, because Dave asked a good question that is a good segue into something else. So let me just move this off the table just for a sec. I'm going to change my scene over to that. So just give me a sec. And I am going to grab this guy. So this, I wanted to try in my 1000. So here's the exact same thing in the 1000. So over in this corner here, we've got the Pi Storm and the Raspberry Pi. And then underneath this daughter board here, over here, is actually where the frame thrower sits. And this is where Denise sits. And then the ribbon cable obviously is a little bit longer, but it actually works just as well. But to Dave's point, this is my OCS. This is an OCS. It's a 512K Agnes in it. So it boots just as quick. It runs everything just as quick. It is... the one problem would be is that if you need something with 1 mega chip, this is where that's going to be a problem. But yeah, it's this is what I've been playing with lately, and it's just been a blast. It's been so much fun. So I'll just put this guy into the mouse port, plug the keyboard in.
While you're doing this, I gotta ask, since you're affiliated, is any of this stuff that you could get from Retro Rewind, or is this stuff you just have to assemble yourself?
This is stuff that I put together myself. Frank and I really haven't talked about if it's something that we want to bring into Retro Rewind. Yeah, if there's, I think for the frame thrower, there's quite a market for it, because even Chris Edwards has been asking about getting some North American access to it, or more North American resellers for it, because yeah, he's been having some problems with it, or just getting sources for it. So let's get, actually I'm gonna flip over to here. No, not that one, that one. So this is the 1000 running now. If we go into Workbench, we'll go to Programs. Again, the obligatory sysinfo. We'll run a speed test on that. But you can see on this one, Dave, that this is just a standard Agnes 512K.
Standard Denise.
Yep. But yeah, it's only 47 times faster than a 4000.
Wow. That really breathes new life into the old girl.
It really does. So this, coupled with that rejuvenator board that Boat has, where you get the bigger Agnes, is really incredible. So
if he sees this, you're going to be doing that at Boat Fest. So don't show it.
Frontier. Kate, can you show us Frontier?
I don't have Frontier on my SD card. I know that's terrible.
That's
I
always
know.
Yeah.
That's the big one.
Come
Yep,
on, Dave.
exactly.
That thing's been beat to death.
What do I have on here that would be, I don't know, decent?
So, I have a question.
Racer, I think so.
Go ahead, Adam.
So a lot of the times I would like to play the original Test Drive, but it struggles with everything that has retargetable graphics.
Oh,
will this run Test Drive, the original?
I don't. If I had Test Drive on here, we could just try it. But I can take that away and try it out. I'm not sure. Where is my?
How can you not have Test Drive on there?
So-
it's a classic.
So if you're setting this up with that thing, what about AGS compatibility, right? Could you just, how does that work?
For
Like the those distros where you just download the CD and kind of drop it into something to play.
So
Are you-
that's yeah. So I don't have a CD-ROM on here, like on any of my Amigas. But
not a CD-ROM, but like the image, like the AGS or the, any of the launcher systems.
yeah. So that you would have to do that as if this was an actual Amiga with a hard drive in it. So it would be the way I caught content onto this SD card, like I was mentioning before, is that with the EMI68 software, it treats the SD card as a partition, or it creates a partition on the SD card for the Amiga hard drive. And so what this did for what I had to do in order to get stuff on here was I used, is it called HTC or something like that? There's a software package that you can actually copy content in and out of Amiga partitions. And so that was the way that I was able to get content on here, because it was a little bit clunky to get content onto here. But once it's, so to Aaron's point, it's like, why don't I have Test Drive on here? Well, I picked a random set of just stuff, and
I'm just shaking the
that was just
chain. I
missing.
understand.
I know. But where is, I don't know, what do we want to try here? I'm looking for Stunt Car Racer. I know that one's on here. Because it's
Sort by
super
name.
smooth. Yeah.
At least you've got Sword of Sudan on there, so you're still cool.
Thanks. Stunt Car Racer.
There you go.
Oh.
While this is loading up, did anybody see the online 2-player simultaneous network Stunt Car race that they just put up this week? It looks awesome.
No.
Oh yes,
Oh.
They talked about it on This Week in Retro, which is a good show. It looks really good, and it's HD too. It's got split screen and single screen multiplayer.
Does it play on Amiga?
PC. It's on just a Windows.
No,
Your browser. It's browser. Come on, Dave. You
No.
can't have it all. Here we
So,
go.
yeah, Stunt Car Racer.
I see that. Yeah, PC.
Nice.
These are the Amiga.
How quirky is this thing, in your opinion?
I-
Because when you pile a
Not-
bunch of
not at
weird
all.
crap in your Amiga, it gets weird. So how much weirdness are you putting up with?
I haven't found any weirdness at all. Like I've
Oh.
even tried out the Wi-Fi, because it provides Wi-Fi options as well, which I thought was really super cool. So the version of Roadshow that's on the card right now is just the 15-minute demo version, but it's super wild that there's tools that are part of the PyStorm and the Frame Thrower that it can actually update its firmware over the internet through Wi-Fi.
Now what was that you just said? A 15-minute demo version? What are we talking about here? I missed that. What are we saying?
For Roadshow,
okay. Yeah, I forgot.
for the TCP/IP stack. Yep.
Oh, jeez, that is whack. Hey, Josh asked. It looked like the flamethrower video is in a small window in the HDMI output. Is this the case?
It is probably that's the case because I haven't tuned all the stretching of the image yet. There's a ton of options that you can kind of mess around with in order to stretch that out more so that it fills more of the screen, and that's just my laziness.
So that's just you haven't cranked it into position. That's all that was.
That's right. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. I've heard a lot about this. I've seen a lot of people talking about it. So I mean, I think this is a hot ticket. This thing. What were you saying, man? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's fine. I have an Ace 2B chip RAM expansion for an A500. Do you think like the Pi Storm and the frame thrower would work in conjunction with a chip RAM expansion?
I would imagine that it should because all of the RAM
that's the Gens
like
one, right?
ECS, right?
Yeah, like all of the RAM expansion on the Pi Storm, like the frame thrower wouldn't care, but the Pi Storm, all of its RAM sits in fast RAM area. Like, and I think there's a little bit in slow RAM, but if your is just a pure chip RAM expansion, I don't think that it would care at all.
Okay,
very good. That was quite a demonstration.
I've seen the frame thrower also used by one of our other guys, Troy, in Toronto. I brought one up there for the World of Commodore for him to kick around, and he had tried it with his Super Denise, and it worked with that as well. So,
man, any questions for Jason on this the demonstration? Nice work, by the way, gutsy, real-time demonstration. It's a lot of guts you got there,
right?
I like
with
that.
2 cameras and like, good grief.
You should be hosting this thing. What's going on here?
Heck no.
Anybody got any final technical questions? Oh, OROM asks, how much you got in this thing, money-wise?
Oh, that's a good one. Let me just check. Hold on, because I did have that on my little my sheets. Hold on. What is it? Okay,
OROM doesn't just drop money on anything. He has to get a deal.
So the Pi Storm itself, so the Pi, so I made the boards, I used JLC PCB to just get the Gerbers manufactured and shipped over here. But so for the Pi Storm board was about $25. This is Canadian, Canadian dollars. At the time it was about
Funny
$25.
Okay.
Yep. The Pi 3A was about 35. 64 gig SD card was about 20. The micro SD card extension cable was about $5. The HDMI extension cable was $12. That was surprising how expensive that was. So the Pi Storm itself, about $94 Canadian, all in. On the frame thrower side, the frame thrower boards were about $20 to make, and then the Raspberry Pi camera cable was about $4. So on that one is about $25 in.
So probably you're talking less than $100 a US, and you're you're good to go.
Yep.
Not bad. That's not bad. OROM, by the way, I think you can put this in the Bodega Bay, so don't worry. They'll find some way to jam it in there.
The thing that was nice about it, for me, at least cost-wise, was I started out with just the Pi, right? So I had the Pi and a Pi Storm just for that. And then when the flamethrower came along, right, I grabbed that up. So it wasn't a whole big expense, at least for me, when I got in at the beginning. Yep. Yeah, now if you're going to go full board to buy it all at once.
Yeah, I don't know how much the Pi Storms or the frame throwers are going to be for the 600 or the 1200 yet.
Yeah.
As soon as the Gerbers get released, like the for manufacturing, like I'm sure I'll crack off some boards just to try it out and do that. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Very good. That's dandy. I don't use the real hardware that much anymore, but even an old Scrooge like myself might jump on this bandwagon. I could see that. That'd be helpful.
Because I know, like, back in the day, Aaron, one of the things that you guys struggled with all the time was getting a decent signal out of the 500.
We still struggle.
That was reliable, right?
Yeah.
So, like, with this thing, it's an HDMI port. Like, it's, if you want to have that authentic hardware experience, this is a nice way to do it with the convenience of having a reliable video signal.
That's dandy. That's good stuff right there. Very good, Jason. Excellent work. Hey, do you want to plug your outfit while you're here?
Yeah, for sure. No, I appreciate that. So yeah, I do. I help Frank with Retro Rewind. 2026 has been since the beginning of 2026 has been a really rough year for Frank personally. So we've been kind of falling a bit behind on some orders and stuff like that. But things are turning the corner now. We're playing some catch up. So again, to all the customers that are out there that are wondering kind of what's going on. Yeah, we're still here. The family emergencies are turned the corner, and we're definitely getting a lot better there. So we are here. So we're playing catch up right now. So we appreciate everyone kind of sticking it out with us, and look forward to still being around for many years to come.
Very good. Give Frank our regards, Jason. And also, let's not forget everyone's favorite Scum Boy. Make sure you chime in with him. We haven't seen him for a while.
I will, yeah.
And the
Scum
other
Boy
guy
and
whose
Joker,
name I
I'll
can't
send
remember.
him.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you got
Scum
the
Boy
guts
and
to name
Joker.
yourself Scum Boy, you get what you get. That's the way I look at it. How come you don't have a wacky name? You got to come up with something.
I think it's because I'm out west, so I just call myself the Help. So
I'm going to call you Knucklehead. That's your new nickname.
Hey.
Congratulations.
All right.
I like
I'll take
that.
it.
Speaking of the Knuckleheads, sometimes when you're dealing with like a rock star, you know what I mean? Those guys, they never show up while the opening act's on. You know what I mean? They wait in the wings. Or it's like Gandalf. They're never late. They arrive precisely when they're expected to be there. And by God, that absolutely is what our good buddy Graham W. Vedke does. This guy, whenever he shows up, you know it's going down. And here he is. I'm so happy you made it in, Graham. Let's talk to our good friend Graham W. Vedke. How's it going, Graham?
Thanks for waking me up, Aaron, about 20 minutes ago.
I was putting you over. Don't tell him the truth.
No. The truth is actually a funny story. I had a big night last night. I went out with some watch guys, and we had Kraken whiskey and udon noodles at midnight and things like that. So it was a long night. Now I'm here. I just noticed that they're retiring the baseball number 51 for the Mariners today as well. So if anyone followed baseball back in the day, the big unit, Randy, he's getting his number put up on the stadium as well next to a Chiro. So a big day for Mariners fans.
He was all man, by the way. And it was scary as hell.
He was.
Yeah.
He used to beam people with pitches too, without fear.
Yeah, he pitched snug.
Yeah. I'm only just going to very briefly talk about a couple of small things that I've acquired. Nothing too major. So when we had Boat Fest last year, we played this game here called Korg. It's a card-based RPG with a single six-sided dice. And everyone seemed to enjoy it because it's a simple game, and even my kids will play it. Well, the guy just released the second series. It's about pirates. So I picked that one up. So basically same concept, but just different themes. So rather than being dungeons and knights and all that sort of stuff, this time you're a pirate on a ship and all different things. So it just adds extra scenarios and just a different take on it.
For
So
that,
that's
Graham,
quite good.
Do you need the first one in order to have this to play the second one?
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay.
No. So you could just buy the second one if pirates is more interesting to you than dungeons. It's fine. And you don't have to buy them in the physical cards. You can actually buy the PDF for $6, $6 American dollars, and print off your own cards. Or you can buy the cards for, I think there are 10 US dollars. Well worth it. All you need is one of these, and off you go. Pencil on paper.
I'm always on the lookout for good travel games and stuff like that because with friends and family. So yeah,
exactly. So that's why I liked it too, because it's easy to pack. You could just throw in some extra dice and play other games as well. Just dice games, like what's that game? Ship Captain Brew or something like that, or whatever it's called. And Yahtzee and all those other variants as well. So, yeah, I like those little travel things too. Speaking of little travel things, where's the box over here? I participated in a Kickstarter, and it's for the magnetic snap-on controller for iPhone or any other phone that's got the magnetic ring. It's called the M4. This is it here in terms of size. And basically you just snap it onto the phone, and then you can take that off if you wanted to. Just put it like that and play it. I'm thinking I might bring it to Boatfest and put it on the auction table to earn some money for you guys. I like it. It plays well. The joysticks are particularly good. The only thing for me personally and my fat thumbs is these buttons are a little bit too small. So it might suit someone with smaller fingers than me. But my son has one. He's got an orange coloured one, and he likes it quite a lot. And the last acquisition is one of these little things, the Mini 400. I was looking for one for a long time, and they finally got another shipment over here, and they're selling them for half price. No one was buying them, so I just couldn't go past it. I've used it a few times now. There's a couple of bugs, particularly with the joystick, that seems to be well documented. But apparently you can use your 8-bit DOE joysticks and set them up to work with it just fine.
What's the
and it's
joystick
just like
doing in it? I didn't hear anything about that because it comes with a stick, right?
Yeah, I'll show it to you, and I'll show you what the problem is.
I was wondering because I don't know anyone that's got one of those. I was wondering if they're really good.
Oh, okay. So it looks like the old Atari stick, as you can see.
Yeah.
And it is quite stiff like the Atari stick, which is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the bad thing is that on the side of it is this ring. I don't know if the camera will come up. And it's actually got 4 buttons. So these are actually buttons.
Oh, I remember hearing about that.
And you can't turn them off. So if you play in a game and you hit them, it'll go into menu and totally destroy. Or at least I don't know yet how to turn them off. But with the 8-bit DOE, you can reassign these buttons to be like the top, triggers, and then you have less chance of bumping them. So that's something I'm going to look into.
It makes you wonder how that got past anybody. Like, how did they clear that? Because clearly, if you've ever used that stick, you always grip it low, brother, and you got your hand down on that stuff. Yeah, that's crazy. They do that.
So if anyone knows any different and can tell me how to turn these buttons off mid-game, please send me a message. But otherwise, I'm going to go down the 8-bit DOE road and explore that.
Yeah, I can't imagine the palm of my hand rests along that top surface when I play, and I'd be bumping that left button constantly.
What do those buttons do, man?
They trigger menus and save states and all sorts of stuff.
Could you go in there and just clip them?
I haven't found an option to turn them off, but being honest, I've only used it twice, so there might be some setting that's hidden.
You can turn them off with a pair of snips. You know what I mean?
Yeah, rip it over.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a terrible thing. It's like it pulls you right out of the game immediately. Like it would just wreck everything.
Small hands. You have smaller hands, right?
That is the problem. Yeah, unless I start playing with just 2 fingers or something, I don't know.
Yeah, but we're working, man. We got big old mitts. We can't have those little tiny gimmicks.
That's right. All right, that's really all I've got for today, other than being a bit blurry-eyed.
That's cool.
Graham, I got to ask you, the joystick, that's a debacle, but how does it play? Have you played anything? Have you played enough on it to get a feel for how the emulation is on it?
Yeah. Like I played Boulder Dash on there. That was really good. Star
Yeah.
Raiders 2 was really good. They're the main two that I played on it. It comes with 25 games, and you can expand it like you can, the Spectrum that I got at the last Boat Fest. Well, you can expand that with USB stick, so you can do the same thing with this.
Very good. Very good.
But the emulation was good. No issues with sound. Nothing. It was great.
By the way, I should
Make
ask
sure you
are
load up Mule and bump up the jam.
Yeah, there you go.
I love the music on that game.
It is great. Are you home, Grim? Or are you out and about right now?
No, I'm in the lounge room at my house.
Very good. Very good. That's Dan. I was just thinking when you were in here, Graham. We've had people. This is truly international. It's dandy. It's crazy to me to think that we've got so many people from so many different places that have come together for an evening. Really enjoyed it. And as you know, if you're a longtime attendee or fan of the International Computer Club, I've always had a guy in my back pocket, and he's from the most exotic land of all, Arizona. Please welcome the unpredictable David Z. What do you got for us this time, Dave?
Hey, folks. Hope all is well. I'm going to try and keep it quick, short and quick. I know, guys, everybody's been here for a long time. I want to start off by showing a couple of items I've got that really, really helped me. This is the first thing I got. I hope you can see it. It's basically a Bluetooth transmitter, right? So what I can do is I can plug it in either the millimeter cable or RCA cables, and it actually has Bluetooth, so to go to my headphones, anywhere. It's great. I can use this with all of my gear to easily get the audio out to anywhere. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Are you using that how you're monitoring your voice right now?
No, why? Does it sound funny?
No. It would just be a great idea. And it would be great
No,
for
when I plugged it
USB.
in, I lost all the audio because I was using it earlier.
What do you do with it, Dave?
For instance, right? So a lot of times I've got my C64 Ultimate right here, right? So I use my headphones right here. It's going to be a whole demo on it. You're going to be mad. So I like using my headphones a lot, right? So how am I going to plug wireless headphones into the, it's got RF, it's got the millimeter out, what is it, 3 millimeter, 5 millimeter, whatever. So this works great for it. This also works great for my Amigas, right? Amigas got audio. So if I want to test an Amiga, I've got maybe not enough speakers for all my Amigas, right? But I could take this around and simply plug it in, and I can Bluetooth it, whether it's my headset, whether it's whatever. It'll broadcast to any Bluetooth device. It's fantastic.
Is there any
and it only
that?
No, I haven't noticed any. I mean, shooters and whatnot. I mean, how much delay is there? Between a controller and our hand. Milliseconds. Nothing.
Well, the newer Bluetooth.
What's the name on that thing too?
OROM demands a link, Dave.
Amazon. I didn't want to get the link because I don't want to endorse anybody. I didn't get any money for it, but it's only like $20, man. It's only like $20. You got to make sure that you get the ones that do. There's a lot of these that are receivers, right? But you want the transmitter because you want whatever you plug into this thing to transmit to the device. But yeah, it was like $20. It was great. It is great. Like I said, I use it all the time. Like I said, I have other ways to get audio out of the C64, and we'll show that in a bit. But this is great because like I said, I use it for everything. Anything that's got either what is it, RCA, the 2 RCA, or anything that's got the audio jack. It's great. So whoever was talking about videotape archival, I have a bunch of Amiga videotapes I would like to perhaps archive. I need to work. I think Boat has a thing. I even have, where's it at? I've even got a videotape that has floppy disks, a dual project. A dual project. Talking about tying everything together. That's about most of the new stuff. What I wanted to highlight today is my Ultimate 64. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Awesome. We're going to do a quick test to see if you guys can actually hear it. If you can't hear it, we're going to switch around one. Hang on.
I heard it. I think.
I don't know.
You might have heard him typing on it.
You're right. We're right.
Do you hear it?
Should we be hearing something? No.
Yes. Okay, 1 second then. Give me 1 second. We're switching. I'm stopping.
Run it through the
Let me share
Bluetooth receiver.
this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Hang on. Do. Open preview Dell. There we go. 1 second.
I told you he was unpredictable.
Entire screen. Screen 1.
Bam.
Alrighty. Can you hear that?
No.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, I can't hear it.
It's very quiet. It's very quiet, but I can hear it.
I'm not
I can hear
hearing it. Can you?
Yeah.
Is that louder? Is that better?
That's really loud.
That's bonkers. I wonder why I can't hear that.
Is that better now?
Oh, I've got it muted. I hear it now. Sorry, everyone. I just deafened. Carry on, Dave.
Is the volume okay on it as well?
Yeah, we got it.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, Ultimate 64C. This thing is the bomb. There's so much stuff in it. I don't want to bog you guys down into too much. One of the things I do want to suggest is if anybody has one or was thinking of getting one, upgrade to the 1.1 patch and then install what's called Spiffy. There was a whole big hubbub about this pretty recently because they put out their patch 1.1, and the Spiffy guy put out a patch on top of their patch that adds even extra better enhancements. So it's Google it on yourself, but you want to upgrade them. One of the things I want to highlight here is I'm sharing my screen. However, I'm sharing my screen via an OBS plugin via the network. So what you are seeing here is not video. This is not HDMI. This is coming out of my network cable, which is insane. There's
This is running over like SDI.
A-okay? I don't know how to answer that question. So it's a CAD5 cable that's over my network.
So it's just running on your LAN then, right? And it's just coming in through the plugin.
And there's an OBS plugin that captures that stream. What you do is you go into your wired network, you set up a static IP, boom, 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 right? You get on the network, and there's some additional. So first off, this really confused the hell out of me. There's 3 different screens here. See how this is all caps, right? If I press this button, oh, there's mixed case. This is a whole nother set of settings. However, there's even this other set of settings. So all this confused the hell out of me. What you have to do is you have to go and use a Shift F1, which is an F2, which brings you into this network settings, and you're able to set up all your static IPs. Then you go into this network services and you can enable what you want. There's an FTP in there. There's a remote control screen service. That's what this is called, right? Then once you've got everything enabled, you go into the F2 menu and you set up these streams. There's a VIC stream for the video and there's a audio stream for the audio. you configure, you load in the plugin in OBS, you configure the IP address, and you configure the what is it, the IP address. There's security in here. Under the network services and time zone, I've got a network password, so you've got to put those into OBS as well.
Nope.
This is
Blind
awesome.
guy. That's funny.
I know we just saw that. Yeah, it's my.
What's the point of doing that exactly?
So I do not have an HDMI cable going to. I'm able to share the video directly to OBS. So let's say I wanted to stream something. Let's say I wanted to record my stream right here. I can do that without having to plug the HDMI into a capture device. My capture right now is coming over a network cable, not
that's
via
great.
a capture device.
Okay, all right, you shut me
like
up,
a
Dave.
network
That shut
security
me up.
camera stream, an RTS stream.
That's bonkers.
Yeah,
that's a bonkers
It is.
thing.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Now, all that being said, enough about that. That's anybody wants to talk about that. Definitely talk to me about that. I wanted to show off a couple of things. Go ahead.
I was going to say the one other thing that I heard that new update brought was mouse support, like USB mouse support now.
Yes.
Make sure you use something that has a low DPI, because high DPI like gaming mice don't work. They just go
I have
bananas.
heard that they're working on a fix for that.
Oh, good.
Yep. One of the things it supports is multiple SIDs. So they've got this thing called what I'm doing right now is I'm loading a configuration file, right? In order to access all the SIDs, you have to put different SIDs in specific memory locations so that when your application runs, you call those specific memory locations. They're not always the same, so there's no general config file you can run. We can actually view it if you wanted. The config file, just see how it's got all these numbers, low, high, high, low, low, high. It's where it's loading all that stuff. But once you load that config file, see if I can load this real quick. This is running on a stock 64, except for it's got 8 SIDs. Those familiar with the SIDs, what is it? Is it 3 voices? What is SID? 3 voices per SID. Anybody? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah,
I can't hear anybody.
it's 3 voices per SID.
Okay, so this is a 24 voice demo, if you will. It's called the Tune Fillet. I'm just going to give you a quick couple seconds of it here. I don't want to get any you guys hear that?
Yep.
Like the old THX demo. You guys remember that one?
Yep.
But yeah, this is, I don't want to go too much into this because there's plenty of other stuff to cover. But 8 SIDs, it's crazy. It's crazy. There's not a lot of software out there that covers the 8 SIDs. There is a lot of 2 SID and 3 SID stuff. The Ultimate 64 actually contains a location for you to put 2 SIDs. The rest of the SIDs are all virtual. Another thing it allows us to do is to control everything via a application. Can you guys see the application?
Yes.
Yes?
Tiny, but yeah.
But yeah, it's okay. As long as you guys can see it, I can't see nothing.
Yep.
So this will actually allow you to, I've got it connected. You go in there and you set up all the IP address and everything just like you did. And this thing actually allows you to do many, many things here. So right here, you see I've got the button. I just did a soft reset. If I wanted to load up games on my right here, I've got the local storage on the box. And on the left, I've got my local machine. So if I wanted to try something on my local machine, right, I could do it. Or if I wanted to load something right back here, let me go to ICC. So this one, I just want, you see, there's all the stuff. I can mount a 64. I can do whatever. I just want to run a program. It goes ahead and loads it. Bam. The interface here is really, really, really slick. It does all kinds of other stuff. This will also do the video stream. I can't do it because you can't stream twice, right? But if I wasn't streaming to OBS, I could stream to here and we could see everything in here. It does all kinds of memory stuff. If you guys are smart and you guys know how memory is, I have no idea. You can look at all these various locations of memory and see stuff.
View it in hex. Yep.
Yeah. Hex. You can even monitor things in real time. It's the abilities in this is called Ultimate 64 Manager. This is a Windows program. There is also a Linux port. All of this is controlling everything via a API. So I ended up getting this thing. I don't know if you could see this.
Put down your Ultimate 64 Manager. There you go.
Better?
There you go.
Okay. This is a Bluetooth device that I've gone ahead and I've configured all of the settings in, and I can actually control. It's got, again, I've sausage fingers, and look at these buttons. This is ridiculous. Let's see. I don't know if you can see that. It's a menu of some of the items. The menu right now is kind of, it'll allow me to reset, change the CPU speed. We're going to talk about that in a second. And a couple other functions, but I can wear it on my wrist. This guy's working on another deal that's a twisty thing. This is really, really cool. I can reset my Commodore by, is that back there? Can you guys see the Commodore now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Dave, this is the wackiest crap you've ever brought to the International.
This is
Computer Club.
awesome.
Let me tell you something.
Awesome, man.
If that is the ultimate birth control, you wear that to the bar, you're going home alone, guaranteed. I'm telling you that right now.
Oh, you like the colors?
No,
yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
like a Fisher Price watch.
Yeah.
Let's talk real quick about the accelerator. So we saw a stunt car racer earlier, right? I've always played stunt car racer. I played it 10 million times, right? But unfortunately, stock Amigas and stock 64s just don't have the gear to kick it into second gear. Now we've got all the gears we've ever needed. Hang on here. Do I press something? Do I click something?
Maybe you need to set your watch, Dave.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're going to talk. I've got a couple more things, but I want to talk about disk access right after this real quick. The accelerator, I've used this and everything. I find it best. Now, my screen's kind of wacky because I switched it to PAL for other stuff. Don't worry about it. Okay, let's practice. Division 3, stepping stones. See, that didn't look too bad, did it? But when you start playing it, give it a second. You can definitely see how slow it is at this point, right? But I just wanted to get on the track for a second. Very okay. So whatever. So I'm going to pause the machine. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go into my turbo boost. I'm going to set. I'm going to turn it on to manual. 40 megahertz is way too slow. I'm going to put it on 2. Save changes. Okay, let's try that again. I don't know if you guys can tell the difference.
Yeah.
Can you tell the difference?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's like playing it on a 128.
Oh man, it really
And this
flies.
is just
holy smokes.
This is just at 2 hertz. I tried playing it at 40. That was not a great idea. Oh. But yeah. The accelerator I use with everything. I use it with Geos. I find it's best to load the program and then switch over. So talking about loading programs, right? One of the big benefits, or one of the big selling points they've been using is, the drive is so compatible. Well, anybody who had a 1541 knows that compatibility is great, but they're slow as hell. So even though it's on an SD card and connected inside, everything still loads at stock 1541 kind of speeds, right? You can improve things a little bit by going to Jiffy DOS or a fast load cartridge, right? The Epic's fast load, or I forget, whatever. There's a whole bunch of them. You can even use them inside of here. I've gone ahead and I've set it up to use I like Jiffy DOS. But you could use all kinds of the carts, like I'm trying to find a controller cart, kernel cart, if you will. I can't find it. Don't worry about that. But the problem is no matter what you're loading, it's limited to the speed of the hard drive. That's why I started actually using my SD to IEC device, because it actually turns out to be able to load the items faster, especially with Jiffy DOS, because Jiffy DOS has routines specifically written for the SD to IEC. Does all that make sense to everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Did I lose you? Okay. Lastly, I want to show you the REU features. One of the least used features of the Commodore 64 is the REU, right? They sold the 1700 for the 64. Later they came out with the 1750. I think there was another one, but they were all, I think the max was 512K. This allows you to emulate memory up to 16 megs. So you can have a 16 meg file. What you can do is you can actually load that file. You can load that file into memory through the interface and then boot the 64, so you don't have to load 16 megs worth of memory through the 64. Does that make sense for everybody? Did I say that right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Some of the stuff some of the stuff it lets you do is here's a video digitization thing that they did. This was some I hope we don't get copyright. I'll only show a couple seconds of it. But basically what I did was I loaded the REU, and now I'm going to run this program. This is a 3K program that simply loads what's in the Amiga's memory, right?
C64.
Oh, 64 Amiga. What's the difference? I'm on a roll.
Late night.
Oh, my bad.
You're in
my
PAL.
bad.
Yeah.
I'm in PAL. I'm in PAL. Yeah. Let me fix that. So if I go to video setup here, go to NTSC.
Set your watch, Dave.
I'm working on it. Let me reload this.
Is this how? Did you see Amiga Bill stream on Wednesday when he did Dragon's Lair, the full video version? Is this how they're doing that?
I mean, maybe. I'm still getting errors. I'm hitting a PAL problem. I've had problems. That's why I had everything in PAL earlier. There's maybe you guys who are smart can help me out with this. So when I go to here, let me see if I can move this thing here. 1 second. Okay. When I go to choose resolution, there's PAL, there's NTSC, there's PAL 60, NTSC 50, PAL 60L, and anybody know what these are? I tried looking through the Ultimate 64 documentation. I didn't get.
I think PAL 60 does 60 hertz. It adds the color signal to the NTS. So you could use PAL on a 60 hertz screen. Is what I'm
Tech says
thinking.
use the 50L. NTSC 50L. That's what Tech said. He was shouting it.
50L, not the first, not the last
the L,
option.
The L.
No, what
I
did I
think
use?
PAL 60
Give 'em
is what
L.
they use in Brazil and places like that. So.
All right, let's try this one more time.
I've noticed on my Ultimate 64, sometimes the video mode gets hosed and I have to do a full like a hard reset.
Oh.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Oh yeah, it's always nothing goes wrong. Live videos. I can do a quick reset. If not, I've got one more thing I wanted to. I thought I had one more. Oh yeah, one more thing I wanted to talk about before we go. I've been working on emulation. Go back to the modern stuff. Yeah, see, it's not working. PAL and NTSC. Lastly, let me turn this off, move things around. I'm going to stop this share and I'm going to start one more share, Aaron. Sorry.
If this is what you showed me on Tuesday,
Yes,
this is pretty cool. This
It's an
is
evil looking dog.
Yes. Oh, I don't know what that is.
That's me.
At least you can. At least you could stop. I'm trying to figure out what I'm sharing over here.
Thank God it's dogs. That's all I can tell you. I'm getting real nervous.
I got so many things going on here. Okay.
It's live. What could
You
go
able to
wrong?
see my web browser?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. This is what I've been working on. This is
yes.
something else. This is emulation via the web via emulation.js, JavaScript service, whatever. It's a platform somebody built. It's called ROMM, ROMM. So ROMM, you should love it. It's designed to categorize, pull down all the media, get everything, as well as allow you to play them via Java.js, right? I'm having some issues with some of them, but this is fantastic. All you simply have to, once you install it, you simply drag the files that you want to here. You got to get your own ROMs, right? It doesn't come with any ROMs at all. But once you drag a ROM to here, I'm trying to make sure we're good for copyright, so I'm not putting
legally obtained.
Yes, legally obtained ROMs. You would put in there, you would tell it the system. See right here under platform, there are a lot of platforms.
What's the most modern platform, Dave? Is it Dreamcast, PS2?
Yeah, so let's talk about, there's two parts to this. There's cataloging and playing, right? I've found that the application catalogs more than it plays. So for instance, I could catalog all the way up to PlayStation 5 games. I've been unable to play PlayStation 2 games.
I noticed it because that means there's not a play button that comes up, right?
Correct.
That's okay. I was wondering about that. So yes, you just answered that question for me.
Yep. Let me go back. You guys, I was watching an episode. You guys were talking about where the characters kill. What was it? You were the Dracula one right here, Texas Chainsaw Massacre on
we
the
were
Atari.
playing Fright Night for the Amiga.
Fright Night, yes. But yeah, you just click through, it downloads and plays. I don't have a controller connected, so it's weird. But this has been my one of my current obsessions.
Did you get Amiga working, Dave?
I have not got Amiga working yet. Amiga's got a problem with the how do we want to say? I keep pressing the wrong dang button. The ROMs. It's always the ROMs. Unfortunately, even though I own physically 400 Amigas, in order to use those ROMs, I have to somehow provide them with proof of my first board. So I don't actually have them working yet. Where was collection? I was trying to find the PlayStation stuff. I don't know a PlayStation, but this is awesome. Anybody who likes kind of retro games, or you've got 50 collections, trying to figure out what to do with them, you might want to give this a whirl. Here's PlayStation 2. Oh yeah, I wasn't able to get the PlayStation 2 running, but yes, I was able to get the PlayStation 1 going, and I keep pressing 2. It's actually pretty responsive. I had Petzel tried playing it over the internet, and we had a couple of things going, and it seemed. You want to give your opinion? How did it play?
Oh yeah, it was great. My computer is kind of old, so some of the newer stuff was slow. But yeah, that's what was so interesting about it. This is hosted on Dave's computer. He gives me his URL, and I'm in the web browser playing his games on
Does
the
that
browser.
Does that mean then, like, would it support multiplayer? Like if
No,
Dave was on his
because
computer, because it's all Java based. So this is running local to my computer. Yep.
Yeah, you
And
need
I-
something
I-
like
so like when I'm playing it, I downloaded the stuff and I'm playing it in my browser, but I'm obtaining it from him.
Right.
Yep. Yep.
So
But yeah,
one thing
this-
about this, when I tried, in fact, I played a bunch of games on it, and I downloaded I downloaded a game, Ballerina Toshinden, on the PlayStation, and it worked. I played through the whole game, got to the end boss, but the only problem was it took probably about 2 minutes for the CD to transfer over. But
It's my internet connection. That's related to one of the things is, even if you can't play the PlayStation games, you could still download them and play them in a local environment.
This thing's
know what
awesome.
I'm
It's got
saying?
a ton of potential. I mean, when Dave showed me this the other
Yes.
day, I was like flabbergasted. Did you get Dreamcast working, or is it just catalog those?
Let's give us a shot. Dreamcast. Nope, yeah, just catalog.
Yeah. But I mean, you wouldn't expect a lot of this stuff to work. And it's got a lot of, it's got computer. Does it have computers, or is it just consoles? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it had computers. It's got the Amiga.
I'm having some issues with the ROMs, the system ROMs, if you will, for some of the stuff. I forget what this was.
We could work that out.
Console button, and I hate that. But yeah, I've got them all. I just don't know where they go rightly. It's a weird setup. Here we go. Oops, close. Which one did you ask me about? I think I got ColecoVision going. I was having a problem with ColecoVision because, again, ColecoVision required a ROM.
I love how it grabs all the metadata too. Real nice.
Oh,
Very
yeah,
clean,
yeah.
very clean.
Yeah. It's also got additional metadata that I'm not actually even clicking on. Like, if you go to here, there's it does save states, right? So you could do save states and play it. It's got the you can look for a manual. Oh no, that's manual match if it didn't automatically match. But yeah, this thing is pretty slick. ROMM, ROMM. That's about all I have for this week, folks. Thanks for
That's awesome, Dave. Does anybody have any questions about this? I mean, I tried this and I was real impressed. So that was something. Put it on your radar. Any questions or comments to Dave?
I just had a comment. I just had a look at the GitHub for Emulator JS. The Amiga issue's been known for about a year. Apparently, they're still working on it.
There we go.
Oh,
Awesome.
you don't have to feel bad, Dave. That's good.
Yeah.
Good job, Graham.
Apparently, it also affects MAME 2003.
Yeah, I have to use. Remember, Aaron, main wasn't working, and we had to select a different. So the nice thing about the emulator JS is, when we go to launch it, if there are multiple emulators, you're able to pull down and select which emulator to choose. So that's how I actually got the MAME stuff going. Because MAME 2003 wasn't working for me, but there was like MAME 2003 Plus or something that worked fine.
Very good.
Yeah.
I think if you're into playing games, then you want an easy way to play them. That would be an excellent way to go. Or you want to spread your wealth across your buddies or your family. Not too shabby. I played it off Dave's server with my joystick, and it came up 100%, no problem. So your mileage may vary, but my joystick's cheap and craptastic, the one I use. So it worked great. No problems there. Well, I think we can start winding this thing down. Not bad, everybody. Just over 4.5 hours. I call that a win. No, it's at 5. I don't know what time it is.
5:45. It's almost
you.
6. Almost 6.
I'm going to run just the briefest of briefs. We're going to run around the room because I want to make sure everybody can plug themselves or talk about their new projects. Start with you, Adam. Tell everybody where they can find your efforts and what you got cooking.
You can either go to www.anecdotagemedia.com. You can go to SEMVCC.org, or you can check out the Commodore Chronicles on Spotify.
And when is your next
I also stream
meeting, by the way?
Next one is July, I think it's the 19th.
And
Maybe
where,
it's the 15th.
it's where?
It's in Waterford, Michigan at Grace Chapel's Gymnasium.
There you go. And these things are hot. They're super hot. I suggest you go if you're in the neighborhood. It's good stuff, Adam.
July 18th.
It's good fun, and it's free.
Very good. Jason, any parting shots? You want to make a plug or two yourself?
I'm just happy to be here. I'm glad I was able to make it work, and the time was great. I miss kind of hanging out with everybody here, so it was great to kind of see everybody again and kind of geek out. For me, you'll find me through retrorewind.ca. So that's kind of where I hang out at. Also on the Amigos Discord, you'll find me there. That's a place to find me.
That's where all the cool kids hang out. What about you, Pajako? Wake up, Pajako.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, no, it's like 3 a.m. for me
Plug.
at the moment. It's I don't really do the YouTube stuff other than the stuff I do for you folks. So I don't really have a network or social media presence.
You should plug every podcast or web show that you contribute to every week. It's got to be at least 10.
You'll find me haunting the Amigos Discord and the Retro Collective Discord quite a lot. If you want me, you'll find me there basically. So
very good, man. Petzel, what about you?
Well, I will be making an appearance at the International Retro Computer Expo, aka Boat Fest, in July. And if I'm able to make it to that, I will be coming the next week to SEMVCC.
There you go, man. Double trouble from that man. He's dedicated.
That's right.
Now, here's a man. We got to give this guy's moment in the sun. He's a big-time player. It's Pixels at Dawn. I know you've got some plugging to do. What do you got, Pix?
Well, you already know about the current issue of Amiga Addicts out there with RJ Michael.
I'm going to be talking to him tomorrow. I've never
You
met
will be
him.
talking to him. He has a lot to say.
Me too.
He had so much to say that I have material for about another 5 issues to put little articles.
You need a box set for him.
Pretty much. We're just wrapping up the issue following that, which has got a little game you may have heard of called Syndicate on the front cover.
Oh yes.
So that's we're hoping to get that finished in the next sort of 7 days or so. So that'll be coming out soon. Other than that, I'm around in the normal places. I'm around on the Amigos Discord and anywhere else you might find me.
How come you're not streaming anymore? I used to enjoy your afternoon streams. What happened?
It's finding time. Well, I'll show you actually. If I just switch my webcam to the thing I just picked up is this GBSC retro upscaler or GBS control.
Oh, man. Those ain't cheap, brother.
Well, I've used these things for years.
Yep, I got 2 of those.
It's just I've got 4 of those, and they all work slightly differently, or not at all.
Yeah.
So I kind of got fed up, and I thought I'll pick up one of these GBSC ones. I finally got it set up about a week ago. So because I thought, well, I would like to get back to streaming, but given half of the time, the signal I get from the cheap Chinese ones just sort of goes at random and disappears. Let's get something a bit more reliable.
Yeah,
they do. So this has got
how fancy.
It's got composite in there. It's got RGB. It's got S-video in there as well, and obviously SCART, which is the one I'll be using for Amiga and stuff like that. So it's pretty nice. So I'm hoping to get back to that. I did. It was about 80 Great British pounds off AliExpress. Where all
that's
all
35 US for us. Well, it's about 130 for us.
That's still a good deal. Golly, Ned. Yep. All right, you got that on my radar.
So yeah,
that's a beauty. Hey, tell everybody where they can get your magazines. Give us a web page.
Yep. So you can head to addict.media to get Amiga Addict and Pixel Addict, and that's about it. That's where those things come from. I'll be as always popping along to various events. I'll be at the Zap Live event in a couple of weeks' time. Hawking my wares as always, and Ravi's Kickstarter event in August, and various little games markets and stuff in between.
We're waiting with bated breath for you to make an appearance here in West Virginia. We've got the
one day that will happen.
I'll kidnap him at Zap. I'm going to Zap in a couple of weeks. I'll stick him in a bag.
We're sending Boat over there. The least you could do is, that's great. Good stuff. Good stuff. I don't know. I'm going to see who's left down here at the bottom before I get to Graham. Arcade Ages, are you still in town? Say something, brother. I'm guessing he's tapped out. ROMM, you got anything to report? See, look, we're down here in the B League down here. And I'm sure, Bill, are you still?
No, sir.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, don't be calling a B League down here.
Oh, wow, there was someone there. That wasn't me. It was Petzel that said that. Bill, do you have anything you'd like to plug?
Oh no, man! I'm just looking forward to Boat Fest, and if any of you find yourself anywhere near Frankfort, Kentucky, just stop in.
Oh, yeah, you got to. We should put
Nicest
Boat
man in
Fest in your
Kentucky.
living room. My God, it's a ludicrous display over there, and he just picked up a big haul too, including a snake in the hall.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
That's a new one for me. Is finding a snake in a vintage computer, a live snake in a vintage computer.
I've seen bugs and arcade machines and rat nests and stuff, but a live snake, I think I would have checked out by now. Thank you, Bill. Graham, how about yourself? What kind of exploits are you getting in? You got anything to declare?
No, actually, my next event will be Boat Fest.
Beautiful, gosh, it's coming up quick, isn't it?
Sure is.
Yeah, it had to organize everything way in advance because of to make sure I secure a flight because of what's going on the other side of the world.
And you guys are having petrol shortages down there, aren't you, and stuff?
That's because our government is incompetent, like most governments.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth right there. Man.
But yeah, other than that, you can find me on Discord. That's really the main place I hang out if I hang out anywhere.
Plug your Discord room.
It's called Graham's Room, I think.
Listen.
Graham's Place.
Graham's Place, something like that.
I wanted to see if he knew the name.
Yeah, well, I knew it had my name in it. Yeah, feel free to say hello to me there, or tell me to piss off, or whatever.
Please don't tell him to piss off.
But I'll see. Yeah. No, I'll see everyone at Boatfest. He's going. Unfortunately, I can't make any other events this year on that side of the world. Maybe next year.
You picked the right one. Don't worry about it, Graham. Good deal.
I know.
David Z, your final thoughts. Plugs.
Pix, you don't need that to stream Ultimate 64, brother. Right over the network cable.
Are you working for Commodore now? Did that goof get to you? Yeah.
I've let's say I've always had a trouble with some of the Commodore ownership. Right? So it's nothing new.
Yeah.
Right? It's same old.
What kind of
Right?
shirt you got on
I
there,
love
Dave?
the computer. This is your guys' shirt.
Alex,
This
that's a
is,
sharp.
Amigos.
I love it.
It's black instead of blue.
Very good.
Some of your names
Aaron, are you
even on
saying
here.
that Christian Simpson is probably AI?
Well, no, I'm not saying that because
we wish he was AI.
Well, I'm not even going to go there because I can't go there. And I'll tell you why. I'm going to plug something for once. Hey, everybody. I just found out 2 days ago that I'm going to be one of the hosts for the Amy Game Jam. So by the time you see this, which will probably be tonight or tomorrow, hey, listen, it's Sunday, May 3rd, which is coming up in about 12 hours, about 15 hours from now. Myself, RJ, Michael, and of course Neil from the Collective will be on the Amiga Bill show, and we're going to be judges in this wacky tobacco. So I'm going to be definitely the C team. It's like 2 legends of Amiga, 3 really, and then here comes Dummy. But my goal is to try not to embarrass myself amongst these legends. As we look over these games, I will say having played all the Amy Game Jam games, there's some good stuff. So the show should be actually quite good. So if you are so inclined, please, I beseech you, hop over to Amiga Bill's channel at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and tune in and check out the Amy Game Jam judging finals alongside all the other fun things that Bill does. Bill fresh off the crazy bomb scare at VCF. So thankfully, Bill is at 100%. So no worries there.
There's so many games in that game jam. Bill's stream's going to be about as long as this one, I think.
I know. Yeah. Well, on that, thank you for pointing that out. I really appreciate that. So I've got to go. I've got to go. Yeah, I've got to go rinse out my tux to get ready for tomorrow. So we'll take this thing to the house. Hey, I want to thank everybody. We had this is the big dog. This is the biggest one we've ever done by far. And we got through this in a slim trim 6 hours, which is way ahead of where I thought we'd be, to be honest with you. So I will give that a thumbs up. Everybody kept themselves cooking. Great presentations all across the board. I enjoyed it. And I think one of the strengths of this outfit is any one of these guys could go out and be a big YouTube sensation. You got brains, you got good looks, great production values, all that stuff. Everything was top shelf, very clever. So I really thought this was a very enjoyable 6-hour romp. We'll leave it there. Thank you for the people that watch live. And if you're watching this after the fact, good on you, brother. I hope everybody enjoyed it. We will leave you for tonight. If everyone will join me at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Adios!
Adios!
Good night, everybody.